Chapter 21-25. Everyone was shocked. The law of destiny was too invincible. He said that he was fated not to be hit, but his opponent really couldn't hit him. How was he supposed to fight then? Baoda's attack isn't strong enough. If it was, he could have broken through the law of destiny. An expert spoke up to clear everyone's doubts. You're fated to be burned by fire. You're fated to be cut down. Tianming continued to speak, his speed extremely fast. Then, all kinds of attacks fell from the sky, blasting toward Baoda. Boom! Boom! Baoda waved his fist, instantly dispersing the attacks. I've been burning my body with fire and refining it with lightning since I was young. Your attacks can only scratch an itch for me. Baoda's battle intent grew stronger and stronger. He broke through the layers of attacks and quickly approached Tianming. His muscles wriggled and his bones cracked as he punched with all his might. The power of this punch was even more shocking and powerful than before. At this moment, Tianming's expression finally turned serious. He stretched out a finger and pointed forward. Destiny says, absolute defense. A white wall of light appeared in front of him. Baoda's fist struck the wall of light, causing a terrifying explosion that caused the entire platform to shake. Ha! You finally made your move. It seems like your strength is only SOSO. Baoda laughed, then waved his fist, causing the wall of light in front of Tianming to shake continuously. Baoda, you're fated to be injured. Tianming spoke again. His body emitted a bright light as he stretched out his finger. At this moment, Baoda roared. He seemed to have been hit by an invisible and terrifying attack. His body shook and he took a few steps back, blood flowing from his mouth. Everyone was shocked. They didn't see anything attacking Baoda at all. They only knew that Baoda was going to be injured, and he was injured. This kind of method was too shocking and unbelievable. Your attack power is limited. If you have the ability, just kill me directly. Let's see if you can do it. Baoda roared and charged toward Tianming again. His body swelled up, and his originally burly body became even more shocking. He was like a giant born into the world. Boom! Baoda stomped heavily on the platform, and like a black lightning, he pressed down on Tianming like a demonic mountain. You're fated to be injured, Tianming spoke again, unleashing a series of profound attacks. Break all techniques with one force. Baoda roared as he punched out with both his fists. The void was pierced through, and Tianming's attacks were all destroyed by Baoda. Baoda's strength is terrifying. His strength is slightly above Wuliang and Xieku's. A natural primordial body cultivator. If such a person were to cultivate in the nomological system, he would be trash. However, if he were to cultivate in the primordial body cultivation, he would be an incomparably rare genius. Experts spoke one after another, all shocked by Baoda's strength. Tianming's expression was a little grave, but it was only a little. Great fate. He spoke softly, and the light on his body became even brighter. Boom! With a wave of his hand, a divine light slashed toward Baoda. Don't. Baoda continued to swing his fists, bombarding the divine light. However, the divine light was indestructible and unshakable. With every punch, Baoda had to retreat a little. After dozens of punches, Baoda had retreated dozens of miles and was out of the fighting ring. At that moment, the divine light dissipated. Damn it, I haven't fought enough. Let's fight again. Baoda roared like a berserk beast. Then, his body trembled and he spat out a mouthful of blood. You've lost. Tianming regained his indifferent expression and turned to leave. What strength? It's hard to estimate. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes and looked at Tianming. Tianming gave off an unfathomable feeling. Although Baoda had forced out a part of Tianming's strength, no one knew if that was Tianming's final strength or if he was still hiding it. Not only Lu Ming, but the other geniuses, such as Yuan Xian, Xieku, and Yun Haoge, all had grave expressions. Tianming's strength gave them a lot of pressure. I really want to fight with you. I'll prove to everyone who's the strongest in the world. Yuan Xian whispered, his battle intent surging. How am I supposed to fight with this freak? Wu Liang had a bitter face. All right, the first round of the competition is over. Lu Ming, Bubbles, Wu Liang, Yuan Xian, and Tian Ming win, each gaining 1 point. Next, the second round, Lu Ming against Bubbles. The old man announced. Lu Ming and Bubbles were stunned. They met so quickly. That old man did it on purpose, right? I admit defeat. I won't fight with big brother Lu Ming. I admit defeat. Bubbles hung on Lu Ming's neck and refused to come down. The spectators were calm and were not too surprised. They had long known that it was impossible for Lu Ming and Bubbles to fight. One of them would definitely admit defeat. All right, Lu Ming wins this round. Next, Yun Haoge against Yuan Xian. The white-haired old man announced again. Yun Haoge against Yuan Xian. This was also a pinnacle battle, and the battle was incomparably intense. But in the end, Yuan Xian used 2 types of laws and fused them, defeating Yun Haoge in one fell swoop. This shocked everyone and made them re-evaluate Yuan Xian's combat strength. Yuan Xian had actually comprehended a second type of law, and it was a type of King Dao law. With the fusion of 2 types, his strength had increased exponentially. This made everyone marvel at Yuan Xian's talent. He had only become an emperor not long ago, and he had already comprehended a second type of law. Moreover, his mastery was not low. The third round of the second round, Xie Ku against Heng Xinghe. This was a battle without any suspense. Heng Xinghe was crushed and lost 2 rounds in a row. The fourth round, Ancient Devil against Bao De. Both of them cultivated the ancient cultivation system. Unfortunately, Ancient Devil's cultivation was slightly weaker and was not Bao De's opponent. He was easily defeated by Bao De. The fifth round, Tian Ming against Monk Wuliang. Monk Wuliang was very straightforward. He did not even go on stage and directly admitted defeat. In his words, he was stupid to fight even though he knew he could not win. The second round of the competition ended. Only Lu Ming, Tian Ming, and Yuan Xian were still in a winning streak. After 10 rounds of battle, everyone had already begun to predict the rankings of the 10 people. Without a doubt, Tian Ming is the strongest. He will be the champion this time. It's hard to say. Yuan Xian is not weak either. What he has shown now might not be his full strength. Perhaps he can compete with Tian Ming. From the looks of it, the first 2 should be Tian Ming and Yuan Xian. The third is very likely to be Bao De, but it's not certain. In general, the top 5 should be Tian Ming, Yuan Xian, Bao De, Wu Liang, and Xie Ku. Everyone made their own guesses, but most people believed that it should not be a problem for Tian Ming, Yuan Xian, Bao De, Wu Liang, and Xie Ku to get into the top 5. What about Lu Ming? He's not weak either. He has mastered 2 types of ultimate laws. He's not weak. He has no problem suppressing Heng Xinghe and Ancient Devil. However, compared to Yun Haoge and Bubble, his strength is probably inferior. I estimate that Lu Ming's final ranking should be 7th. Chapter 21-26. As the crowd discussed, the third round began. Lu Ming's luck seemed to be pretty good. His first match was against the Ancient Devil. As expected, the Ancient Devil was very strong, but he was no match for Lu Ming. He was defeated by Lu Ming. This was the second time the Ancient Devil had been defeated by Lu Ming. Lu Ming won 3 consecutive matches. Lu Ming's winning streak will probably end here. The next opponents he will face will not be weak. They will all be stronger than him. That's right. He won 3 matches in a row. I estimate that he will lose 6 matches in a row. Some people discussed, thinking that Lu Ming's winning streak would end here. The second match of the third round was between Bubble and Chiel. This was an intense battle, a battle at the pinnacle. Although Bubble's cultivation was slightly weaker, after transforming into its original form, its strength had increased exponentially. Its control of space-time had reached an unimaginable level. Chiel was strong, but he could not hit Bubble. Of course, it was not easy for Bubble to defeat Chiel. It could be said that it was very difficult. In the end, after more than 200 moves, Chiel was careless and was teleported out of the stage by Bubble. In this battle, Bubbles won an unexpected victory. This made the crowd re-evaluate Bubble's strength. It also made them realize the strength of the top 10 battle beasts. In a battle of the same level, The Elysian child was not as strong as the top 10 battle beasts. Next was Yuan Xian's match against Heng Xinghe. Needless to say, Heng Xinghe was defeated again. This made his expression turn uglier and uglier. Some people were already certain that Heng Xinghe would be ranked 10th. There was no suspense. The fourth match was between Wuliang and Baoda. This was another peak battle. Wuliang used Buddha's golden body and various Buddha's abilities, but Baoda broke through everything. The two of them exchanged hundreds of moves. Wuliang shouted, but it was useless this time. He could not defeat Baoda and was finally defeated and blasted out of the stage. Baoda won this match. The last match of the third round was between Tianming and Yunhauge. I can see my own fate in the river of time. Yunhauge roared and fought Tianming with the space-time law. The space-time law did have some restraining effect on the fate law. This was because he could peek into his own fate through the river of time. Of course, fate was constantly changing. What he saw was only the tip of the iceberg. Later on, Tianming used the greater fate art to sever Yunhauge's river of time and defeat him. At the end of the third round, Lu Ming, Tianming, and Yuan Xian won 3 consecutive victories. However, everyone thought that Lu Ming was just lucky in the first 3 rounds. He would lose consecutively in the later rounds. As for Heaven's Will and Yuan Xin, they were obtained through fighting. After a few rounds, the white-haired elder allowed everyone to rest for half a day. Half a day later, the 4th round began. In the first match of the 4th round, Lu Ming was still the first to fight, but this time, his opponent was Yunhauge. Yunhauge looked excited. The two of them stepped onto the Colosseum. Lu Ming, your good luck has come to an end. You will suffer a crushing defeat in this round. I will make you understand that the space-time spirit mouse is not something you can possess. Yunhauge said coldly. Your space-time law is too weak. You are no match for me. Admit defeat, lest I attack you. Lu Ming was very direct. He told Yunhauge to admit defeat. This stunned everyone. They thought that Lu Ming was boasting too much. Although Lu Ming had mastered 2 supreme laws, which could be said to be unprecedented, he was only a quasi-emperor after all. How could he be a match for Yunhauge? Yunhauge's cultivation had already reached the 2-star Void Emperor level. Moreover, even if they fought at the same level, he was still one of the best among the Elysian children. With such a huge difference in cultivation, how could Lu Ming be a match for him? Huh, you want me to admit defeat? What a joke. I will teach you a lesson. Yunhauge said sinisterly. As soon as he finished speaking, he rushed towards Lu Ming. He shuttled through the void at an astonishing speed. In the process of Yunhauge dashing out, the void in all directions was distorted. A terrifying force suppressed Lu Ming's body. This force contained the power of time. It contained time deceleration, causing Lu Ming's speed to become as slow as a tortoise's. There was also the power of space. The space around Lu Ming continued to press down on Lu Ming, trying to bind him. On the contrary, Yunhauge's speed skyrocketed under the support of the space-time law. In an instant he was close to Lu Ming. He pointed a finger, and the power of space condensed. It contained a terrifying tearing force and charged towards Lu Ming. In the face of such a situation, Lu Ming's expression remained calm. Boom! He struggled with all his might. His physical body and saint power erupted. The void shook, and the power of space that acted on him continued to explode. Then, a long river of 2-colored laws appeared. This was the fusion of the chaos law and the death law. Boom! Lu Ming's arms shook, and he struck out with his palm. The void exploded, and the space-time law that acted on him was directly cut open. Lu Ming's palm blasted towards Yunhauge. But Yunhauge moved, and his body disappeared in an instant. He appeared behind Lu Ming and blasted towards Lu Ming. Bam! Lu Ming seemed to have eyes behind him. He struck out with his palm and collided with Yunhauge's palm. Yunhauge's body floated back. Then, his body trembled, and a dense crowd of figures appeared from all directions. So many figures charged towards Lu Ming at the same time. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed slightly. This was a terrifying killing move. Don't think that the dense crowd of figures were all illusions. In fact, these figures were all real. They were all Yunhauge's true body. He was shuttling through the void, walking in different spaces. This move was a move that he used in different spaces. Chaos Calamity Finger. In the face of this move, Lu Ming used the Chaos Calamity Finger. He reached out with both hands and pointed continuously. Push, push, push. Finger force burst forth, and each finger force pointed at a figure. Those figures exploded one by one, and finally turned into a figure. Then Yunhaoge and Lu Ming exchanged dozens of blows, and the various mysteries of the space-time law were displayed incisively and vividly. However, his control of space-time was still not as good as Bubbles. Lu Ming protected himself with two types of laws. He stood firm and broke all of Yunhaoge's attacks. Yunhaoge finally lost his patience. "I'll use my cultivation to suppress you." Yunhaoge's eyes were cold, and his two-star Void Emperor cultivation completely erupted. He charged towards Lu Ming. Wherever he passed, a space-time storm flooded towards Lu Ming. A head-on clash? That's exactly what I want. Lu Ming smiled and stood there without moving. When Yunhaoge was about to reach him, a long river of laws appeared on Lu Ming's body again. It was the long river of laws of formations. The long river of laws of formations fused with the chaos law and death law, causing the long river of laws around Lu Ming to turn into three colors. After fusing with another type of law of monarch, Lu Ming's battle strength increased greatly. Boom! He blasted out a palm, and the palm force was like an avalanche, blasting towards Yunhaoge. Chapter 21-27. As soon as Yunhaoge retreated, Lu Ming followed. His speed was astonishing as he approached Yunhaoge. Boom, boom, boom. Lu Ming instantly struck out hundreds of palms. The void exploded as hundreds of palm prints completely enveloped Yunhaoge in all directions, disrupting space-time. At this moment, Yunhaoge could not even escape using the law of space-time. He could only take Lu Ming's palm force head-on. He roared angrily, activating the law of space-time and erupting with the power of the world to fight Lu Ming head-on. After hundreds of consecutive palms, Yunhaoge's body shook violently as if he had been electrocuted. The law of space-time that covered his body was shattered. His arms directly exploded, unable to withstand Lu Ming's palm force. Smith. In the end, Lu Ming slapped Yunhaoge's face, knocking him to the ground and twitching there. Bam! Then, Lu Ming kicked Yunhaoge's face, sending him flying out of the fighting ring. "You want to torture me? You're not even close," Lu Ming said lightly. Yunhaoge fell off the fighting ring, his face swollen like a pig's head. He only woke up after a long time. When he realized his situation, he was so angry that he spat out another mouthful of blood. This time, he had embarrassed himself greatly. "Big brother Lu Ming, well done, well done." Bubbles clapped her little hands in celebration. Many people looked at Lu Ming in a different light. Lu Ming was able to defeat Yunhaoge, which was beyond many people's expectations. Yes, he has also mastered the law of array Dao. I didn't expect him to have cultivated three types of laws to perfection and even fused them together. He is indeed talented. He has cultivated three types of laws before becoming an emperor. It's rare. No wonder he has such strong combat strength. Every time a law was fused, its power would increase exponentially. Even many low-level Void Emperors would find it difficult to fuse three types of laws. Putting aside the fact that Lu Ming had mastered two supreme nomological laws, even if he had only mastered three ordinary nomological laws, his talent was still astonishing. Previously, everyone had thought that Lu Ming would only be able to get 7th place, unable to compete with Wu Liang, Xieku, and Baoda. But now they had changed their minds. Being able to defeat Yunhaoge showed that Lu Ming's strength was already at the level of Wu Liang, Xieku, Baoda, and Bubble. He was qualified to compete for the top 5. Even though he had not become a martial emperor yet, he already had such achievements. It was truly shocking. Just like that, Lu Ming obtained 4 consecutive victories. The second match of the 4th round was between Bubbles and Heartless Monk. "My hair is rice, little one. You and I are really fated." On the fighting ring, Unscrupulous Monk looked at Bubbles seriously and almost drooled. This was one of the top 10 beasts. Unscrupulous Monk's heart burned with passion. "Monk, it seems like you're looking for a beating." Bubbles couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense with Unscrupulous Monk because this was what Lu Ming had taught her. If she saw Unscrupulous Monk, just attack. Little one, you and I are really fated. Unscrupulous Monk shouted. He didn't hold back and was covered in Buddhist light. Those who didn't know Unscrupulous Monk would really be deceived by his appearance and think that he was an enlightened monk. Bubbles didn't dare to be careless. She directly transformed into her true form and rode on spacetime. The spacetime spirit mouse's combat strength was strong, and its control of spacetime was far above Yunhauge's. This battle was extremely strange because Unscrupulous Monk couldn't hit Bubbles at all. No matter how he used the Buddhist kingdom in a palm, Buddhist lion's roar, Buddhist palm imprint, and other magical techniques, he couldn't do anything to Bubbles. Instead, he was sometimes caught off guard by Bubbles' sneak attacks. In the end, he was sent flying out of the fighting ring by Bubbles. Monk, you're thick-skinned. Bubbles curled her lips. Bubbles could only send Unscrupulous Monk flying out of the fighting ring because Unscrupulous Monk's Buddhist golden body was indeed incomparably strong. Bubbles couldn't break it. Of course, if Bubbles' cultivation improved and was on the same level as Unscrupulous Monk, it would be a different story. The third match of the fourth round was between Yuan Xian and Xieku. This was another pinnacle battle between the Son of Chaos and the primordial path of monsters. Xieku transformed into a 1,000-meter-long purple-gold true dragon. His entire body flowed with purple light. His dragon claws tore through the void and he used the demon race's magical techniques to fight against Yuan Xian. However, although Xieku was very strong, he was still a little weaker than Yuan Xian. Yuan Xian unleashed 2 types of laws and defeated Xieku. Next, there was no suspense between Tianming and Xinghe. Xinghe directly admitted defeat. And the 5th match was between Baoda and Ancient Devil. There was no doubt that Baoda won. The 4th round ended, and not long after, the 5th round began. The first match of the 5th round was between Lu Ming and Xieku. Xieku's eyes were solemn. The strength that Lu Ming had displayed before was enough to threaten him. Therefore, Xieku used all his strength as soon as he attacked. He transformed into a purple-gold true dragon and pounced towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming's body glowed and a shocking dragon roar came out from it, causing Xieku's body to tremble and his face to change drastically. 9 dragons, Xieku's face was a little ugly. In a battle between experts, milliseconds were crucial. Xieku was slightly stunned. Lu Ming had already rushed over and unleashed the Law of Chaos, the Law of Death, and the Law of Array Dao. The 3 types of laws combined and unleashed a storm of attacks, suppressing Xieku. Xieku barely resisted dozens of moves and was blasted out of the fighting ring by Lu Ming. Lu Ming won. This made many people reevaluate Lu Ming's combat strength once again. They thought that he already had the strength to compete for the top 3. Lu Ming may be able to compete with Baoda, but compared to Yuan Xian and Tianming, he's still a little weaker. Yes, if nothing unexpected happens, he should be hovering between 3rd and 4th place. Some people discussed and reinferred the rankings. The first match of the 5th round ended. The second match was between Bubble and Yuan Xian. This battle was very intense. Bubble transformed into his original body and used the law of time to the extreme, changing unpredictably. However, Yuan Xian's strength was indeed powerful. Just like Lu Ming's previous battle with Yunhauge, he used his powerful strength to break through the law of time. In this battle, Bubble did not win in the end. After many moves, seeing that he was at a disadvantage, he simply admitted defeat. The third match was between Wuliang and Elder Mo. Wuliang won. After that, Tianming and Baoda won respectively. Entering the 6th round, the atmosphere became heated in the first match. Because the first match was between Lu Ming and Baoda. In the eyes of most people, Lu Ming and Baoda were now at the same level and were strong candidates to compete for 3rd place. In this match, whoever won would be able to get 3rd place. Lu Ming, you're amazing. You haven't become an emperor yet, but you have such combat strength. The old Bao admire you. But this match, the winner will definitely be me. Baoda grinned, his eyes revealing a fierce light like a big black bear. Big guy, don't be so sure. Lu Ming smiled slightly. Then let me see just how strong the fusion of two supreme laws of nature is. Bao De revealed a ferocious look. He took a step forward, and his whole body was like a mountain, crashing toward Lu Ming. Chapter 21-28. The fist force whistled and the space trembled. This was pure strength. The strength of the physical body was extremely powerful and shocking. Primordial body cultivator, I want to see how powerful your physical body is. Lu Ming did not evade. He erupted with 3 types of laws and used the chaotic divine palm. The palm and fist collided, and there was an earth-shattering roar. The space where the fist and palm collided was like a ripple of water, constantly shaking. Lu Ming and Bao De's bodies shook at the same time, and they both took a few steps back. What a terrifying strength! Lu Ming narrowed his eyes slightly. Bao De relied purely on his physical strength. It was simply terrifying. That punch had shaken Lu Ming's 3 types of laws and almost pierced through them. Lu Ming's physical body had refined 3 streaks of chaotic qi and had been tempered by 5 types of laws. It was already extremely powerful, but compared to Bao De, it was still a far cry. It was said that during the primordial age of the heaven realm, there was a primordial body cultivator who had an invincible physical body. He could cross the sky, stand on the ground, and explode the stars in the sky with a single punch. He was unbelievably powerful. When the physical body was cultivated to the extreme, it would be indestructible and immortal, existing with the heavens and earth. Again! Bao De roared, and like a wild beast, he charged at Lu Ming. His muscles bulged and his body swelled again. Come! Lu Ming shouted. 3 types of laws surrounded him, and he erupted his physical strength and saint power to the extreme to fight Bao De. Don't. The 2 of them were like 2 wild beasts, constantly colliding in the fighting ring. There was no technique, just pure head-on confrontation. Bao De was a primordial body cultivator. His physical strength was boundless and indestructible. Even an ordinary imperial weapon would be destroyed by Bao De's punch. As for Lu Ming, his physical body was also very strong, and his saint power was condensed and thick. Most importantly, the chaotic law was originally as heavy as a mountain, suppressing the world. With the support of the chaotic law, Lu Ming's strength was also boundless. The 2 of them had similar styles, and they constantly collided with each other, causing the fighting ring to rumble. If they were fighting outside, it would definitely be a scene of mountains collapsing and the earth cracking. How terrifying! Seeing the 2 of them fighting, many people's faces turned pale. It was too ferocious. Under such power, any technique was superfluous. Even ultimate laws would be torn. Even if a 2-star Void Emperor were, he would be easily. The 2 of them fought continuously. Great! Lu Ming let out a long howl. After an intense confrontation, he had become increasingly proficient in the application of several laws, especially the law of chaos. The law of primal chaos and the law of forming a river were already perfect at this stage. But the fog had finally dispersed. Bao De also laughed, and his attacks became more and more violent. In the blink of an eye, the 2 of them had fought over 100 rounds. At this point, the more Lu Ming fought, the braver he became. Finally, he began to gain the upper hand and Bao De began to defend himself. Bam! Bao De began to retreat. Every step he took caused the fighting ring to rumble violently. Stop! I'm not fighting anymore. I'm not fighting anymore. At this moment, Bao De suddenly shouted. Lu Ming retreated. Bao De gasped for breath. He was sweating profusely. It took him a long time to recover. You pervert, I'll admit defeat today. Let's fight another day. Bao De said. Okay, sure. Lu Ming nodded. It was beneficial for him to have a powerful opponent to fight against. Bao De leaped and rushed down the fighting ring. Lu Ming won. Many people widened their eyes. Lu Ming defeated Bao De. It seemed that he would be in the top 3. This was beyond many people's expectations. Previously, they thought that Lu Ming would be good enough to be in the 7th place. Now, the ranking can be seen. Many people began to infer the ranking based on the previous battle results. Everyone thought that the 1st and 2nd place should be between Tian Ming and Yuan Exin. Lu Ming was 3rd, Bauda was 4th, and Bubbles was 5th. That was the situation for the top 5. Now, everyone was looking forward to the highlight. That was Tianming versus Yuan Xin. As long as the two of them could defeat each other, the top 10 rankings would be set. Humph, don't underestimate my master. Maybe my master can defeat Yuan Xin and Tianming. Lu Xiang pouted when she heard that the people around her thought that Lu Ming could only be in the 3rd place. Ha, little girl, you're really blindly confident. Your master is strong, but it's impossible for him to compete with Tianming and Yuan Xin. He's definitely no match for them. We can understand the little girl's confidence in her master, but you have to see the reality. Several gray-haired old men reminded Lu Xiang kindly. Humph, your eyes are not right at all. Previously, you said that my master could only be in the 7th place. Lu Xiang pursed her lips. We were wrong before, but this time, there's no mistake. Several old men were sure. Lu Xiang pouted, too lazy to pay attention to these old men. The competition continued. Bubble fought Tianming. Bubble directly admitted defeat. He was too lazy to compete since he couldn't win anyway. Then, Xieku defeated Yunhaoge, Yuan Xin defeated Wu Liang, and the ancient demon defeated Heng Xinghe. In this way, Heng Xinghe was already in the last place. He was even inferior to the ancient demon. In general, in this round, except for Lu Ming unexpectedly defeating Bauda, the other matches were expected by everyone. The 6th round ended, and the 7th round began. Tianming versus Yuan Xin. The gray-haired old man said. As soon as the voice came out, the scene fell silent, and then there was an uproar. The highlight of the show had arrived. The biggest highlight of the show had arrived. Tianming versus Yuan Xin. This seemed to be deliberately arranged by the gray-haired old man. In the previous rounds, Lu Ming fought in the 1st round. Now, the first match of the 7th round was between Tianming and Yuan Xin. The atmosphere was suddenly ignited. Countless people revealed looks of anticipation. In the eyes of the crowd, this was a battle between the two strongest geniuses of the primordial realm. Tianming and Yuan Xin also exuded a strong fighting spirit. Their gazes collided across the air. Although both of them came from the Divine Fate Land and were known as the peerless geniuses of the Divine Fate Land, they had never fought before. Lu Ming's eyes also revealed a look of anticipation. He had a feeling that Tianming and Yuan Xin had not used their full strength in the previous battle. This battle was enough to show how strong the two of them were. Whoosh, whoosh. Their figures flashed, and the two rushed directly to the battle stage. Boom! Terrifying auras collided across the air, and a violent explosion erupted. Chapter 21-29. I'll defeat you in this battle and break the legend of destiny. Yuan Xin said, full of confidence in himself. Destiny cannot be broken. Everything in the world has its own destiny. Even the birth and destruction of a world has its own destiny. Therefore, the law of primal chaos is also shrouded by destiny. Tianming said. His white robe was purer than snow. You can't control my destiny. My destiny is in my hands, not the heavens. It's not up to you. That Yuan Xin exploded. His figure was like a phantom as he charged at Tianming. The law of primal chaos spread out as he punched out with his primal chaos divine fist. You're destined to be struck by lightning. Tianming spoke again, as if his words were law. As he spoke, all kinds of lightning, flames, ice, poison, and swords blasted toward Yuan Xin. Boom! Boom! Yuan Xin waved his fist, and all the lightning and flames were destroyed. Tianming, you don't have to test me. Show me your true strength. Yuan Xin took a big step forward and attacked Tianming. The aura of two laws spread out from his body. The two laws fused as he punched out. Boom! The fist force crushed forward, stronger than Bauda's. Great destiny art. Tianming stopped probing and used the law of destiny's theurgy. He reached out a finger and pointed forward. A streak of light erupted like a streak of light, but also like a divine blade as it blasted towards Yuan Xin. Boom! Yuan Xin's fist force was defeated, and the light of destiny continued to blast toward Yuan Xin. Break! Yuan Xian's fists were constantly waving, and in an instant, he punched hundreds of times, smashing the space into pieces. The light of destiny was blocked, and in the end, it was defeated. He blocked it? Yuan Xian is indeed powerful. Someone exclaimed. Previously, when Tianming used the Great Destiny art, no one could block it. Even someone as strong as Bao De couldn't block it. But now, Yuan Xian blocked Tianming's light of destiny. Perhaps, Yuan Xian could really fight against Tianming. Kill! After Yuan Xian defeated the light of destiny, he took the opportunity to attack Tianming. No one can block the light of destiny. Your fate is sealed in this battle with me. You will lose. Tianming said softly as he pointed his finger. In an instant, dozens of light of destiny burst out. These rays of light took on different shapes. Some were in the shape of swords, some were in the shape of sabers, and some were in the shape of spears. They transformed into all kinds of weapons and shot towards Yuan Xian. The power of each strike was shockingly strong. Yuan Xian waved his fists, trying his best to defend himself. However, there were too many beams of destiny light. Each beam contained boundless power. Yuan Xian was suppressed, retreating repeatedly. Yuan Xian is about to lose. The laws of fate are truly invincible. Some people sighed softly. If even Yuan Xian was no match for him, then who else could be a match for Tianming? No, Yuan Xian can still fight. He's about to erupt. Someone shouted. Boom. At this moment, Yuan Xian's aura skyrocketed once again. His cultivation was still at the peak of the 2-star illusionary emperor realm. However, his aura had increased tremendously. Chaotic divine body. Yuan Xian roared. Boundless primal chaos law gathered towards Yuan Xian. His body started to change. It turned gray, as if his physical body had turned into a primal chaos stone. Yes, the chaos stones. When Lu Ming used the chaotic divine palm, his palm would turn gray, like a primal chaos stone. Now, Yuan Xian's body had turned into such a state. This was a terrifying secret technique. Boom, boom. Yuan Xian's body seemed to have really turned into a primal chaos stone. It was indestructible. He punched out continuously, destroying all the beams of destiny light. For the first time, a trace of seriousness appeared in Tianming's eyes. His body shone brightly as he constantly pointed his finger. Beams of destiny light shot out continuously, blasting towards Yuan Xian. However, Yuan Xian's chaotic divine body had increased his combat strength. Each of his punches was able to destroy a beam of destiny light. Yuan Xian was rapidly approaching Tianming. Everyone was shocked. Was Yuan Xian really going to change his destiny and defeat Tianming today? In front of everyone's shocked eyes, Yuan Xian approached Tianming and punched out, piercing through Tianming's chest. However, Tianming's body was like an illusion. It was illusory and nothing happened to him. Destiny has determined that I won't be defeated. No matter what you do, it's useless. River of Destiny, come out. Tianming said. Then, a large river appeared under his feet. This wasn't a river formed by perfecting the laws, but the legendary River of Destiny. The fate of all things in the world was in the River of Destiny. Everyone's fate was already determined. Tianming stood in the River of Destiny as if he was the ruler of the world. Boom, boom. Yuan Xian kept punching out, trying to break through the River of Destiny. However, his punches were like stones sinking into the sea. All things in the world are in the River of Destiny. Yuan Xian, you're not an exception. Tianming said. Then he stretched out a hand and grabbed at the River of Destiny, pulling out a figure. Everyone was shocked because the figure that Tianming pulled out of the River of Destiny was exactly the same as Yuan Xian. However, they could tell that it was just an illusion. You're destined to be defeated, Tianming said softly and pointed a finger. A ray of light shot out and bombarded the illusory figure. A large hole appeared in the figure's chest. At that moment, Yuan Xian's body trembled as if he had suffered a terrifying attack. He tried his best to resist, but in the end he retreated more than 10 steps. Everyone saw that a bloody hole had appeared in his chest and blood was flowing out. Everyone sucked in a cold breath. The laws of destiny were too strange. Tianming had only pulled out a figure that looked exactly like Yuan Xian from the River of Destiny. Yet, Yuan Xian was injured when he attacked the illusory figure. Those who defy destiny will be punished, Tianming said and pointed another finger. The illusory figure was penetrated again. Yuan Xian's body trembled violently as he retreated. Another wound appeared on his body. The scene was silent. It was too strange. Moreover, Tianming was too strong. Who could fight against such strength? Tianming continued to attack. Each time he attacked, Yuan Xian would have to retreat and a wound would appear on his body. In the end, Yuan Xian vomited blood and was heavily injured. Alright, this battle ends here. Yuan Xian, you've lost. At that moment, the white-haired old man stood out and stopped the battle. He was afraid that Yuan Xian's injuries would affect the battle later. Yuan Xian was somewhat unwilling. In the end, he gritted his teeth and left the battle stage. He knew that he had lost. He wasn't Tianming's match and couldn't be the strongest in the world. I'm not strong enough. I need to be stronger. The legendary primal chaos scripture recorded all kinds of terrifying abilities that use the laws of chaos as the foundation. I must obtain them. Yuan Xian was unwilling. He looked at Lu Ming with murderous intent. Chapter 2130. Tianming is number 1 in the world. No one can match him. The rankings are almost clear. Tianming is first, Yuan Xian is second. It's a pity that Lu Ming is still a quasi-emperor. If he becomes an emperor, he might be able to compete with Tianming. How can there be so many ifs? Tianming is one step ahead and will only be stronger in the future. Lu Ming will probably never be Tianming's opponent. Everyone discussed. In the end, someone who was hostile to Lu Ming spoke, deliberately belittling Lu Ming, causing Xiang, Bubbles, and the others to glare at him. After the 7th round, Tianming and Yuan Xian's battle, the following battles were not too surprising. Those who were predicted to win all won. Lu Ming also won. In this battle, he fought Wuliang. Wuliang dawdled for a long time. After exchanging a few moves with Lu Ming, he directly admitted defeat. Lu Ming, you freak. I thought I could suppress you after so many years, but I didn't expect that I'm still not your opponent. Wuliang said with a bitter face. Hey, how can you say that? Freak. This is my talent, do you understand? Lu Ming glanced at Wuliang from the corner of his eyes. My hair. Wuliang stopped talking and retreated to the side. After the 7th round ended, the white-haired old man let everyone rest for 3 days and continue the battle 3 days later. This was because some people were injured and their battle strength was affected, such as Yuan Xian. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Everyone recovered to their peak state. Lu Ming against Yuan Xian. At the beginning of the 8th round, the white-haired old man announced the most important battle. To be honest, everyone was looking forward to this battle. This was because it was a battle between 2 sons of chaos, and also a battle for the 2nd and 3rd place. Most people thought that Lu Ming would not be Yuan Xian's opponent because the strength Yuan Xian had displayed was too shocking. But after all, it was a battle between 2 sons of chaos, a rare sight. Yuan Xian's eyes were filled with a fiery light. He stepped out and stepped onto the battle stage. Lu Ming also stepped onto the battle stage. Lu Ming, this time, I will make you lose miserably. Yuan Xian stared coldly at Lu Ming. I'm sorry, but I have to tell you something. No one has ever been able to surpass me after being defeated by me, not even you. Lu Ming smiled faintly. What? Everyone was stunned. What did Lu Ming mean by this? Could it be that Lu Ming had defeated Yuan Xian before? How was this possible? Soon, news spread that Lu Ming and Yuan Xian had fought during the Primal Chaos Sex assessment, and Yuan Xian had been defeated. Everyone was astonished. There was actually such a thing? It seemed like the 2 sons of chaos already had a grudge against each other. Back then, I was only suppressed. If I wasn't suppressed, I would have suppressed you with a flip of my hand. Yuan Xian's expression was cold as he continued, Lu Ming, hand over the Primal Chaos Scripture. You are not qualified to wield it. I'm not qualified, but you are? Lu Ming sneered and said, You want the Primal Chaos Scripture? Sure, why don't we make a bet? Bet on what? Yuan Xen said coldly. Let's bet on this battle. If I lose this battle, I'll give you the primal chaos scripture. If you lose, you'll listen to me for the rest of your life. How about that? Lu Ming said. I won't bet with you. Yuan Xen said coldly. You don't dare? Are you afraid of losing? Lu Ming said. I won't lose. I want the primal chaos scripture. I'll defeat you and take it from you. Yuan Xen was very confident. After saying that, he did not say anything else and stepped towards Lu Ming. Boom! A powerful aura erupted from his body, and the law of chaos spread out. At the same time, there was another law. It was a kind of law of the king. Although it was not very mature, it still increased Yuan Xen's combat strength by a lot. Primal Chaos Divine Fist. Yuan Xen made his move. He punched continuously, and the void rumbled. Every time he punched out, a mountain would form and suppress Lu Ming. These mountains were evolved from the law of chaos, and they were extremely powerful. Boom! Lu Ming also made his move. 3 kinds of laws erupted, and he rushed up and used the primal chaos divine palm, striking out a few times in a row. Bang! Bang! Every palm strike was capable of shattering a mountain. Mountains formed from the law of primal chaos exploded in the air. Primal Chaos Finger. After shattering a few mountains in a row, Lu Ming used the Primal Chaos Finger again. A huge Primal Chaos Finger formed and crushed towards Yuan Xen. Yuan Xen threw a few punches and defeated the Primal Chaos Finger. However, at this time, Lu Ming had already arrived. He continuously struck out with the Primal Chaos Divine Palm, and in an instant he had struck out hundreds of times. Yuan Xen threw a punch and fought with Lu Ming. The two figures fought fiercely, and for a moment, it was difficult to determine the winner. The law of chaos permeated the entire fighting ring. Yuan Xen was very powerful. He was a 2-star Void Emperor. In terms of cultivation, he was much stronger than Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming's physical body and saint power had been tempered 5 times. 5 times, he had 2 kinds of supreme laws, 3 kinds of law of kings, and 3 kinds of law of kings. This made up for the lack of cultivation. Lu Ming is really strong. He can actually compete with Yuan Xen. However, Yuan Xen still has a secret skill that he has not used. Lu Ming is destined to lose. Someone said, acknowledging Lu Ming's combat strength. However, they thought that Lu Ming would still lose. Yuan Xen, bring out your strongest battle strength. That's all, it's not enough. Lu Ming said in the midst of the battle. Since you want to see it, I'll crush you. Chaotic Divine Body. Yuan Xen roared, and the law of chaos boiled. His physical body seemed to have turned into a chaotic stone. After using this secret skill, Yuan Xen's combat strength increased greatly. He threw a punch and collided with Lu Ming. Bam! Lu Ming felt his arm go numb. He could not help but take 5 to 6 steps back. Bam! Bam! Yuan Xen took advantage of the situation and threw out punches. Lu Ming was forced to retreat. Lu Ming, you are no match for me. Hand over the chaos scripture. Yuan Xen shouted and attacked wildly. Why are you in such a hurry? It seems that 3 laws are still not enough to deal with you. Let's use 4 laws then. As he spoke, another law river appeared on Lu Ming's body and merged with the previous 3 laws. In the next moment, a 4-colored law river appeared on Lu Ming's body. With 1 more law, Lu Ming's combat strength increased greatly. He threw out a palm and collided with Yuan Xen's attack. Both of their bodies shook and retreated. However, Lu Ming took 2 steps back while Yuan Xen took 4 steps back. For laws. Lu Ming has comprehended 4 laws. Oh my God, it's the law of devour. 2 supreme laws and 2 monarch laws. It's really heaven-defying. This is too terrifying. Everyone was shocked. Some people exclaimed. It was mainly because it was too shocking. Previously, Lu Ming did not use his full strength and even held back. Not only did he control 2 supreme laws, but he also comprehended 2 other monarch laws. Moreover, he had reached perfection. How old was Lu Ming? How did he cultivate? Chapter 2131. Master is invincible. Master will definitely win. Lu Xiang and Ouyang Moli shouted excitedly. Luo Tianyi, Huang Ling, Long Chen, and the others were also stunned. Although they knew that Lu Ming was abnormal, they did not expect him to be this abnormal. My hair, you pervert! Do you want me to live? Heartless Monk's face became even more bitter. How is this possible? How is this possible? Those who had a grudge against Lu Ming, such as the Heng family, the He family, the Daluo Heaven sect, the Wan family, the Golden Crow clan, and other forces, were all shocked and frightened. The stronger Lu Ming was, the more frightened they were. Yuan Xen himself was also shocked. He had also comprehended the second law, so he knew how difficult it was to comprehend other laws. It was even more difficult to merge them together. He had only succeeded in that world. However, Lu Ming had not only mastered 2 supreme laws, but also comprehended 2 other laws of the King Path. A total of 4 laws, and all of them had been perfected and merged together. This was unbelievable. Even with his wisdom, he was still shocked. So what if you have 4 laws? I will still defeat you. Yuan Xen let out a long howl, charging toward Lu Ming with an imposing aura. His body emitted a dark light as if it was made of chaotic stone. Bam! Lu Ming stepped forward and used the chaotic divine palm to fight with Yuan Xen. Bam! Bam! There was another shocking shock in the fighting ring. In an instant, the 2 of them had exchanged more than 50 blows. However, after Lu Ming burst out with 4 laws, his combat strength had surpassed Yuan Xen's. The more laws were fused, the stronger the power would be, multiplying the power. After more than 50 blows, Yuan Xen was completely at a disadvantage and was forced to retreat by Lu Ming. Yuan Xen was not willing to give up. He roared and fought with Lu Ming without fear of death. He could not lose. This time, it was different from the assessment in the Hunyuan sect. This time, it was a real showdown. They went all out without holding anything back. This was also a showdown between Sons of Chaos. If he lost to Lu Ming, he definitely wouldn't be able to obtain the Chaos Emperor's legacy. Furthermore, he would have to live under Lu Ming's shadow for the rest of his life. This was a fatal blow to his path of martial arts. Lu Ming, you can't break my chaotic divine body. I won't lose. Yuan Xen roared. You think too much. Lu Ming continuously waved his palms, repelling Yuan Xen, and then bombarding Yuan Xen's chest with a palm. Boom! Yuan Xen's body trembled violently as he retreated continuously. His face paled as he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Following that, Lu Ming continued to attack with his palms, striking out several hundred palms in an instant. Palm imprints enveloped Yuan Xen's entire body. Yuan Xen did his best to resist, but there were still palm imprints that landed on his body. Bang! Bang! Yuan Xen's body continued to tremble. In the end, cracks actually appeared on his body, as if it was about to split apart. He spat out a mouthful of blood as he was sent flying and fell heavily on the fighting ring. Defeated! Yuan Xen was defeated. The entire place was silent. Before the battle, not many people had expected this result. Most people had always thought that Tianming was first, Yuan Xen was second, and Lu Ming was third at most. They thought that it was impossible for him to be a match for the 2 people in front of him. But now, Lu Ming had defeated Yuan Xen. His next opponent was only Tianming. Master is invincible! Xiang shouted excitedly. She then looked at the few elders not far away and said, I told you, my master is invincible. No one is a match for him. The few elders blushed. Previously, they had said that Xiang was blindly confident and told her to see the reality. Lu Ming was no match for Yuan Xen and Tianming. But now, it was Lu Ming who had defeated Yuan Xen. Even though the few elders had lived for many years, they couldn't help but feel embarrassed. Uncle Kong and martial monarch Wuxiang smiled too. Lu Ming being able to come this far had far exceeded their expectations. Do you still want to fight? Lu Ming stepped forward and walked towards Yuan Xen. I haven't lost. I won't lose to you. Yuan Xen howled madly. He was extremely indignant. He charged toward Lu Ming again. But he was already injured. How could he be a match for Lu Ming? After a few moves, He was sent flying again. His body was covered with cracks and blood was seeping out. With Lu Ming's current strength, a palm strike could shatter the void and destroy a 10,000 feet tall mountain. The power was shocking. It was already very shocking that Yuan Xian could survive after taking so many palm strikes. Yuan Xian roared and wanted to continue fighting. The white-haired elder stepped down and stopped him. "You have lost. Go down," the white-haired elder said. Yuan Xian finally stopped and looked at Lu Ming with unwillingness. His eyes flashed with cold killing intent. "After today's defeat, you will never be a match for me. Also, you don't deserve to control the primal chaos scripture." Lu Ming glanced at Yuan Xian indifferently and turned to leave. Yuan Xian's body trembled and he spat out another mouthful of blood. After that, the competition continued. But the rest of the competition was within everyone's expectations. There were no surprises. Everyone was looking forward to the last round. The 9th round was the last round. After this round, the 10 of them had fought the other 9. And in the 9th round, Lu Ming would fight against Tian Ming. Originally, everyone didn't have much expectations for this battle. They thought that there was no suspense and that Tian Ming would win. But after Lu Ming defeated Yuan Xian, everyone changed their minds. At least, Lu Ming had defeated Yuan Xian and was qualified to fight against Tian Ming. After the 8th round ended, there was a break. The 9th round was about to begin. In the last round, the white-haired elder seemed to have intentionally put the battle between Lu Ming and Tian Ming at the end. Everyone was itching, but they could only wait for the previous matches to end. There were no surprises in the previous matches. By the time the previous matches were over, the crowd already knew the rankings for this round. Except for the 1st and 2nd place, the rest of the rankings were already confirmed. 3rd place, Yuan Xian. He had only lost to Lu Ming and Tian Ming. 4th place, Bao. 5th place, Bubble. 6th place, Heartless Monk. 7th place, Xieku. 8th place, Yunhaoge. 9th place, Ancient Demon. 10th place, Xinghe. Xinghe had lost all 9 matches and didn't win a single one. His expression was extremely ugly. Especially when he saw the last battle between Lu Ming and Tian Ming, his expression became even gloomier. By now, Lu Ming had left him far behind. The last battle, Tian Ming versus Lu Ming. The white-haired elder finally announced the names of the two. Countless people's hearts were in their mouths. It was finally the last battle. This battle would determine who was the strongest genius of the younger generation of the Yuan realm. Would it be Lu Ming or Tian Ming? One of them had yet to become an emperor, but he had already mastered 2 types of supreme laws. 2 types of monarch laws, which was unprecedented in history. The other was a rare child of destiny, who controlled destiny and was unparalleled in the world. Chapter 2132. 2 figures appeared in the air and landed on the fighting stage, attracting everyone's attention. Tian Ming, dressed in white, was shrouded in a mysterious light. He looked like an immortal that had descended to the mortal world. He looked at Lu Ming with a faint smile and said, "You're strong, but you're still destined to lose." "Bullshit, I control my own fate. No one can control my fate. If there is, I'll crush them all." Lu Ming was incomparably domineering. He didn't believe in fate at all. His fate was in his own hands, not the heavens. As long as he was strong enough, he could change his fate or even reverse it. The previous people didn't believe in it either. They thought they could resist fate, but in the end, they couldn't escape it. Tian Ming wasn't angry and continued speaking as if he was in control of everything. "Oh, then have you seen your own fate? You'll be beaten into a pig's head by me?" Lu Ming smiled faintly. "My fate is already determined. I won't lose." Tian Ming said softly. "Then I'll change your fate and let you lose once." Boom. 4 types of laws erupted from Lu Ming's body and fused together. Lu Ming's body was like a cannonball that smashed toward Tian Ming. "You're destined to be injured," Tian Ming said softly and pointed with his finger. There were no energy fluctuations, but at this moment, Lu Ming's hair stood on end and his pupils constricted. He felt a terrifying force bombarding and crushing him out of nowhere. Buzz. Lu Ming vibrated his laws, and the 4 types of laws gathered into a 4-colored river that surrounded his body and blocked the strange energy attack. Is this the fate law? It's just a type of law. Although it's mysterious and strange, it can't really decide one's fate. It still needs an energy attack. Lu Ming had some understanding of the fate law. Boom! Lu Ming broke through the energy attack and charged toward Tianming. Tianming, don't bother with these useless things. Use your divine ability. His figure was like lightning as he approached Tianming at lightning speed. As you wish. Great fate art. The light on Tianming's body grew even denser. His figure was almost invisible as he was covered by the light. He pointed with his finger, and a beam of destiny turned into a sword that slashed at Lu Ming. Lu Ming also pointed out with a finger and used the chaotic finger of calamity. An extremely condensed finger force burst forth and destroyed the light of destiny. However, Tianming's finger continued to point out, and rays of light of destiny transformed into various weapons that shot towards Lu Ming. The power of these weapons was extremely shocking. All of them had terrifying killing power. Tianming's cultivation was also at the peak of the 2-star illusionary emperor realm. However, his combat strength was absolutely shocking. Every ray of destiny light could instantly kill an ordinary 2-star illusionary emperor or even an ordinary 3-star illusionary emperor. Lu Ming operated the law and covered his palm. He executed the chaotic divine palm and continuously struck out. Bang, bang, bang. Lu Ming defeated the rays of destiny and scattered them like fireworks. Lu Ming was valiant and invincible. He continuously destroyed the rays of destiny that were attacking him. His figure rapidly approached Tianming. In the end, Lu Ming broke through the obstruction. He pointed out with a finger, and a chaotic finger of calamity shot towards Tianming. Tianming's eyes narrowed. A river of destiny formed under his feet, and he was in the middle of it. However, Lu Ming's current attack power was stronger than Yuan Xian's. The chaotic finger of calamity crushed over and caused the river of destiny to tremble. Everything is shrouded by the long river of fate. Lu Ming be defeated. Tianming roared and reached out with his hand. He grabbed a figure from the river of destiny. That figure was exactly the same as Lu Ming. However, it looked very illusory and struggled in Tianming's hand. It was as if Lu Ming's fate was really in Tianming's control. Tianming pointed out with a finger, and a ray of light pierced through the illusory figure's body. At the same time, a terrifying force appeared out of thin air and blasted towards Lu Ming. It wanted to pierce through Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming let out a loud roar. The power of the 4 laws vibrated continuously, blocking that surge of power. Bang, bang. The 4 types of law power constantly vibrated and collapsed bit by bit. That force was ancient and terrifying. It was unknown where it came from. Even the fusion of the 4 types of law power couldn't block it. Bang. In the end, Lu Ming frantically retreated. The 4 types of law power were penetrated. However, after the force penetrated the 4 types of law power, it was more or less neutralized. It only left a shallow mark on Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming wasn't injured. Lu Ming isn't going to be a match for him. However, this is enough to show how terrifying Lu Ming is. Yuan Xian was no match for that move and was seriously injured. However, Tianming's move is too terrifying. Seeing Lu Ming being repelled, everyone guessed that the final victor of this battle would be Tianming. Some of the forces that had a grudge against Lu Ming secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Lu Ming wasn't that heaven-defying. Fate can't be defied, Tianming said. He stood in the river of fate as if he was about to reach divinity transformation. He pointed out 2 fingers in a row and pierced through the illusory figure in his hand. At the same time, Lu Ming suffered a terrifying attack. The law power vibrated. Lu Ming's figure frantically retreated. However, he was blocked in the end and wasn't injured. Bullshit. Lu Ming stepped forward and charged towards Tianming. Tianming continued to attack with his finger. The force of his finger pierced through the phantom. Lu Ming encountered a terrifying attack. Several terrifying forces were attacking him. Boom. Lu Ming was blasted a few hundred meters away. His body trembled and he felt his blood boil. Lu Ming, I admit that you're a rare genius. However, you can't defy the heavens and defy fate. Tian Ming said coldly and arrogantly. You're so full of yourself. Is that all you've got? Lu Ming sneered. Tian Ming frowned. How can you defeat me with this little strength? You can't hurt me at all. Lu Ming said. Many people were shocked. Indeed, Tian Ming could only repel Lu Ming, but he couldn't seriously injure Lu Ming. Lu Ming could use his powerful defense to drag on and make this battle difficult to determine the winner. Tian Ming's face darkened. His body shone brightly as he continuously pointed his finger. However, he could only repel Lu Ming, but he couldn't injure Lu Ming. Is this your limit? Then today, let me break fate. Lu Ming roared. His body was like lightning as he rushed towards Tian Ming. Boom. In the process of rushing out, the aura on his body became stronger. The 4-colored Law River turned into 5-colored Law River. This time, the entire audience was ignited. Gosh, 5 colors, 5 types of laws. Lu Ming has mastered 5 types of laws. Am I seeing things? It's true. It's too terrifying. There's no limit. How is this possible? Everyone was shocked. Previously, Lu Ming had revealed 4 laws, which was already shocking enough. Everyone guessed that it was most likely Lu Ming's limit. Chapter 2133. Lu Ming displayed 5 types of laws. The integration of the 5 types of laws caused an uproar. Many people found it difficult to remain calm. Lu Ming simply had no limit. Now that he had 5 types, no one was sure if he would reveal 6 later. As for Lu Xiang and Ouyang Moli, they jumped in excitement. Swish! Lu Ming traversed the void and approached Tian Ming in an instant. Tian Ming's pupils constricted, and his expression was incomparably solemn. His body was almost fused with the river of destiny, becoming illusory. At the same time, he continuously pointed at the illusory figure. This time, he pointed at the illusory figure's forehead. The illusory figure's forehead was pierced. Lu Ming, who was charging over, encountered a terrifying attack. An incomparably sharp force attacked Lu Ming's forehead. However, now that Lu Ming had fused 5 types of laws, his combat strength had increased greatly. His laws trembled, blocking the force. Then, Lu Ming struck out with his palm, bombarding the attack. Boom! A shocking explosion erupted, and the void trembled. The force that attacked Lu Ming was extremely shocking, but it was still defeated by Lu Ming. Try my finger! Lu Ming rushed over and pointed with his finger at the same time. Energy surged between heaven and earth, converging into an incomparably huge primal chaos tribulation finger that crushed toward the river of destiny. This time, the river of destiny couldn't withstand the power of the primal chaos tribulation finger. The river rolled and shook, and the water surged, stirring up thousands of waves. Rumble! As the primal chaos tribulation finger pressed down, the river of destiny seemed to be about to collapse. At this moment, the scene was dead silent. Many people didn't even dare to breathe loudly because they knew that this was the critical moment. It was time to determine the victor. Who would win? River of Destiny slash. Tian Ming roared. He was absorbing the power of the River of Destiny, turning into a ray of light that slashed at the primal chaos tribulation finger. Boom! A shocking explosion sounded in the sky. The light that Tian Ming slashed out blocked the primal chaos tribulation finger, and the two dissipated. Again! Lu Ming pointed a few more times. Boundless energy gathered, and a total of 3 chaos tribulation fingers shot toward Tian Ming. Tian Ming could only do his best to resist. The situation had completely reversed from before. Earlier, Lu Ming had been at a disadvantage when Tian Ming used the River of Destiny, but now, Tian Ming was at a disadvantage again. The situation was rapidly changing. Boom, boom, boom. Another 3 rumbling sounds rang out. The 3 chaos fingers of calamity were blocked, but Tian Ming's figure retreated frantically. The river of fate trembled, and the radiance became somewhat dim. You broke through my defense. Tian Ming roared. Even now, you're still so confident. Let's shatter your confidence. Lu Ming stepped into the void and clenched his fist. A massive sword light condensed in the air. Sword of Death. This was a killer move that Lu Ming had created himself. It contained the 4 laws of death: devour, array Dao, and extreme energy. This was not a simple fusion of laws. Instead, it was a divine ability constructed from the various miraculous effects of the 4 laws. This kind of divine ability was many times stronger than a simple law fusion. Although Lu Ming could only use the 4 laws, he couldn't block it. This divine ability had become one of Lu Ming's strongest killer moves. Lu Ming roared and slashed down with his sword. This sword cut through the void and slashed at Tian Ming. Tian Ming tried his best to resist, but it was useless. His river of fate trembled violently before it was cut in 2 by the sword of death and exploded. Tian Ming retreated frantically, spitting out large mouthfuls of blood that dyed his snow-white robe red. Tian Ming was injured. With his river of fate broken, he was severely injured. Lu Ming did not stop there. He used the Chaos Calamity finger and continuously pointed. A few huge fingers shot toward Tian Ming. Tian Ming wasn't blasted out of the battle stage, but he didn't admit defeat either. The battle wasn't over yet. Tian Ming was unwilling to give up and tried his best to resist. However, he was severely injured and his battle strength was weakened. Moreover, his river of fate had been cut. He couldn't resist Lu Ming at all. After a few moves, he was sent flying 100 miles. He spat out large mouthfuls of blood and his face was pale. He had been sent flying out of the battle stage. "You've lost." Lu Ming stood in the middle of the battle stage and said indifferently, "Defeated." Tian Ming had lost. The crowd was silent at first, but when they came to their senses, there was an uproar. Lu Ming is really heaven-defying. He defeated Tian Ming as a quasi-emperor. The legend of the law of fate has been broken. Fate can be broken. Man can conquer the heavens. The crowd was in an uproar. No one had expected that Tian Ming would be defeated by Lu Ming. Lu Ming had defeated Tian Ming and stood at the peak. At first, no one thought highly of Lu Ming. When they found out that Lu Ming hadn't broken through to the martial emperor realm, they even mocked him. At that time, no one thought that Lu Ming would be able to enter the top 10. Even more so, no one thought that Lu Ming would take first place in the end. Master is invincible. I know that my master is invincible. Xiang Xiang jumped up in excitement and didn't forget to look at the few elders nearby. Those elders were also in a daze. When they saw Xiang Xiang's gaze, they couldn't help but blush. Young master is really amazing. Qiu Yu's face was full of smiles. Huang Ling, Long Qin, Luo Tianyi, Ouyang Wushuang, and the others also had smiles on their faces. Death Blade looked at Lu Ming in silence. As for Heng Xinghe, his face was extremely dark. There was even a hint of fear. Lu Ming's battle strength had exceeded his expectations. If Lu Ming attacked with his full strength, he could kill him in a single blow. Brother Wu Xiang, Brother Kong, Brother Heng, Brother He, I heard that Lu Ming came from Yuan Mountain. Who would have thought that Yuan Mountain would have such a genius? Congratulations. Some great emperors congratulated Uncle Kong, Great Emperor Wu Xiang, Great Emperor Heng and He clan. Haha. Both Uncle Kong and Emperor Wu Xiang laughed heartily. Emperor He and Emperor Heng harumphed coldly. Their faces were extremely dark. They couldn't wait to slap Lu Ming to death. How could they be happy when others congratulated them? How could this be? The ones with the worst expressions were the Hung clan, He clan, Ancient Moon Sacred Land, Golden Crow clan, Wan clan, and other forces. Their faces were pale. Lu Ming's talent was too terrifying. If Lu Ming was allowed to grow, they would all be destroyed in the future. Thinking of this, their hearts were filled with fear. Damn it! Yuan Xian roared. He couldn't accept that Lu Ming had taken first place. Tian Ming couldn't accept it either. His eyes flashed, but they eventually fell silent. Alright, the Battle of 10 Earths ends here. It's all over. The white-haired elder walked out and smiled. Now, I announce the top 10 in the Battle of 10 Earths. First place, Lu Ming. Second place, Tian Ming. Third place, Yuan Xian. Chapter 2134. There was a deafening cheer at the scene. Without a doubt, Lu Ming was the center of attention. The Battle of the 10 Earths had gathered all the geniuses of the entire primordial realm. Moreover, this generation was known as the Golden Age. Geniuses came out in large numbers and experts gathered. Many of the sons of heaven were reduced to foils and attracted the attention of the world. And Lu Ming stepped over all the geniuses and fought at the peak. He used his strength to prove to everyone that he was the strongest. He's already so terrifying before becoming an emperor. His future is limitless. With such heaven-defying talent, if he continues to grow, he'll probably become a top expert in the world. Most people were discussing Lu Ming. However, Yuan Xan and Tian Ming were ignored. The Son of Destiny and the Son of Chaos were originally dazzling and eye-catching, but at this moment, all of their glory was snatched away by one person. Big Brother Lu Ming, you're really too powerful. Bubbles hung on Lu Ming's body, unwilling to let go. Master is so powerful. Xiang Xiang and Ouyang Moli also came over and looked at Lu Ming with admiration. In their eyes, Lu Ming was invincible. Lu Ming, congratulations. Huang Ling, Long Chen, and the others also walked over and congratulated Lu Ming. To be honest, Lu Ming being able to defeat Tian Ming was also beyond their expectations. Everyone, this is not over yet. Now, it's time to give you your rewards. At this moment, the white-haired old man's voice sounded again, and the scene suddenly fell silent. Yes, there were rewards for passing the selection previously. They could enter that corner of the world and obtain great opportunities. How could there be no rewards now? At least, the rewards for the top 10 were definitely amazing. Especially the first place. Many people revealed envious expressions and looked at the white-haired old man, guessing what the rewards were. But there was no doubt that the rewards would be better than the previous selection. The reward this time is a little special, so you'll have to wait for a while. You'll know when the time comes. After the white-haired elder finished speaking, he went to an ancient altar at the peak of Heaven's Mandate Mountain. He waved his hands, and rays of light entered the altar. The altar emitted a resplendent light, and a ray of light pierced through the void and into the depths of the heavens before disappearing. Everyone was curious, but they didn't ask and waited patiently. This wait lasted for 2 days. On this day, a muffled rumble suddenly came from the depths of the sky. Then, a resplendent golden light covered half the sky. "Look, there's a door!" someone exclaimed. In the depths of the sky, where the light was the brightest, a door suddenly appeared. This wasn't a gate of light, but rather something that seemed to be made of bronze. Roar! The door was open, and roaring sounds could be heard from behind it, shaking heaven and earth. Dragon roar! Many people could tell that it was the roar of a true dragon. Then, everyone saw the sound of footsteps coming from the door, and the dragon's roar was getting louder and louder. Then, the crowd saw 9 true dragons rushing out from the gate. The 9 true dragons were side by side, pulling a huge chariot that appeared in the depths of the sky. On the chariot stood a number of figures. Most of them were young people who looked to be in their 20s. There were both men and women, and all of them had extraordinary temperaments. There was only one middle-aged man on the chariot. He was wearing iron armor, and his body was emitting a terrifying aura. That was the aura of a great emperor. At the highest point of the chariot sat a figure, but this figure was shrouded in divine light, and his appearance couldn't be seen clearly. Many people were shocked. Who was this person? He appeared from the depths of the sky, and he was being pulled by 9 true dragons. There were also true dragons on Yuan Mountain, and at this moment, many of them had ugly expressions. Using 9 true dragons to pull a chariot was a humiliation to the true dragon race. However, the aura emitted by the middle-aged man was too shocking. It was filled with killing intent and endless murderous intent. It was as if they were in an endless hell. Even many great emperors had solemn expressions. The true dragon stepped into the air and arrived above Tianming Mountain, floating there. The white-haired old man and some other great emperors stepped forward and cupped their fists. "Greetings, Heavenly Realm emissaries." What? Heavenly Realm emissaries? Everyone was shocked. They finally understood that these people were actually from the heavenly realm. The heavenly realm might not be unfamiliar to some great emperors because great emperors should have channels to enter the heavenly realm. But for those below the great emperor level, the heavenly realm was a legend. Many powerful forces knew that the heavenly realm was at war, but they had never been to the heavenly realm. It was even more so for the younger generation. Now, they finally saw the people from the heavenly realm. Many people's eyes lit up as they sized up the people from the heavenly realm. It's them. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. On the heavenly realm's chariot, he saw two young men that he had seen before. Previously, when he entered the primordial realm, he had seen two young men in the corner of the world that he had left behind. One had purple hair and an extraordinary temperament, unfathomable. The other was dressed in a black robe and controlled the law of reincarnation. He was a son of reincarnation and had fought with Lu Ming before. These two are indeed from the heavenly realm. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. At this moment he thought of many things. It seemed that the primordial realm's prodigies were not the only ones who had entered that corner of the world. Perhaps the heavenly realm's prodigies had also entered. Could it be that the so-called opportunity is related to the heavenly realm? The heavenly realm has been around for countless years. It's much older than the primordial realm. Legend has it that there are endless opportunities. Some people discussed softly. Although many people knew that the nine heavens domain in the heavenly realm had been mostly occupied by the foreign tribes, there was still the strongest and largest heavenly domain in the heavenly realm, the Tai Ching heavenly domain, which was still under control. Legend had it that the Tai Ching heavenly domain's area was not smaller than the Yuan. It also contained all kinds of opportunities from the heavenly realm over countless years. Many people's eyes burned with passion. Who are the top 10 prodigies of the primordial realm? Step forward and take a look. The middle-aged man in iron armor stepped forward, his voice spreading throughout the area. Many people retreated, while Lu Ming and the other top 10 prodigies stepped forward and appeared in the middle of the Destiny Mountain. The middle-aged man's gaze swept across the 10 prodigies like lightning. A layer of goosebumps appeared on Lu Ming's body. It was as if the armored man's gaze could see through them. After the armored man swept his gaze around, he nodded and said with satisfaction, "Not bad." It said that the primordial realm is also full of prodigies. You didn't let me down. This time, many of you can enter the heavenly realm and obtain great opportunities. As the armored man spoke, many people's eyes lit up. It was indeed so. The reward this time was related to the heavenly realm. General, I heard that the primordial realm has also reached its golden age. Many prodigies have gathered. Now that the top 10 strongest prodigies have been determined, I'm itching to spar with the prodigies of the primordial realm. Chapter 2135. Many people's eyes flickered. The prodigies of the heaven realm were going to challenge the prodigies of the Yuan realm. However, it was normal. They were all young and full of vigor and confidence. When they saw a strong opponent, it was inevitable that they would want to learn from each other. The eyes of the Yuan realm prodigies also lit up. They also wanted to know how strong the prodigies of the heaven realm were. All right, then let's learn from each other. The armored burly man nodded. They had brought the prodigies of the heaven realm over with such a plan. Thank you, General. The burly young man cupped his fists and stepped forward. His gaze swept over Lu Ming and the others. He had short hair, each strand like a needle. His gaze was sharp like a lion's. I cultivate the Archean martial arts of the Archean system. Among you, there should be someone who cultivates the Archean system. The short-haired young man spoke. His gaze swept over the 10 people with a faint arrogance. Bam, bam, bam. Bauda, Sieku, and the ancient devil stepped forward at the same time. A powerful aura erupted from their bodies. I'll take you on. Bauda spoke. His body was like an iron tower, filled with infinite power. He's mine. Sieku also spoke. There was a trace of coldness in his eyes. He was a purple gold dragon, a royal of the true dragon clan. However, the other party used 9 dragons to pull the carriage, which made him extremely unhappy. The short-haired young man glanced at the 3 of them. A faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. That trace of contempt was not concealed at all. An Archean physique cultivator, an Archean demon cultivator, and an Archean demon cultivator. Very well, the three of you, come at me together. The short-haired young man said indifferently. His contempt was even stronger. What? Many people's faces changed. This short-haired young man was too arrogant. He actually asked Bauda and the others to come at him together. After all, Bauda had obtained 4th place. His combat strength was extremely powerful. With Xieku and the Ancient Devil, they could even fight Yuan Exin. This short-haired young man had such strong combat strength? Arrogant, I'll take you on. Xieku was already angry. Now that he was being looked down upon by the other party, how could he bear it? He roared and transformed into his original form. He charged at the short-haired young man. His 5 dragon claws continuously stepped out, wanting to tear the short-haired young man apart. Boom! The short-haired young man struck out with his palm. His palm directly pierced through the void and collided with Xieku's dragon claw. Chil roared, his entire dragon body trembling violently as he retreated. That is, everyone saw that Chil's dragon claw had cracked open. It was covered with cracks and blood was flowing out. With just one move, he had injured Xieku, which was shocking. Many people's gazes were solemn. This short-haired youth's combat strength was absolutely terrifying. Tianming and Yuan Exin both had serious looks on their faces. I said, the three of you should come at me together. Otherwise, you won't be able to withstand a single blow. The short-haired young man said with even more disdain. Then let's meet you. Bauda let out a furious roar. His muscular body swelled as he threw out a punch. Similarly, he punched through the void. At the same time, the Ancient Devil also made his move. A demonic light slashed toward his opponent. Chelk roared. Blood energy filled the air, and the wound on his dragon claw quickly healed. His body emitted a purple-gold light as he charged towards the short-haired youth. 3 geniuses from the archaic system attacked at the same time, shocking the heavens and earth. Haha, that's more like it. The short-haired youth laughed. One of his palms changed, as if it had turned into jade. It was so transparent that even the blood vessels in his flesh could be seen. Boom, boom, boom. The short-haired youth attacked, throwing out 3 consecutive palms. The Ancient Devil collided with a palm print. His body shook violently as he was sent flying a few thousand meters away. He coughed out large mouthfuls of blood and his aura was weak. He had been severely injured. Next, it was Chil and Bauda. Both of them retreated frantically. Is that all you've got? Not enough? Come again. The short-haired youth charged towards Bauda and Chil. His palms struck out continuously. Bauda and Chil tried their best to resist, but they were no match for him. The short-haired youth's palms seemed to have the power to split open the heavens. After more than 10 moves, Bauda and Chil coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. Their arms were shattered, and they were severely injured. They were unable to continue fighting. Everyone was shocked. This short-haired youth was too terrifying. There were no law fluctuations on his body. It was obvious that he also cultivated the archaic system. However, his strength was astonishing. He easily defeated Bauda Chil and the Ancient Devil. He should be one of the top sky prides in the heavenly realm. Someone guessed. You guys are too weak. The short-haired youth glanced at Bauda and the other 2 and stepped back. Bauda Chil and the Ancient Devil's faces were ugly. However, the other party was indeed powerful. This made them feel helpless and they had suffered a great blow. I'll spar with the sky prides of the primordial realm. After the short-haired youth returned, another youth walked out from the heavenly realm. This person was wearing a gray robe. His eyes were as bright as the stars. He looked at the crowd and said, I cultivate the law system. Who wants to spar with me? I'll spar with you. Yun Haoge was the first to speak. He stepped forward. The void around his body undulated like waves. His 2-star Void Emperor cultivation was undoubtedly revealed. The space-time child 2-star Void Emperor? How about this? I'll suppress my cultivation to 2-star Void Emperor. The gray robe youth said. Then, a powerful aura emanated from his body. He was a 2-star Void Emperor. Everyone was shocked. The gray-robed youth's words were very obvious. His true cultivation had surpassed that of a 2-star Void Emperor. Now, he wanted to fight with Yunhauge at the same level. In that case, don't regret it, Yunhauge said. As soon as his voice fell, he made his move. He shuttled through the void and charged towards his opponent. His speed was astonishing. The gray-robed youth's face remained calm. At this moment, he waved his hand, and the law erupted. A large cauldron appeared in his hand. The primordial law. This person was a son of primordial chaos. At this moment, the large cauldron in his hand was formed by the primordial law. The primordial cauldron quickly expanded to the size of a mountain and suppressed Yunhauge. The power of the primordial cauldron was too shocking. It directly crushed the void and caused space-time to become chaotic. Boom! Wherever the primordial cauldron passed, the space constantly exploded. Yunhauge's expression changed drastically. At this moment, he felt a shocking force crushing towards him. He wanted to escape, but he could not. He could only face it head-on. He used all his strength and blasted out a blow, bombarding the primordial cauldron. However, the result was that his body was sent flying. He spat out large mouthfuls of blood, and his arm exploded. It was a tragic sight. Many people gasped in shock. One move, just one move, and Yunhauge was defeated. The other party did not use too high of a cultivation. Instead, he suppressed his cultivation to that of a 2-star Void Emperor and fought with Yunhauge at the same level. However, he defeated Yunhauge with one move. How was this possible? Many people found it hard to believe, but this was the truth. Too weak. Chapter 2136. The young man in a gray robe from the heaven boundary had challenged Yuan Exin. Yuan Exin squinted his eyes. He was not confident that he could win against the young man in a gray robe. However, since the other party had challenged him, he could not avoid the challenge. Yuan Exin stepped out and his aura exploded. 2 types of laws spread out. The young man in a gray robe was surprised and he said, "You have comprehended 2 types of laws and merged them together. Not bad. I wonder how strong you are now. I will show you." Chaotic divine body. Yuan Exin did not dare to be careless against the young man in a gray robe. He immediately used his strongest attack and used his chaotic divine body. Yuan Exin's body was covered in the color of primal chaos, as if it was made from primal chaos stones. His aura had reached its peak. Interesting. Come on, let me see your strength. Don't worry, I will still suppress my cultivation to that of a 2-star empty emperor. The young man in a gray robe revealed a faint smile and a tinge of interest. However, he did not panic at all. His attitude showed that he was looking down on Yuan Exin. Yuan Exin's eyes were filled with anger. He let out a roar and stepped into the air, charging towards the young man in a gray robe. Boom! Yuan Exin threw out a punch. His fist was like a chaotic stone and it flew towards the young man in a gray robe. The young man in a gray robe stretched out his hand and a primordial cauldron appeared in his palm. It grew rapidly and became the size of a mountain. The young man in a gray robe waved his hand and the primordial cauldron flew towards Yuan Exin to suppress him. Yuan Exin's punch landed on the primordial cauldron. The cauldron shook violently and sound waves swept out in all directions. Many top powers emitted light from their bodies and blocked the sound waves. Yuan Exin also suffered a terrifying impact. His body trembled and he was forced to retreat. He stepped on the air and exploded. Not bad. You can block one of my attacks. You have some strength. Let's see how many of my attacks you can block. The young man in a gray robe said. He seemed surprised. He then pressed his hand down and the primordial cauldron flew towards Yuan Exin again. Yuan Exin roared. Both of his fists continued to bombard. One punch after another, it was like a violent storm. However, what was unbelievable was that after every attack, Yuan Exin was forced to retreat. He was no match for the young man and he was suppressed. After more than 10 attacks, he had retreated a few hundred meters and blood flowed out of his mouth. Suppress. The gray-robed young man whispered. His eyes flashed with a sharp light, and he pressed down with his hand again. The cauldron trembled and grew even larger as it pressed down on Yuan Exin. Boom. This time, Yuan Xen was in an even more miserable state. His body directly fell down and heavily smashed into the battle stage at the top of Destiny Mountain, causing the battle stage to tremble violently. How could this be? In the primordial realm, many young geniuses roared in disbelief. Yuan Xen, the son of chaos, a peerless genius. This time, he was ranked third among all the geniuses in the primordial realm. Even such an expert had been defeated. Furthermore, he had been defeated so easily. Most importantly, the other party had already suppressed his cultivation to the level of a 2-star illusionary monarch, yet he was still able to suppress Yuan Xen with ease. What was going on? The son of chaos was supposed to be invincible among cultivators of the same level as him, so how could he have been suppressed so miserably? Second-level laws. The other party's laws have already reached the second level. The powerful true emperor said, "The second realm of laws?" Some people didn't understand. Immediately, a senior figure explained. When one cultivated to quasi-emperor, one's laws would be consummation, forming a river. However, this so-called consummation was only the consummation of a certain stage. To be precise, it was only the consummation of the first realm of laws. The cultivation of laws was divided into 3 realms. After breaking through to the martial emperor realm, some experts could break through their laws again and cultivate them to the second or even the third realm. Of course, the difficulty of that was extremely shocking. However, once a breakthrough was made, the power would also be shocking. Once a person broke through to the second realm, the power of their laws would increase exponentially. Even the path of the monarch would be able to contend with the strongest laws after reaching the second realm. The gray-robed young man's primordial laws had already reached the second realm. In a battle of the same level, he could easily defeat the son of chaos. However, according to the senior figures, only high-level illusionary monarchs could cultivate their laws to the second realm. Some people would never be able to break through in their lifetime. However, the other party had broken through to the second realm of the primordial laws at such a young age. It was shocking. The geniuses of the primordial realm are really flowers in a greenhouse. They can't even withstand a single blow. How boring! The gray-robed young man looked down at Yuan Xen and said indifferently, his voice full of disdain, "Damn it!" The geniuses of the primordial realm were all furious. It was really uncomfortable to be looked down upon like this. However, the other party's combat strength was too shocking. Even Tian Ming and Lu Ming would probably be defeated if they went up against him. Therefore, they could do nothing about being looked down upon by the other party and could only swallow their anger. After the gray-robed young man finished speaking, he seemed to have lost interest and returned to the war chariot. At that moment, a woman walked out. This woman was wearing a suit of iron armor. She was heroic and had a murderous aura. She glanced at Lu Ming and the others and said, "I heard that the child of destiny has been born in the primordial realm. I'm very curious about how wonderful the path of destiny is. Do you dare to fight with me?" Tian Ming's eyes flashed. The other party had directly challenged the child of destiny. He could only accept the challenge. Stepping out, his white robe fluttering, Tian Ming looked at the heroic woman and said, "I am the child of destiny. What's your cultivation level?" The heroic woman asked. 2-star illusionary monarch. Tian Ming said. 2-star illusionary monarch. Great, I'm also a 2-star illusionary monarch. The heroic woman said, and the aura of the laws emanated from her body. Path of the monarch laws. You have a monarch body? Tian Ming was stunned, and a trace of displeasure flashed in his eyes. The other party had a monarch body. She dared to challenge him with a monarch body. This was looking down on him. So what if I have a monarch body? Even a monarch body can defeat you. The heroic woman's aura became stronger. A long spear appeared in her hand. The long spear stirred up the wind and clouds as it pierced toward Tian Ming. As the long spear pierced out, the aura of the heroic woman's body skyrocketed. She was like an invincible war goddess. Great art of destiny. Tian Ming did not dare to underestimate his opponent. He displayed the great art of destiny and turned into a rainbow light, charging toward the heroic woman. Boom! The light of destiny collided with the opponent's long spear, and an astonishing fluctuation erupted. The heroic-looking woman was successfully blocked. Second-level laws. However, you're no match for me even though you're at the second level of the path of the monarch laws. Tianming shouted and launched a counterattack. He could see that the other party's laws had already reached the second level. However, he cultivated the path of destiny, while the other party only cultivated the path of the monarch laws. He was fearless and could crush the other party. Tianming's finger continued to point out, and rays of light of destiny bombarded the other party. If one doesn't work, then I'll use 2, 3. The heroic woman said coldly. Her aura became stronger as 3 types of laws erupted. Moreover, she had completely mastered them. 3 path of the monarch laws and 2 of them have already reached the second level. How is this possible at such a young age? A true emperor with snow-white hair roared in disbelief. Chapter 2137. The others were also shocked. This heroic woman looked so young, but she had already comprehended and fused 3 King Dao laws. Moreover, 2 of them had already reached the second level. This was simply shocking. The heroic woman's aura was like a rainbow. She wore iron armor and held a long spear in her hand. She was like a goddess of war. She stabbed out with her spear, causing the wind and clouds to change color. 3 types of laws exploded out at the same time, and a terrifying spear stabbed towards Tianming. Tianming's eyes narrowed. His body glowed, and the river of destiny appeared. He stood in the middle of the river of destiny and used it to resist. However, the huge spear seemed to be able to pierce through the sky. It directly pierced into the river of fate, causing the river of fate to tremble and create huge waves. The laws of destiny were extremely profound, powerful, and unparalleled. When he made a move, it was as if his words were the law. With a single word, he could determine the success or failure of others, determine their life or death, and determine their fate. However, that was only relative to those with weak cultivations. Once one's cultivation reached a certain level, one would be able to break through the laws of fate with one's strength. Previously, Lu Ming was like this. And now, the heroic woman was the same. The river of fate surged before finally exploding. Tianming's body trembled violently as he staggered backward, coughing up a mouthful of blood. Tianming had lost. The scene was silent. Everyone was dumbfounded and speechless. Was this the prodigy of the heaven realm? He was just a king body, yet he was able to defeat the child of destiny of the primordial realm. It was like a dream. So what if you're a son of heaven? So what if he was the child of destiny? Below the martial emperor realm, they might have an absolute advantage. However, after the martial emperor realm, anything is possible. In the future, I will also use the law of kings to derive the strongest law and trample all the Elysian children under my feet. The heroic-looking woman spoke. Her voice was filled with confidence. She had a king-type body. Under the martial emperor realm, it was impossible for her to fight against an Elysian child. However, after she had broken through to the martial emperor realm, she had broken through to the martial emperor realm and comprehended 3 king-type laws. 2 of them had even reached the second level. Many Elysian children of the same level were no match for her. The heroic woman's words shook the hearts of many people. It also made the eyes of many king bodies and even young people who cultivated ordinary laws light up. Indeed, so what if they fell behind now? They still had a chance. After breaking through to martial emperor, they might erupt with power and surpass the Elysian child. They would charge all the way to the peak. Some of the older generation figures shook their heads. It was easier said than done to achieve this. Even after breaking through to martial emperor, it was extremely difficult to comprehend the laws of kings. As for comprehending the strongest laws, the difficulty was even more astonishing. It was as difficult as ascending to the blue sky. For a woman with a heroic spirit to be able to reach this step, she was already a rare genius. However, they naturally wouldn't say anything to dampen the enthusiasm of those young people. The heroic woman didn't say anything and returned to the war chariot. Tianming's expression turned ugly. In the past, he had been invincible, sweeping through the world. Among the younger generation, There was no one who could match him. However, during this period of time, he had suffered consecutive defeats. First, he lost to Lu Ming. Lu Ming had yet to become a martial emperor. Now, he had lost to someone with a king physique, which dealt a great blow to his confidence. At the same time, the youths of the primordial realm also looked dejected. The geniuses of the celestial realm were too strong. No one in the primordial realm was a match for them, and they suffered consecutive crushing defeats. These geniuses from the heaven realm should be the strongest group of geniuses in the heaven realm. The resources in the heaven realm are better, so it's normal for them to have such cultivation. That's right, they must be the strongest group of people in the heaven realm. Some of the youths discussed. Although they were whispering, they were still heard by the people from the heaven realm. The gray-robed youth from before sneered and said, "Don't comfort yourselves. In the heaven realm, we are not the strongest group of people at all. At most, we can only be considered second tier. The strongest group of people are much stronger than me." What? These words stunned the geniuses of the primordial realm. Even many of the older generation were a little stunned. The youths of the heaven realm were not the strongest. In the heaven realm, there were people stronger than them. They could only be considered second tier. Many of the geniuses of the primordial realm had ugly expressions. Even Tianming, Yuan Exin, Baoda, and the others had ugly expressions and were somewhat discouraged. Is the gap between our primordial realm and the heaven realm that big? I heard that the heaven realm only has one celestial realm left. How can it still be so terrifying? If it was at its peak, how strong would it be? Many people discussed and became even more dejected. You don't have to be discouraged. At this moment, the armored burly man stepped out, and his voice spread throughout the entire place. Many people looked at him. Your talents are actually not bad. Many of your talents are not inferior to the top geniuses of the heaven realm at all. What you lack is resources and training. The heaven realm has existed for countless years. Although there is only one celestial realm left now, it is the largest celestial realm. The resources, treasures, and various cultivation holy lands that have been accumulated over countless years are incomparable to the primordial realm. That is why their cultivation is stronger than yours. Also, the heaven realm is now at war with the foreign tribes. Sometimes, they will also step onto the battlefield and fight to the death. Only by training through life and death can they become stronger. The armored burly man said. These words made the eyes of many geniuses of the primordial realm light up again, and they regained their confidence. Yes, it was not that their talents were bad. It was just that their resources were not as good as the geniuses of the heaven realm. How could the children of the heavens be bad? So, this time, I will bring a group of geniuses of the primordial realm to the heaven realm. The resources of the heaven realm will be completely open to you. The armored burly man said again. Many geniuses' eyes shone with ecstasy. The resources of the heaven realm and various cultivation holy lands were not something the primordial realm could compare to. They were tempted and wanted to go. They understood that this was the reward of this battle of 10 earths. It was indeed tempting. Obviously, the heaven realm wanted to cultivate geniuses so that this generation of geniuses could rise quickly. As long as you obtain the resources of the heaven realm, you may be able to compete with them in the future. The armored burly man pointed at the geniuses of the heaven realm and encouraged them. Senior, actually, the number one genius of our primordial realm has not made a move yet. If he does, he may not lose. A youth from the primordial realm spoke up. Previously, their primordial realm had been losing consecutively, and some of the youths were still uncomfortable. At this moment, someone could not help but speak up. The armored burly man and the geniuses of the heaven realm all looked surprised. At first, they all thought that Tianming was the number one genius of the primordial realm. They did not expect that the number one genius of the primordial realm was someone else. Who is the number one genius of the primordial realm? The armored burly man asked. Many people looked at Lu Ming. Lu Ming was speechless. Originally, he did not want to stand out because the cultivation of the geniuses of the heaven realm was too high. Even if he made a move, he might not be able to win. But now he was pushed forward. Chapter 2138. You, the armored burly man, glanced at Lu Ming and was shocked. With his cultivation, he could easily see through Lu Ming's cultivation. Lu Ming's cultivation was only at the quasi-emperor level, so he did not take it to heart. He never expected Lu Ming to be the #1 supreme talent in the Yuan realm. Could Lu Ming be stronger than the Destiny's Child? The heavenly talents of the Heaven realm also looked at Lu Ming in surprise. So it's you, General. I'll take him on. A voice rang out, and a black-robed youth stepped out of the war chariot and walked towards Lu Ming. This person was dressed in a black robe and had long hair like a waterfall. His face was cold and arrogant, and his eyes were sharp. He was the youth that Lu Ming had met in the other world. At that time, this person was with the purple-haired youth, and the two of them seemed to be fellow disciples. At that time, Lu Ming had fought with this person, but the other party seemed to have something to do and ignored Lu Ming. He had wanted to fight for a long time. Now that he heard that Lu Ming was the #1 supreme talent in the Yuan realm, he could not wait to attack. Let's fight. Let me see how strong you are. The black-robed youth stared at Lu Ming, and the arrogance in his eyes intensified. His aura shot up to the sky. He was a 2-star void emperor. Buzz. Buzz. Then, 6 pitch-black vortexes appeared behind him, spinning continuously. These were reincarnation vortexes that wanted to swallow people into the cycle of reincarnation. This person was a son of reincarnation. In fact, after becoming a martial emperor, there was almost no need to call one a son of heaven. This was because after becoming a martial emperor, there were people who could cultivate the strongest laws. Those who did so after becoming a martial emperor could not be called a son of heaven. However, it was difficult to distinguish who was born and who was born. Therefore, after becoming a martial emperor, people rarely used such a title. However, the black-robed youth's reincarnation law had an extremely oppressive aura. The 6 vortexes seemed to want to swallow the entire world. Remember, the person who defeated you is called Li Yu. After saying that, the black-robed youth pressed down with one hand, and the 6 vortexes pressed down on Lu Ming. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed slightly. Li Yu's battle prowess was definitely above Yuan Xian and even Tianming. His cultivation was at the pinnacle of the 2-star illusionary emperor realm. He was no weaker than Tianming and Yuan Xian. Moreover, his reincarnation law had already broken through to the 2nd level. Lu Ming did not hold back and directly exploded with his full strength. The 5 types of laws all burst out, and a 5-colored river of laws surrounded his body. Lu Ming soared into the sky and struck out with his palm. Rumble! The terrifying palm force slammed into the 6 reincarnation vortexes, causing them to tremble incessantly. Li Yu's body also trembled as he retreated continuously. 2 supreme laws? Impossible! How is this possible? A shocked voice came out of Li Yu's mouth. He widened his eyes and stared at Lu Ming in disbelief. He had actually sensed 2 supreme laws from Lu Ming. This was absolutely unbelievable. He was not the only one. The other geniuses of the Heaven realm also widened their eyes and stared at Lu Ming in a daze. They had the expression of a virgin who had not seen the world. Now it's your turn to be shocked. Some of the geniuses of the primordial realm were excited. When they saw that the geniuses of the Heaven domain were shocked, they were delighted. Boom! Even the armored burly man could not control himself. A terrifying aura erupted from his body, and his eyes widened. He was dumbfounded. At the same time, a terrifying and oppressive aura permeated between heaven and earth. This aura made people feel as if they were facing the might of the heavens and could not resist it. It was as if they were ants. The stronger one's cultivation, the deeper the feeling. Many of the great emperor's faces changed drastically, and they broke out in cold sweat. They looked at the figure sitting on the Heaven domain's war chariot. The heaven-like aura came from this figure. This figure had been shrouded in divine light, and his appearance could not be seen clearly. Before this, he had been very calm, and there was no abnormality. At this time, after seeing Lu Ming erupt with 2 supreme laws, this figure fluctuated and revealed a trace of aura. Sky Emperor. A martial monarch spoke with great difficulty. The hearts of the crowd shuddered. Sky Emperor. The figure sitting on the war chariot was actually the Sky Emperor. The Sky Emperor contained the might of the heavens. However, the aura was restrained as soon as it was released, and the terrifying pressure disappeared. You can comprehend 2 supreme laws and 3 supreme laws of the Path of Kings in the Boundary Emperor realm. Haha, I didn't expect the primordial realm to have such a person. Continue, let me experience it. Liu was not shocked but delighted. His fighting spirit was stronger. He laughed and rushed towards Lu Ming. Along the way, his aura became stronger, and another law also spread out. Liu had mastered 2 laws. One was the reincarnation law, and the other was the Path of Kings. However, the Path of Kings had not broken through to the 2nd realm, and was only at the 1st realm. However, it also increased Liu's combat strength by a level. 6 paths of reincarnation fist. Liu stretched out his arms and punched out. The fist carried the power of laws and crushed towards Lu Ming. Sword of Death. Lu Ming used one of his strongest killing moves, the Sword of Death. A huge battle sword condensed and was held in Lu Ming's hand. Previously, Lu Ming used this move to cut off Tianming's River of Destiny. Swoosh. The Sword of Death slashed out violently. Boom. An earth-shattering roar sounded. The Sword of Death collided with the other party's fist light, stirring up endless energy. The force was like a raging wave, wave after wave, sweeping in all directions. Boom. The 2 of them retreated 100 meters each. Liu was indeed stronger than Tianming. Previously, Lu Ming could cut off Tianming's River of Destiny with a sword, but now, he could not defeat Liu. Again. Liu roared and charged towards Lu Ming again. The 6 paths of reincarnation fist covered the sky and the earth as it charged towards Lu Ming. Come on. Lu Ming roared, his eyes revealing an excited fighting spirit. He was indeed excited. In the Yuan realm, among the younger generation, he was already invincible. Once the Sword of Death was used, even Tianming would be defeated. But now, Liu was able to fight with him. This would allow Lu Ming to continue perfecting the Sword of Death. Lu Ming was only at the initial stage of the Sword of Death. He could barely exert the mysteries of the 4 laws, but he was still far from mastering it. Only in a great battle could he continue to perfect it. Boom, boom. The 2 of them charged at each other, fighting and resisting each other. It was incomparably intense. I didn't expect there to be such a character in the Yuan realm. The young man from the heavenly realm had a rare solemn expression. Lu Ming is indeed powerful. He can fight against the geniuses of the heavenly realm. The geniuses of the Yuan realm smiled and finally felt a little better. Previously, the geniuses of the Yuan realm were completely suppressed by the geniuses of the heavenly realm. Although the heavenly realm had more resources, so their opponents were stronger, and they were not bad in terms of talent, they were still unhappy. Chapter 2139. The battle was very intense, and in the blink of an eye, over 100 moves had passed. Awesome, awesome! Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He realized that as the battle continued, the power of his Sword of Death became stronger and stronger, and he became more proficient in the use of the 4 laws. This kid is using Liu to cultivate his supernatural powers. What a terrifying talent! The armored burly man saw through Lu Ming's purpose and was secretly shocked. Damn it! Liu roared in his heart because he realized that the more they fought, the stronger Lu Ming became. In the beginning, they were evenly matched, but now he was faintly suppressing him. He was furious. He couldn't be defeated by a prodigy of the primordial realm. He roared and tried his best to fight Lu Ming. Let's cultivate the hammer of chaos. Lu Ming didn't care about what Liu thought. Now, he was completely immersed in cultivating his supernatural powers. Suddenly his attack changed. The Sword of Death disappeared, and Lu Ming used the Hammer of Chaos to fight fiercely with his opponent. A huge hammer was formed in Lu Ming's hand, and he smashed it at Liu. Every strike was extremely heavy and could blow up a mountain and penetrate the earth. The 2 fought again, and after hundreds of moves, Lu Ming's Hammer of Chaos became stronger and stronger. Boom, boom. Lu Ming sometimes used the Hammer of Chaos and the Sword of Death to hone his supernatural powers. Liu, on the other hand, was having a hard time. He was completely at a disadvantage. Lu Ming was getting stronger and stronger. He roared. He didn't want to be the first person to be defeated by a prodigy of the primordial realm. He wanted to turn defeat into victory, but everything was in vain. Bam! In the end, he was hit by Lu Ming's hammer of chaos, and even the 6 reincarnation vortexes exploded. His body retreated wildly, and blood spurted out. His face was pale and extremely ugly. He was defeated by someone from the primordial realm. Great! Many youths from the primordial realm cheered. The primordial realm finally won a battle, and their defeat wasn't that bad. Lu Xiang, Ouyang Moli, and the others even jumped up and cheered. Do you still want to fight? Lu Ming glared at Liu. Again! Liu roared, unwilling to admit defeat just like that. Junior brother, stop. At this moment, a voice resounded, and then a figure stepped out. It was the violet-haired young man. Liu seemed to be very obedient towards the purple-haired youth and stopped. Junior brother, you're no match for him. If you continue fighting, you'll definitely lose. There's no need for that. Let me do it. The purple-haired youth smiled. Senior brother, you want to make a move? Liu was stunned. I can suppress my cultivation and fight with him. The purple-haired young man said. There's no need for you to do anything. How about leaving this battle to me? Another voice sounded out. It was the gray-robed youth who had defeated Yuan Xian earlier. At this moment, he stepped forward. The purple-haired young man pondered for a moment and said, You can do it too. Lu Ming, right? Make your move. Let me see your strength. The gray-robed youth spoke as a primordial chaos cauldron formed in his hand. Boom. Lu Ming couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense with the other party and directly attacked. The incomparably huge primordial chaos hammer smashed towards the other party. Since the gray-robed youth dared to attack, he was definitely stronger than Liu. Lu Ming didn't hold back and went all out. The gray-robed youth waved his hand, and the primordial chaos cauldron spun and suppressed Lu Ming. 2 types of laws. The gray-robed youth also controlled 2 types of laws. One was the strongest law, and the other was the ruler law. However, like Liu, his ruler law had yet to reach the 2nd level. However, his mastery of the primordial chaos law was obviously deeper. Boom! The primordial chaos hammer and the primordial chaos cauldron collided. Lu Ming felt a terrifying force surge through the primordial chaos hammer. Lu Ming's body shook and he retreated a few steps. However, the primordial chaos cauldron was also sent flying and was caught by the gray-robed youth. He's stronger than Liu. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. The other party's mastery of the primordial chaos law was obviously deeper and stronger. However, Lu Ming wasn't afraid. He was only excited. Another person had come to hone his skills. Lu Ming stepped into the void and charged toward the gray-robed youth. Boom! Boom! After more than 10 moves, although Lu Ming was slightly at a disadvantage, he wasn't defeated. He became stronger as he fought and comprehended super skills in the battle. You want to use me as a whetstone? Impossible. I didn't say that I would suppress my cultivation to fight with you. The gray-robed youth said coldly. In the next moment, a shocking aura erupted from his body. It was much stronger than before. 3-star illusionary emperor. This was the gray-robed youth's true cultivation. He had already reached the peak of the 3-star illusionary emperor realm. He was just 1 step away from becoming a 4-star illusionary emperor. The gray-robed youth's cultivation erupted, and his battle strength soared. Lose for me. The gray-robed youth waved his hand, and the primordial chaos cauldron smashed toward Lu Ming again. Its power was much stronger than before. The primordial chaos cauldron suppressed the void and was as big as a mountain. Lu Ming retreated rapidly, but the primordial chaos cauldron chased after him at an astonishing speed. Boom! Lu Ming attacked with the primordial chaos hammer. The sky shook violently, and Lu Ming's body shook violently as he was sent flying a few thousand meters away. His arm shook slightly, and the web between his thumb and forefinger was torn, with blood seeping out. The difference between each rank in the martial emperor realm was huge. A 3-star illusionary emperor was much stronger than a 2-star illusionary emperor. If it was an ordinary 3-star illusionary emperor, Lu Ming could kill him instantly. However, the gray-robed youth was a genius among geniuses. He could kill opponents of a higher rank than him, and Lu Ming was no match for him. Buzz. The primordial chaos cauldron shook again and pressed down on Lu Ming. Lu Ming was sent flying again. His blood boiled, and blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. I can only use the third bloodline. Lu Ming squinted his eyes. With a thought, the energy of the third bloodline continuously flowed into Lu Ming's body, causing Lu Ming's body to be covered in a layer of blood-red light. Lu Ming's aura skyrocketed, and his killing intent was endless. Lu Ming held the primordial chaos hammer and sent the primordial chaos cauldron flying. Hiss hiss hiss, gasps could be heard at the scene. Countless people looked at Lu Ming with their mouths agape. Lu Ming still had energy left. He had not used his full strength before. How was this possible? They were shocked. How could this be? Tian Ming, Yuan Xen, and the others were also shocked. Lu Ming had defeated them without using his full strength, which was a huge blow to them. It's this kind of secret technique. Xing Xing's face was extremely ugly. Back in the Lotus world, Lu Ming had used this kind of secret technique to defeat him. Some experts from the Heng family, He family, and other forces were even more shocked. Lu Ming was too terrifying. Some of the Heaven Boundaries geniuses also had grave expressions. Kill! The gray-robed youth stepped on the primordial chaos cauldron and charged toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming met the gray-robed youth head-on. After borrowing the power of the third bloodline, Lu Ming's battle strength increased greatly. He continued to exchange blows with the gray-robed youth and even gained the upper hand. All right, let's stop here. Chapter 2140. A voice sounded. The voice was clear, but it contained supreme majesty. Hearing this voice, the gray-robed youth's expression changed, and he quickly retreated. Lu Ming also stopped and did not continue to attack. He withdrew the power of the third bloodline, and the bloody light on Lu Ming's body disappeared. Everyone's eyes were on the figure sitting on the chariot, shrouded in divine light. He was the one who spoke just now. At this moment, the figure stood up and stepped out of the chariot. The divine light on his body was also withdrawn, revealing his true appearance. It was a middle-aged man who looked to be in his 40s. He wore a long robe and looked rather elegant. However, the great emperors of the Yuan realm hurriedly bowed and said, "Greetings, Lord Celestial Emperor." It was indeed the Celestial Emperor. Everyone was shocked, and then they followed suit and bowed, their voices resounding through the sky. The elegant middle-aged man nodded, and his gaze swept across Lu Ming, then swept across Tian Ming, Yuan Xen, and the others. He said, "The Yuan realm has also reached its golden age, and geniuses have gathered. Very good. Many of you are very talented. If you enter the celestial realm and receive the cultivation of the celestial realm, you will definitely rise quickly. I have decided that this time, the top 320 in the Yuan realm can follow me to the celestial realm to cultivate. Those cultivation holy lands will open their doors for you. At the same time, there will also be celestial emperors to guide you." The elegant middle-aged man said, "What? The top 320 can all go, and the celestial emperor will personally guide us." Many people's eyes were burning with passion, especially those geniuses in the top 320. They were all ecstatic and excited. This meant that the 320 people who passed the selection could all go. Many who did not reach the top 320 had ugly expressions and sighed helplessly. The resources of the celestial realm were much better than the Yuan realm, and there was also the guidance of the celestial emperor. This was too tempting. Of course, when you enter the celestial realm, you will also be allowed to enter the battlefield at an appropriate time. There will also be some dangers in fighting with the foreign tribes. If you are not willing to go, I will not force you. Those who are not willing to go, say it now." The elegant middle-aged man said. No one stepped forward. Who would want to miss such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity? Moreover, if they wanted to rise, they had to rise through fighting. None of these geniuses were afraid of fighting. Without tempering themselves, how could they set foot on the peak? Not a single person wanted to back out. Very good. The middle-aged man nodded and looked at Lu Ming with surprise in his eyes. After a while, he said, "Everyone in the top 320 can go, but you can't."
What?
These words caused everyone to be stunned. The Celestial the Arch said that Lu Ming could not go? What was going on? Lu Ming's strength was obvious to all. His battle prowess was unparalleled. Although he had yet to become a martial emperor, he had already grasped 5 types of laws. 2 of them were the strongest laws, and 3 were the Qingdao laws. His battle prowess was terrifying. It could be said that no one had seen such a person since ancient times. But now, the Celestial Emperor actually said that Lu Ming could not go? Could it be that there were other arrangements? Many people's imaginations ran wild. Even Lu Ming himself was stunned. "Your Majesty, why can't I go?" Lu Ming was a little unwilling. If he could go to the cultivation holy lands of the Heaven Realm to cultivate, and even receive the guidance of the Heavenly Emperor, his cultivation would definitely advance by leaps and bounds. In today's great world, the foreign races were invading. He did not know when a great war would break out. He had to improve his strength as soon as possible. Your physique, below the martial emperor realm, can be said to be a peerless divine body, unparalleled. The Celestial Emperor looked at Lu Ming and said slowly. Many people were shocked. Even the Celestial Emperor described Lu Ming as a peerless divine body. Wait. Someone noticed that the Celestial Emperor said below the martial emperor realm. Sure enough, the Celestial Emperor continued, but at the same time, your physique is also a peerless trash. What? Countless people were shocked. Previously, the Celestial Emperor said that Lu Ming's physique was a peerless divine body. Why did he say that Lu Ming was a peerless trash now? Everyone was puzzled and did not understand what was going on. Sigh. The Celestial Emperor sighed as if it was a pity and said, "Since ancient times, those who cultivate the law system know that below the martial emperor realm, one can at most comprehend 1 type of law. It is impossible to control 2 types of laws." Many people's hearts skipped a beat. Didn't Lu Ming control many types of laws? They knew that the Celestial Emperor was most likely going to reveal a big secret. The Celestial Emperor continued, "However, the Heaven Realm has been passed down for countless years. At the end of the primordial age, the law system rose to prominence. Until now, countless years have passed. In such a long time, who knows how many geniuses have appeared? Many geniuses have amazing talent. A long time ago, there were also people who broke the rules. Below the martial emperor realm, there were people who controlled many types of laws. There were even people who controlled more laws than you, but no one could control 2 types of supreme laws at the same time. Those people below the martial emperor realm were amazing. Their combat strength was unparalleled. Not to mention those of the same level, it would be easy for them to kill an empty emperor. However, these people could never break through to the martial emperor realm. The Celestial Emperor explained in detail. Everyone was shocked and their hearts were in turmoil. They could not calm down. It turned out that in the ancient times of the Heaven Realm, there were already such heaven-defying people who controlled many types of laws and had unparalleled combat strength. However, the most shocking thing was that these people could not break through to the martial emperor realm. Lu Ming was also shocked. He was dumbfounded. He could not break through to the martial emperor realm? Impossible. Lu Ming's eyes turned red. He could not accept it. At the same time, he recalled that in that world, he had tried to break through to the martial emperor realm but failed. He had almost torn his saint heart and body apart. As everyone knows, to break through to the martial emperor realm, one must transform the laws in the saint heart into the heart of the world. Then, with the heart of the world, the saint heart can evolve into a small world. However, controlling many types of laws is difficult to balance. It can be said that there is no balance at all and it is impossible to evolve the heart of the world. Once you force a breakthrough, the terrifying power of the laws will tear your saint heart and body apart. In history, geniuses like you have taken 2 paths. One is to force a breakthrough and then be torn to death by the power of the laws. The other is to be trapped in the quasi-emperor realm for the rest of your life until your life is exhausted and you die of depression. Rumble. The Celestial Emperor's words were like thunder, exploding in Lu Ming's mind. This was because what the celestial emperor said was too similar to what he had faced. Impossible. Lu Ming was dumbfounded. His eyes were bloodshot. He could not accept this fact. If he could not break through to the martial emperor realm, then what was the point of cultivating? Impossible. My master will definitely break through to the martial emperor realm. My master is unparalleled. Xiang Xiang shouted. Her face was pale and she could not accept it. No! Ouyang Moli, Qiu Qiu Moon, Huang Ling, Long Chen, and the others shook their heads. They could not believe it. The scene was in an uproar. Chapter 2141. Lu Ming had defied the heavens and emerged as the champion of the Battle of 10 Earths. He stood at the peak of all the geniuses. Without a doubt, Lu Ming was the most dazzling in this Battle of 10 Earths. No one could compare to him. He had defeated Yuan Xian, Tian Ming, and even the geniuses of the heaven domain. This was destined to be recorded in the annals of history. Previously, everyone thought that Lu Ming had a boundless future and that his future achievements were unimaginable. They thought that he would become a peak expert. Some powerful forces even planned to befriend Lu Ming and build a good relationship with Lu Ming. But now, the Heavenly Emperor said that Lu Ming could not break through to the Martial Emperor realm and would be trapped in the Quasi-Emperor realm for the rest of his life. No one doubted the Heavenly Emperor's words. It could be said that Lu Ming's fate was sealed. What a pity! A rare genius. What a pity! Some people from the major forces sighed. They had planned to befriend Lu Ming and build a good relationship with Lu Ming. But now they gave up on that idea. If he could not break through to the Martial Emperor realm, no matter how strong he was, he would not be taken seriously by these major forces. Below the Martial Emperor realm, no matter how strong he was, how strong could he be? Any true emperor would be able to crush him. Ah, the heavens have eyes, the heavens have eyes. The Hung Clan, He Clan, Daluo Heaven Sect, Ancient Moon Sacred Grounds Golden Crow Clan, One Clan, Sky Wolf Pagoda, and other forces laughed crazily in their hearts. They were too excited. It was simply a blessing from the heavens. Previously, the abilities that Lu Ming displayed made them tremble with fear. They were scared to death. They were afraid that Lu Ming would rise and find them to settle the score. But now, Lu Ming could not break through to the Martial Emperor realm and would be trapped in the Quasi-Emperor realm for the rest of his life. To them, he was no threat at all. No matter how strong a Quasi-Emperor was, what could he do? Peerless, useless body. The great emperor of the He clan sneered. He had been beaten up by Lu Ming's heavenly emperor body and had always held a grudge. For those who had a grudge against Lu Ming, there was no better news than this. On the other hand, those who were close to Lu Ming found it hard to remain calm. One by one they sighed. The heavens are unfair. An elder from Phoenix Palace sighed. Such an outstanding talent was unprecedented in the primordial realm's history. Yet it was difficult for him to break through to Martial Emperor. This was truly a pity. Emperor Wu Xiang and Uncle Kong couldn't believe their eyes. Your Majesty, has no one in history ever broken the shackles and stepped into the Martial Emperor realm? Uncle Kong asked. No, never. Those who wanted to break through all died. As for the others, they were stuck at Quasi-Emperor for the rest of their lives. The Celestial the Arch shook his head. He felt that it was a pity. Uncle Kong's body trembled, as if he had aged many years in an instant. Ah, good. He's just a piece of trash. Finally, I don't have to worry about him anymore. He's just a piece of trash. To think that I even treated him as a peerless genius. Many people from the Heng family, He family, Golden Crow clan, and other forces laughed loudly, their faces full of smiles. Of course, they didn't dare to say it out loud. They only thought it in their hearts. Trash, he's only strong now. It won't be long before I surpass him in all aspects. The son of primal chaos, Yuan Xian, laughed coldly. At this moment he was filled with confidence. Lu Ming couldn't break through to Martial Emperor, so he was no longer qualified to be his opponent. I still wanted to defeat you with my own hands in the future. I actually lost to a piece of trash. Tian Ming laughed coldly in his heart and shook his head slightly. What a pity. He was originally a very good opponent. The purple-haired youth among the celestial realm's geniuses sighed. No, my master will definitely break through. I don't believe that Lu Ming can break the shackles. Xiang and the others still found it hard to believe. No, I will definitely break through. I will definitely step into Martial Emperor. Even the heavens won't be able to stop me. Lu Ming's eyes were bloodshot as he clenched his fists tightly. His voice was filled with determination. What a joke. The Celestial Emperor already said it, but he still doesn't believe it. Wishful thinking. A middle-aged man from the Wan family couldn't help but mock. Immediately, he attracted angry gazes and immediately shut up. You want to break through by force? The Celestial Emperor looked at Lu Ming. Yes, I believe in myself. I will definitely break the shackles. The path is created by people. Even if the ancients didn't do it, it doesn't mean that I can't. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with determination. Since ancient times, no one had mastered two supreme laws at the same time. Didn't he achieve it? Breaking through to Martial Emperor by force will risk death. Are you prepared? The Celestial Emperor asked. A trace of admiration flashed in his eyes. He also sighed in his heart. Lu Ming's talent, Lu Ming's willpower, and Lu Ming's firm martial heart were all admirable. If Lu Ming didn't have a crippled body, his future would be unimaginable. It was not impossible for him to break through to Martial Emperor. I will definitely succeed. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with determination. Well, in that case, I will give you 10 days to prepare. After 10 days, I will lend you a hand and help you break through to Martial Emperor. The Celestial Emperor's voice spread in all directions. What? The Celestial Emperor was going to personally help Lu Ming break through to Martial Emperor. This was definitely a great opportunity. Damn it. The Hung Clan, He Clan, Ancient Moon Holy Ground, Golden Crow Clan, Wan Clan, and other forces were shocked. They were extremely unwilling and envious. The Celestial Emperor was going to help. Originally, they were overjoyed when they heard that Lu Ming could not break through to Martial Emperor. Now, they were afraid that Lu Ming would succeed with the help of the Celestial Emperor. They were all secretly praying that Lu Ming would not succeed. As for Lu Xiang and the others, they were overjoyed. Thank you for your help, Celestial Emperor. Lu Ming solemnly bowed to the Celestial Emperor to express his gratitude. He was sincere. He really didn't expect the Celestial Emperor to help. Thank you for your help, Celestial Emperor. Uncle Kong and Emperor Wu Xiang also bowed respectfully. Thank you for your help, Celestial Emperor. Then Lu Xiang, Ouyang Moli, Autumn Moon, Huang Ling, and the others all bowed. Thank you for your help, Celestial Emperor. Then, many people in Yuan Mountain also bowed to express their gratitude to the Celestial Emperor. For example, the ancient sacred tribe's divine emperor and some other forces. All of them knew that when the alien tribes wreaked havoc on Yuan Mountain, it was Lu Ming who risked his life and the few great emperors to seal the void passageway used by the alien tribes. They were grateful to Lu Ming. Thank you for your help, Celestial Emperor. In the end, the ancient great emperor of the land of infinite demons, and even some experts of the divine fate land and other regions expressed their gratitude to the Celestial Emperor. Most of them were not so narrow-minded and had no enmity with Lu Ming. Lu Ming's talent was too high. It would be a pity if he fell silent. They all cherish talents, so they expressed their gratitude to the Celestial Emperor. You're welcome. I also cherish talents. I won't look on helplessly as an unparalleled genius slumbers. During these 10 days, I'll set up the array at this moment to help Lu Ming break through. However, Chapter 2142. The Sky Emperor spoke very bluntly and directly. The foreign tribes were invading and the heavenly realm was at war. Nurturing peerless geniuses and allowing them to grow up would mean a lot to the heavenly realm and the primordial realm. Therefore, every single resource was precious and had to be used where it was needed most. If Lu Ming could not break through to the Martial Emperor realm, then Lu Ming would lose his value. No matter how strong a boundary emperor was, he would be useless in the war against the foreign tribes. The heavenly realm's experts would not waste resources on a piece of trash. Therefore, if Lu Ming could not become an emperor, he could only stay in the primordial realm and could not go to the heavenly realm. I understand. Lu Ming nodded. Good, get ready. Adjust your condition to the peak. The Heavenly Emperor said. Lu Ming nodded and went to the side. He sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes to rest. He needed to adjust his condition, his essence, energy, and spirit to their peak. The Heavenly Emperor began to carve a formation on the top of Heaven's Will Mountain. The top of Heaven's Will Mountain shone with dazzling rays of light. Everyone was waiting here. In fact, the number of people had even increased. Lu Ming could be said to be a peerless genius in the history of Yunlu. Everyone wanted to see if Lu Ming could become an emperor. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, Lu Ming opened his eyes and took a step forward, stepping onto the top of Heaven's Will Mountain. Lu Ming, let's begin. The Heavenly Emperor said. During this period, everyone knew that the Heavenly Emperor was called Kong Yin and was known as Heavenly Emperor Kong Yin. Lu Ming nodded and sat cross-legged on top of Heaven's Will Mountain. You must succeed. Xiang Xiang, Ouyang Moli and the others were very nervous and clenched their fists. The Hung Clan, He Clan, Golden Crow Clan, Wan Clan, Sky Wolf Pagoda and other forces were also very nervous. However, in their hearts, they hoped that Lu Ming would not succeed. Boom! Lu Ming's body emitted a powerful aura. He was about to break through. The scene was completely silent. Not a single sound could be heard. With the Heavenly Emperor in charge, even those forces that had a grudge against Lu Ming, such as the Mu family, did not dare to make the slightest move and disturb Lu Ming's breakthrough. Otherwise, if he angered the Celestial Emperor, the entire Mu clan would be buried with him. As for the Heng clan and He clan, they didn't dare to make any moves. At this time, Lu Ming began to control the 5 types of laws, forming the world heart in his saint heart. However, at this moment, the 5 types of laws erupted, unable to coexist. They clashed against each other, and a terrifying tearing force burst forth. Lu Ming's body shook violently and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Just like the previous time, it was difficult for him to succeed. Lu Ming, focus your mind and focus on evolving. I will protect your body and saint heart. Heavenly Emperor Kong Yin said. He stretched out his hand and pressed down. The entire peak of Heaven's Mandate Mountain was filled with tens of thousands of rays of light. Streaks of divine light appeared and enveloped Lu Ming's body, then seeped into his body and covered his saint heart. This was the power of the array protecting Lu Ming's body and saint heart. Evolve! Lu Ming roared. He no longer cared about his body and saint heart. He controlled the 5 types of laws with all his strength, wanting to evolve the world heart in his saint heart. However, the 5 types of laws were too many, and it was difficult to achieve a balance. The power clashed and stirred up each other, and a terrifying force rushed out. Lu Ming's saint heart and body trembled violently as they were bombarded by the destructive force. If it wasn't for Heavenly Emperor Kong Yin protecting his saint heart and body, Lu Ming would have been seriously injured. His saint heart might even explode, and his body would be torn apart. I must succeed! Lu Ming roared. He ignored everything and went all out. Boom! Boom! A series of explosions came from Lu Ming's body as if there was an expert fighting inside Lu Ming's body. His body burst out with rays of light like a sieve, and it was extremely shocking. Poochie! Following that, Lu Ming coughed out large mouthfuls of blood, and his face turned pale. One could see that cracks were beginning to appear on his body. Not good. Heavenly Emperor Kong Yin's face changed. Even with his help, Lu Ming was still injured. It wasn't that he didn't have enough power, but when Lu Ming was breaking through, the power of laws surged and directly burst out from Lu Ming's body. In the end, it might attract the power of the heavenly Tao, causing Lu Ming to self-destruct. Master! Lu Ming! At this moment, Xiang Xiang, Autumn Moon, Huang Ling, and the others were all extremely nervous. Breakthrough! Lu Ming roared and continued to break through. He had to break through. His martial path couldn't be severed just like that. Kacha! Poochie! Cracks even appeared on Lu Ming's saint heart, and there were even more cracks on Lu Ming's body. Blood kept seeping out, as if he would be torn apart at any time. Lu Ming, stop. You can't continue. Otherwise, you will die. Heavenly Emperor Kong Yin shouted. Breakthrough! Lu Ming roared. His eyes were extremely persistent. He wanted to continue breaking through. Many people were moved and many people sighed. They could understand Lu Ming's feelings. As a peerless genius, if he could only be trapped in the quasi-emperor realm for the rest of his life and couldn't break through, how sad would that be? Thinking about it from another perspective, many people would also break through at all costs. Pucci. There were even more cracks on Lu Ming's body. Many cracks directly spurted out blood. Master! Xiang said softly, tears welling up in her eyes. Young master! It was the same for Autumn Moon. Her heart felt like it was being cut by a knife. Everyone who was on good terms with Lu Ming revealed a look of pity. As for the Golden Crow clan, Wan clan, and other forces, they were ecstatic. They were screaming in their hearts that Lu Ming must not succeed. Pucci. At this moment, a crack appeared between Lu Ming's eyebrows. It was as if his entire head was going to split open. This was extremely dangerous. If one was not careful, his body would explode, and his soul would scatter. Stop! Heavenly Emperor Kong Yin shouted. He pressed down with one hand, and a powerful and terrifying force entered Lu Ming's body, controlling Lu Ming. He knew that if he did not intervene, Lu Ming would only have a dead end. With the intervention of a heavenly emperor, Lu Ming could not control the laws. The laws dissipated, and he vomited blood. His face was pale. Failed. Lu Ming sighed in his heart. Failed again. And it was with the help of Heavenly Emperor Kong Yin, but he still failed and did not break through. Could it be that he really had a peerless trash body, and could not become an emperor? He was extremely unwilling. Along the way, he had experienced countless dangers and storms. He had broken through all the barriers, and today, he had stepped onto the peak of the younger generation in the primordial realm. In the end, he was blocked by the emperor realm. It was difficult to break through. If he could not become an emperor, everything would be in vain. If there was a great war in the future, he would be powerless and unable to protect his family. Lu Ming roared in his heart. He was unwilling. He would not give up. He would break the shackles and create a miracle. Lu Ming, heal your injuries first, Heavenly Emperor Kong Yin said, and a warm energy entered Lu Ming's body. Thanks to the flowing light, his injuries were rapidly recovering. Chapter 2143. Lu Ming continued to refine the energy, allowing it to circulate throughout his body and seep into his saint heart. The cracks on his saint heart were disappearing and finally, it was completely healed. His physical body had also completely recovered from his injuries. Lu Ming understood that this was all thanks to the Heavenly Emperor's help. That energy contained endless vitality, allowing him to recover so quickly. Otherwise, cracks would appear on his saint heart and his injuries would be extremely serious. It would take a long time for him to slowly recover. Thank you for your help, Heavenly Emperor. Lu Ming stood up and thanked Heavenly Emperor Kong Yin solemnly. Heavenly Emperor Realm, what kind of person was he? Yet, he was able to help him break through. Whether or not he succeeded, Lu Ming was very grateful. Sigh, what a pity. Heavenly Emperor Kong Yin sighed. It was a pity that a person like Lu Ming could not become an emperor. Lu Ming, don't force yourself to break through in the future. This time I can save you. Next time, no one will be able to save you. Take care of yourself. Heavenly Emperor Kong Yin said, then turned around and returned to the war chariot. Master, Xiang believes that you will definitely break through in the future and create a miracle. Xiang walked over and looked at Lu Ming with tears in her eyes. I also believe in Master. Ouyang Moli also walked over. Young Master. Qiu Moon also walked over, but did not know what to say. Then Huang Ling, Long Qin, Luo Tianyi, Luo Xiang and the rest also walked over. Looking at these disciples and friends, Lu Ming's heart warmed. He smiled and said, Don't worry, I won't take risks easily. At this moment, the Heng family, He family and other forces that had a grudge against Lu Ming were ecstatic. They laughed in their hearts and let out a long breath. Mu Yang was actually killed by a cripple. My Mu family will definitely take revenge. The Mu family's experts sneered in their hearts, their eyes flashing with killing intent. Alright, it's getting late. The top 320 geniuses, follow me to the heavenly realm. At this moment, Heavenly Emperor Kong Yin's voice sounded. Swoosh, swoosh. One by one, the young geniuses flew up to the front of the war chariot. No, Xiang doesn't want to go to the heaven realm. Xiang wants to stay and accompany Master. Lu Xiang shook her head. Young Master, I'm not going either. Autumn Moon also spoke. I'm not going either. I want to accompany Big Brother Lu Ming. Bubbles hung around Lu Ming's neck, swaying from side to side. Previously, Heavenly Emperor Kong Yin had said that if Lu Ming couldn't become an emperor, he wouldn't be able to head to the heavenly world. The heaven realm would not waste resources on a person who was destined not to become an emperor. What nonsense are you talking about? Let's all go to the heaven realm to cultivate. Only in the heaven realm can you improve faster. Lu Ming smiled and looked at Autumn Moon and the others. If the heaven realm wanted to nurture this batch of young geniuses, they would definitely take out a large amount of resources. Furthermore, with the guidance of the Celestial Emperor, their improvement speed would definitely be very fast. If they stayed in the primordial realm and relied on themselves to explore, their cultivation speed would be much slower. With the invasion of the foreign tribes, no one knew when the war would break out. Only by going to the heaven realm to cultivate was the right path. Lu Ming wouldn't let them stay. No! Autumn Moon, Bubbles, Lu Xiang, and the others shook their heads. At this moment, Heavenly Emperor Kong Yin looked at Bubbles and said, "Little guy, you're a space-time spirit mouse. Staying in the primordial realm will only bury your talent. Follow me to the heaven realm. There will be a specialized Heavenly Emperor to guide you." Heavenly Emperor Kong Yin valued Bubbles a lot. The top 10 battle beasts were no small matter. Each of them had unparalleled talent. If they were to fully mature, they would be peak experts. The top 10 battle beasts of the ancient era were all terrifying existences with unparalleled combat power and unparalleled divine might. Bubbles shook his head like a rattledrum. Many people were so envious that their eyes turned red. With such good conditions, Bubbles still didn't want to go. It was simply infuriating. All of you, go to the heaven realm to cultivate together. At this moment, Lu Ming's face sank. His sharp gaze swept across Bubbles, Lu Xiang, and the others. I'm not crippled. There's no need for you to accompany me. Don't worry, I will definitely become an emperor in the future. When that time comes, I will go to the heaven realm to find you. Master, Lu Xiang whispered. Let's go. Lu Ming said sternly. Yes. In the end, Lu Xiang, Ouyang Moli, and the others nodded. Bubbles pouted unwillingly, looking reluctant to part. Then he lay weakly on Lu Xiang's shoulder and came to the front of the war chariot. Lu Ming, take care. Huang Ling, Huang Li, and the others also came to the front of the war chariot. Lu Ming, when you return to the divine wilderness and see Nianlin, help me pass a message. When my cultivation is successful, I will definitely look for her. Long Chun said to Lu Ming. He also wanted to stay and return to the divine wilderness to reunite with Xian Yanlin. But he knew that the war was not far away. Without cultivation, even if they reunited temporarily, they would not be able to protect anything in the future. He wanted to go to the heaven realm to cultivate. This opportunity could not be missed. Don't worry, I will return to the divine wilderness soon. When the time comes, I will pass the message for you. Take care. Lu Ming patted Long Chen's shoulder and smiled. Everyone bid farewell to Lu Ming one by one. Only Autumn Moon did not move. Autumn Moon, go. Lu Ming looked at Autumn Moon. No, I won't go. I want to stay by young Master's side. Autumn Moon shook her head. Before Lu Ming could speak, Autumn Moon said again, even if young Master drives me away, I won't leave. I want to stay by young Master's side. I want to return to the divine wilderness to see Master and Madam. Autumn Moon looked at Lu Ming with a determined face. All right. In the end, Lu Ming sighed and let Autumn Moon stay. Lu Ming, you have to take care. I'm going to the heaven realm too. At this moment, a figure came to Lu Ming's side. It was Emperor Wu Xiang. Dean, Lu Ming was puzzled. Could it be that Emperor Wu Xiang was going to the heaven realm to participate in the war? Huntian and Heavenly Fire have entered the Heaven Realm. I don't know if they are dead or alive. I'm worried, Emperor Wu Xiong explained. Lu Ming understood that Emperor Wu Xiong was going to look for Huntian and Heavenly Fire Emperor. Ding to care. Lu Ming cupped his fists. Ah, Lu Ming, I hope that the next time I see you, you will have become an emperor. Emperor Wu Xiong smiled and then left. Lu Ming, I hope you can become an emperor. When the 20 years are up, I will challenge you. If you can't become an emperor, everything will be meaningless. In the end, Death Blade came to Lu Ming's side and left. Let's go. Heavenly Emperor Kong Yin said. 9 true dragons roared and shook the sky. Rumble. The 9 dragons pulled the chariot toward the depths of the sky. It rushed into the huge door and disappeared. The other sky prides of the Yuan realm also entered the door and disappeared. Before stepping into the door, Yuan Xen glanced at Lu Ming coldly and then turned to leave. In the crowd, Lu Ming saw Luo Zhangqiong's figure. He was also one of the 320 people. He also glanced at Lu Ming coldly. Lu Ming, I hope you can survive. The next time I see you, I will kill you. Luo Zhangqiong sneered and stepped into the door. Master, take care. Lu Ming, take care. At the door, the voices of Xiang Xiang, Bubbles, Huang Ling, and the others could be heard. When the voices came, they were already gone. Chapter 2144. In the depths of the sky, the gate disappeared. The celestial world's emissaries and more than 300 geniuses all entered the celestial world. Many people looked back at Lu Ming. Many sighed, many sneered, and some even revealed killing intent. Lu Ming, you must pay with your life for killing Mu Yang of the Mu clan. An expert from the Mu clan was the first to attack. He stepped forward and charged at Lu Ming with killing intent. This was a great emperor with a goatee and a ferocious look in his eyes. Mu Yang was a peerless talent. He could have gone to the celestial world to obtain great opportunities and even become a celestial emperor in the future. If he became a celestial emperor, he would have been able to lead the Mu clan to glory. Everyone in the Mu clan had high hopes for him. But now he was killed by Lu Ming. They wouldn't let Lu Ming go. What are you doing? Uncle Kong stepped forward and arrived in front of Lu Ming. His powerful aura erupted and blocked the great emperor from the Mu clan. You think you can stop the Mu clan by yourself? Another cold laughter rang out as a figure appeared beside Uncle Kong. His aura permeated the air, enveloping Uncle Kong. It was another great emperor. The Mu clan was a very powerful force in the divine fate land. They had more than one great emperor. On the other side, the great emperors wanted to help, but they were stopped by the great emperors of the Heng clan, He clan, and Tianluo clan. Lu Ming must die today. The great emperor from the Mu clan with a goatee said coldly and slowly approached Uncle Kong. Lu Ming's eyes flashed coldly. He had the celestial emperor's body. At most, he could control it and cause a ruckus to escape with Uncle Kong. Mu clan, you've gone too far. At this moment, a white-haired elder stepped forward and released a terrifying aura. The 2 great emperors from the Mu clan were shocked. This was an expert from one of the overlords of Destiny City. His cultivation was unfathomable. The Battle of the 10 Earths just ended, and you want to touch the champion of the Battle of the 10 Earths in Destiny City? Do you want to die? Said someone else, glaring at the 2 great emperors from the Mu clan. They were from another powerful group in Tianming City. Many powerful great emperors glared at the 2 great emperors from the Mu clan. Although Lu Ming couldn't become a monarch, he was still the champion of the 10 Lands battle. His tenacious character was admirable. At this moment, how could they let the Mu clan touch Lu Ming? The 2 Mu clan's great monarchs gritted their teeth and retreated helplessly. Take the 2 of them and leave Destiny City. The white-haired old man transmitted his voice to Uncle Kong. Uncle Kong nodded and said to Lu Ming, Hall Master, let's go. Following this, he waved his hand and a wave of energy brought Lu Ming and Autumn Moon away, disappearing without a trace. After some time, they appeared at the peak of a mountain. This place is already far away from the divine fate land. You all enter my small world first. I will bring you all back to Yuan Mountain. Kongbo said, Uncle Kong, I don't want to go back for the time being. I want to look around. Lu Ming suddenly spoke. Look around. Uncle Kong was stunned at first, then a complicated look appeared in his eyes. He understood how Lu Ming felt. Not being able to become a monarch was a huge blow to anyone, not to mention a peerless genius like Lu Ming. Lu Ming needed time to calm down and adjust himself. Hall Master, this is the divine fate land. I'm afraid the Mu clan will do something to you. Uncle Kong was a little worried. Uncle Kong, don't worry. I won't use my real identity. I will use the divine aura technique to hide my identity. The divine fate land is so big, the Mu clan won't be able to find me. Lu Ming said. I want to follow you, young master. Autumn Moon said. She also cultivated the divine aura technique. In the end, Uncle Kong nodded and allowed Lu Ming to look around. All right, I'll wait for you at the Great Pill Development Hall. Uncle Kong nodded and then tore through space and left. After Uncle Kong left, Lu Ming and Autumn Moon both used the divine aura technique to change their appearances. After changing their clothes, the two of them walked together between the mountains and the earth. Indeed, not being able to become a monarch was a huge blow to Lu Ming. He had to adjust himself. They walked and stopped, doing whatever they wanted. Sometimes, Lu Ming and Autumn Moon would discuss cultivation. Autumn Moon had already become a monarch and could comprehend many types of laws. Lu Ming had already comprehended 5 types of laws to the first level of perfection. In this aspect, he could be said to be very experienced. Autumn Moon also received a lot of inspiration. Lu Ming would sometimes meditate in one place for a few days. Autumn Moon would accompany Lu Ming to comprehend the laws. Time flew. In the blink of an eye, 2 months had passed. On a mountain peak, Lu Ming had been meditating for half a month. What should I do in the future? Sitting on the mountain peak and watching the clouds, Lu Ming's mood had completely adjusted. Now, he was thinking about what to do in the future. Since I can't become a monarch, I'll continue to comprehend the laws. The more laws I comprehend, the stronger my combat strength will be. As long as my combat strength becomes stronger, so what if I can't become a monarch? Lu Ming's eyes gradually lit up. Since he couldn't become a monarch, he would continue to comprehend new laws. Every time he integrated a new type of law, his combat strength would skyrocket. Now, he only had 5 types of laws. What about 6, 7, 8, or even more? What level would his combat strength reach? Moreover, since he could comprehend 2 types of supreme laws, could he comprehend 3 or 4 types? If he could control all 10 types of supreme laws, what level could he reach? His path was not cut off. His strength could still continue to improve. Then I'll comprehend new laws. Lu Ming stood up, his face showing a confident expression again. Young master. Chiao Yu came to Lu Ming's side. Chiao Yu, let's go. Lu Ming held Chiao Yu's small hand and stepped into the air. Next, what law should I comprehend? Lu Ming pondered. A moment later, Lu Ming had already made a decision. Alchemy Dao Law. Next, Lu Ming planned to comprehend Alchemy Dao Law. Alchemy Dao Law, Array Dao Law, and Tools Dao Law were 3 types of King Dao Law evolved from the Dao of Inscription. Each had its own mysteries. Lu Ming had already mastered Array Dao Law. Lu Ming planned to master Alchemy Dao Law and Tools Dao Law in the future. In that way, the fusion of 3 types of laws would be even more mysterious. A few days later, they arrived at a large city. This large city was the holy land of alchemy in the divine fate land. Everywhere was filled with medicinal fragrance. The factions in this large city were practically all focused on alchemy. Lu Ming and Chiao Yu temporarily stayed in this large city. In this large city, it was helpful for Lu Ming to comprehend Alchemy Dao Law. In just a few days, Lu Ming already cultivated Alchemy Dao Law to the rudimentary level. This made Lu Ming secretly amazed. He comprehended various laws at an astonishing speed. During this period of time, Chiao Yu was also comprehending other laws. But she encountered tremendous resistance. Cultivating it was very difficult. Lu Ming guessed, could it be related to his somewhat mutated sacred heart? Chapter 2145. The two of them were not in a hurry to return to Yuan Mountain. They continued to wander around, relaxing and cultivating at the same time. Aeon City, Mu Clan. In a hall, A group of people were discussing something. According to reliable sources, Lu Ming did not return to Yuan Mountain. The only one who returned was old Devil Dan Kong. A Mu clan powerhouse said, "But we sent people to look for Lu Ming everywhere, but they couldn't find him. That kid seemed to have evaporated into thin air." Another person said, "It doesn't matter. We'll just wait for him. Lu Ming will return to Yuan Mountain sooner or later. We'll send people to Yuan Mountain and wait for him to return." That's right. Lu Ming must die. We must avenge Mu Yang. The Mu clan powerhouses spoke one after another. "Let me make a trip there myself." Finally, a middle-aged man with a goatee walked out. This was a great emperor. Back then at Destiny Mountain, he was the first to make trouble and wanted to kill Lu Ming. "We're relieved to have you make a trip there." The others nodded. Immediately, the great emperor with the goatee led 2 Mu clan powerhouses and left Aeon City, heading towards Yuan Mountain. Lu Ming didn't know all of this. They were still comprehending as they walked. In the north of Yuan continent, the land of divine beasts. It was an extremely barren and hidden place. Here, the space was extremely unstable and the origin chi was thin. It was a famous place of death in the land of divine beasts. There were thousands of divine beasts in the land of divine beasts, but no divine beast would come close to this place. On this day, a black-clothed woman with peerless beauty and peerless elegance was holding the hand of a 3- or 4-year-old boy. The little boy had bright eyes and white teeth. He was very good-looking. "Mother, where are we going?" the little boy asked. The beautiful woman looked at the little boy with a complicated look in her eyes. Finally, she said softly, "Mother will take you to a better place and teach you cultivation." Little sister, I haven't seen you for many years. I didn't expect you to have a child." A delicate laugh sounded, and a figure stepped on the air and came over. It was also a woman with peerless beauty. Her appearance was exactly the same as the previous woman in black, but her temperament was slightly different. The woman behind him was dressed in a white dress. Her entire body was shrouded in holy light. She looked very holy. "Xian Yanjuan." The black-clothed woman's eyes turned cold. That's right, the woman in black was Xian Yanqing, and the woman in white was Xian Yanjuan. Xian Yanjuan carefully looked at the little boy in Xian Yanqing's hand and revealed a look of surprise. He said, "This little baby looks 70 to 80% similar to Lu Ming. Could he be yours and Lu Ming's child? This is really beyond my expectations. From what I see, you've already awakened, yet you're still doing this kind of thing with Lu Ming. Moreover, you haven't killed Lu Ming yet. That's even stranger." Xian Yanjuan was extremely curious. "It's none of your business," Xian Yanqing said coldly. "No, I can see that the memories of your previous life and this life haven't merged. It should mean that the memories of this life don't want to merge with the memories of your previous life. No wonder, no wonder. However, if you continue like this, your cultivation will be completely surpassed by mine sooner or later." Xian Yanjuan seemed to have seen through something and laughed. Xian Yanqing's face revealed a complicated expression. Although she had awakened the memories of her previous life, the memories of this life were not willing to merge with the memories of her previous life. The 2 kinds of memories would appear alternately to control this body. "Why do you have to do this? Only by merging the memories of our previous life and this life can we surpass our previous life and embark on the supreme path. If you continue like this, all of your efforts will eventually be in vain." In the end, Xian Yanjuan let out a long sigh. Her personality was indeed very different from before. In the past, when she saw Xian Yanqing, she would not speak to him with such an attitude. At this moment, Xian Yanqing's expression changed. Her eyes and expression also changed. Her eyes and expression were the same as Xian Yanqing's in the past. She touched the little boy's little head dotingly and said, "I won't merge. This life is this life, and the previous life is the previous life. Why should I awaken? Why should I merge?" "It seems that you can't let go of Lu Ming," Xian Yanjuan said. Xian Yanqing was silent and did not speak. "Mother, who is she? Why does she look like you?" the little boy asked and looked at Xian Yanjuan curiously. "I'm your aunt. Come to Aunt. Aunt will take you to the heavenly realm and teach you the supreme cultivation method." Xian Yanjuan smiled. I will take him there. You don't have to worry. With that, Xian Yanqing did not say anything else. She held the little boy's hand and walked toward the void turbulence. Xian Yanjuan smiled and also walked toward the void turbulence. In the end, their figures disappeared. If others knew, they would be very surprised. The void turbulence here could lead to the heavenly realm? Lu Ming and Autumn Moon walked and stopped. When they arrived at Huanhai, half a year had passed since the end of the Ten Lands battle. In this half a year, the news of the Ten Lands battle had spread throughout the world. Countless people were shocked. Countless people knew the name Lu Ming. Of course, there were also countless people who sighed. A peerless genius could not become an emperor. It made people sigh. After Lu Ming and Autumn Moon arrived at Huanhai, they took the cross-sea warship and returned to Yuan Mountain. After returning to Yuan Mountain, they did not disguise themselves and returned to their original appearance. Lu Ming did not go to Celestial City, nor did he return to ancient Moon Holy Land. The first place he wanted to go was the ancient sacred tribe. He wanted to go to the ancient sacred tribe to find Xian Yanjuan and ask about Xian Yanqing's situation. He felt that Xian Yanjuan must know what happened to Xian Yanqing. Unfortunately, when he arrived at the ancient sacred tribe, he was told that Xian Yanjuan had already left the ancient sacred tribe a few months ago and his whereabouts were unknown. Lu Ming was helpless. He could only leave the ancient sacred tribe and take the teleportation formation to return to ancient Moon Holy Land. Emperor Wu Xiang had already left. Lu Ming no longer needed to go to Celestial City. Lu Ming planned to return to ancient Moon Holy Land first before returning to Tsong State. It was time to settle the matters in Tsong State. With his current battle strength, he could kill an ordinary Void Emperor with a raise of his hand. After settling the matters in Tsong State, it was time for him to return to Divine Wilderness Continent. Counting it, he had left Divine Wilderness Continent for more than 10 years. It was time to go back and take a look. It's Lu Ming. Lu Ming is back. When Lu Ming walked out of the teleportation formation outside the ancient Moon Holy Land, he was immediately recognized by others. The teleportation formation area was in an uproar. Lu Ming's name was famous all over the world. In the Battle of the Ten Lands, he trampled over the other geniuses and won the championship. His peerless talent made the people of ancient Moon Holy Land feel very proud. Everyone, please make way. Lu Ming was speechless because the road was already blocked. A large number of people surrounded and watched. Lu Ming and Qiu Yu squeezed out of the crowd and flew towards ancient Moon Holy Land. He's just a crippled body. If he can't become an emperor, what's the use of having strong battle strength at this stage? After Lu Ming left, someone sneered and mocked. Chapter 2146. That's right, he's just a boundary emperor. My Golden Crow clan can easily send out a high-level empty emperor to suppress him. A Golden Crow clan expert sneered. He must have done too many evil deeds and received his retribution. What a satisfying retribution. A giant wolf from Sky Wolf Pagoda said and even grinned. The others sighed. It was a pity that Lu Ming could not become an emperor. Soon, the news of Lu Ming's return to the ancient Moon Sacred Ground spread throughout the ancient Moon Sacred Ground. Lu Ming did not stop. Soon, he and Autumn Moon returned to the Great Pill Development Hall. Junior brother. Tian Shui and Xuaningxin had been cultivating in the Great Pill Development Hall. Their cultivation levels were not high and they did not go to the Divine Fate Land. When they saw Lu Ming return, they smiled. Junior brother, I believe that you will become an emperor in the future. Xuaningxin came over to comfort him. That's right. You will blind everyone. Tianche also came over and comforted him. Of course, I will definitely create a miracle. Lu Ming smiled. After this period of time, he had already adjusted his mood and said half-jokingly. He had not given up on the path to becoming an emperor. He would slowly search for it in the future. However, at this stage, he could continue to comprehend new laws and his strength could continue to increase. He was not in a hurry. Moreover, he had heard that there was a prerequisite to becoming an emperor. That was to cultivate all 9 laws to the complete third realm. Then, the 9 types of laws would be integrated, and the quantity would change into the quality of the Great Tao. Only then would one be a great emperor. Therefore, he would not waste his time by comprehending more laws. In the future, if he really broke through to the martial emperor realm, his cultivation would increase by leaps and bounds. Come, let's drink. Tian Shui laughed and took out jars of wine. Everyone began to drink. Autumn Moon also accompanied Lu Ming and drank a jar. Her face flushed red as if she was a fairy who had descended to the mortal world. The few of them drank and chatted until the next day. Lu Ming wanted to rest for a while. However, at this time, Lu Ming received a message that someone had come to the Great Pill Development Furnace. Miss Mu, brother Yi. When Lu Ming arrived outside the Great Derivation Pill Furnace, he saw a few youths. Mu Qingxue and Yi Dongfang were among them. In the ancient Moon Holy Land, other than Huang Ling and Long Chen, Lu Ming was the closest to Mu Qingxue and Yi Dongfang. Obviously, they had also heard the news of Lu Ming's return. Lu Ming, we just heard that you're back. Lu Ming, we all believe in you. One day, you'll definitely become a martial emperor. Mu Qingxue, Yi Dongfang, and the others also comforted him. Thank you. Lu Ming smiled and invited them in to take a seat. Lu Ming, the younger generation of the ancient Moon Sacred Ground, has decided to invite you to a banquet in 3 days to congratulate you on becoming the champion of the 10 Lands tournament. In the end, Yi Dongfang spoke. All right, I'll definitely go. Lu Ming nodded. After chatting for a while, Mu Qingxue, Yi Dongfang, and the others took their leave. Lu Ming rested for a while and then continued to comprehend the law of alchemy. During this time, he had already cultivated the law of alchemy to 60%, which was extremely fast. On this day, the Golden Crow clan, Sky Wolf Pagoda, Wan clan, and Ziji sect all received invitations to the Feng clan for a meeting. When they arrived at the meeting hall of the Feng clan, they found that the people sitting at the top were not the Feng clan leader, but 2 strangers. The Wind clan's clan leader and the Wind clan's elders sat below and carefully accompanied him. Feng clan leader, why have you called us here? The Wan clan leader asked first. No hurry, let me introduce you. These 2 are from the ancient Sun Holy Land and the Daluo Heaven sect. The Feng clan leader pointed at the 2 and said. The Wan clan leader and the Golden Crow clan leader's faces changed slightly. The Daluo Heaven sect had a martial emperor in charge and was an emperor-level force. Their strength was far beyond theirs. They hurriedly saluted the 2 people from the Daluo Heaven sect. The 2 people from the Daluo Heaven sect nodded slightly. Everyone, I'll come straight to the point. This time, I've asked you to come together for only one purpose, that is, to kill Lu Ming. A middle-aged man from the Daluo Heaven sect said coldly. The hall suddenly became quiet. After a while, the Wan clan leader said, Brother Luo, to be honest, we also want to kill Lu Ming, but Lu Ming is protected by the old guy from the Great Development Elixir Palace. That old guy is a martial emperor. If we kill Lu Ming, I'm afraid that old guy will kill us directly. Yes, without the old guy from the Great Development Elixir Palace, we would have killed Lu Ming long ago. The Golden Crow clan leader followed. It doesn't matter. This time, Martial Emperor Tian Luo of the Daluo Heaven sect will take action. The old guy from the Great Development Elixir Palace will be dealt with by Martial Emperor Tian Luo. The middle-aged man from the Daluo Heaven sect said. Martial Emperor Tian Luo will take action? The leaders of the Wan clan, the Golden Crow clan, and the Sky Wolf Tower were all overjoyed. But then, they became worried because they thought that Lu Ming still had the body of the Celestial Emperor. Lu Ming still has the body of the Celestial Emperor. Although he was assassinated by the Death Kingdom in the Divine Fate Land, he didn't use the body of the Celestial Emperor. Some people speculate that there are many restrictions on him using the body of the Celestial Emperor. But we have to be careful, the Wan clan leader said. The others nodded. They had to be cautious because it was related to the survival of their forces. We have already considered this point. So, you need to send someone to assassinate Lu Ming and test whether he can control the body of the Celestial Emperor. Someone from the Daluo Heaven sect said. We'll test him. The Wan clan leader and the others changed their expressions. They had sent someone to test him. If Lu Ming could control the body of the Celestial Emperor, the person they sent would be dead. If Lu Ming was angry, all the forces would be in danger. Don't worry. We'll test him just in case. If Lu Ming can't control the body of the Celestial Emperor, we can kill him directly. If he can control the body of the Celestial Emperor, you'll lose a few experts at most. When it comes to doing big things, a little loss is necessary. And let me tell you, this time we're not the only ones who want to deal with Lu Ming. The Mu clan in the Divine Fate Land has also sent a great emperor to deal with him. So, even if Lu Ming can control the body of the Celestial Emperor, he will still die. But if this matter is spread out, the Mu clan and the Daluo Heaven sect will lose face. So, we need you to send someone to assassinate him. Another person from the Daluo Heaven sect said with great confidence. The Mu clan in the Divine Fate Land has also sent an expert. The eyes of the Wan clan leader and the others flickered, and they finally made a decision. Well, we'll send someone to ambush Lu Ming. If we can kill him directly, it'll be the best. The leaders of the forces made a decision. Lu Ming was too big a threat to them. He must be eliminated. Even if Lu Ming could not become an emperor, they had to eliminate him as soon as possible. Only then could they feel at ease. Chapter 2147. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, Lu Ming headed in the direction of the Thunder God sect alone. This time, Mu Qingxue Yi Dongfang and the other young geniuses of the ancient Moon Holy Land had invited Lu Ming to a gathering place near the Thunder God sect. It was very luxurious and there was an elegant restaurant. When Lu Ming arrived, there were at least dozens of young geniuses of the ancient Moon Holy Land who came to welcome Lu Ming and congratulate Lu Ming. These young geniuses might not be much on the stage of the Battle of the Ten Lands, but in the ancient Moon Holy Land, they were all top geniuses and would be the pillars of the ancient Moon Holy Land in the future. Everyone toasted each other and it was very lively. After half a day, the banquet finally ended and Lu Ming took his leave. He planned to bring Qiu Yu, Xuaningxin, and Tian Chui back to the Tsang continent in a few days. Lu Ming thought about his next plan as he flew. Suddenly, Lu Ming's hair stood on end as he felt a sense of danger. Without hesitation, Lu Ming quickly retreated. In front of Lu Ming, several terrifying wind blades cut through the space and slashed through. Then, behind Lu Ming, the space shook and several rays of light shot towards Lu Ming. Those were a few emperor weapons that directly pierced through space with terrifying power. Boom! Lu Ming unleashed his power. He activated all 5 types of laws and cast the Chaos Divine Palm, striking a few times consecutively. Dun. Several imperial armaments were knocked flying by the collision. 3-star Illusionary Emperor. As soon as they exchanged blows, Lu Ming felt that the person controlling the emperor weapons was a 3-star Illusionary Emperor. Rip. Above Lu Ming's head, the wind whistled and heat waves surged. A huge claw grabbed towards Lu Ming. It was extremely terrifying. If Lu Ming was scratched by this claw, he would definitely die. Boom! Lu Ming erupted with power and executed the Sword of Death. A battle sword formed and slashed upwards. Puchi! A huge claw was chopped off by Lu Ming. 4-star Void Emperor. Lu Ming's gaze turned even colder. Golden Crow Clan, Wan Clan, Feng Clan, you're all courting death. Lu Ming shouted angrily. The experts from the Wind Clan, the Wan Clan, and the Golden Crow Clan had made their move. They were all 3-star Void Emperors and above. Kill! A loud roar reverberated in the air. Then one figure after another appeared, charging towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming discovered that not only were there people from the Wind Clan, the Wan Clan, and the Golden Crow Clan, but there were also people from the Heavenly Wolf Pagoda and the Purple Extreme Sect. Terrifying auras engulfed Lu Ming. Some people's cultivation bases were extremely terrifying. High-level Void Emperor. Lu Ming's expression turned serious. Among them, there were 5-star Empty Emperors, 6-star Empty Emperors, and even 7-star Empty Emperors. Lu Ming, you will die today. Someone said coldly. Kill! A giant wolf pounced towards Lu Ming. Its aura was violent and cold. It was a 4-star Void Emperor. You're the one who's going to die. Lu Ming held the Sword of Death in his hand and slashed out. During this period of time, as Lu Ming comprehended, the Sword of Death and the Hammer of Chaos, these two self-created super skills, became more and more powerful. Blood spurted out, and a giant wolf head was directly chopped off. A 4-star Void Emperor was directly killed by Lu Ming. This made the others feel a chill in their hearts, and they broke out in cold sweat. This was too terrifying. He was only a boundary emperor, but he could actually kill a 4-star Void Emperor. This was simply unbelievable. Such a thing had never happened before. This kid is even more terrifying than during the Ten Lands battle. We can't let him live. Let's attack together. Loud roars sounded one after another. Indeed, Lu Ming had now cultivated the law of alchemy and had already mastered 6 types of law. His combat strength had increased by another level. Boom, boom. This time, those high-level Void Emperors also moved. 5-star, 6-star, and even 7-star Void Emperors moved. Streams of terrifying divine powers were about to engulf Lu Ming. Feng Clan, Golden Crow Clan, One Clan, Ziji Sect, Sky Wolf Pagoda, you're all courting death. Lu Ming's gaze was extremely cold. Back then he had sworn that he would destroy the Golden Crow Clan, One Clan, and other forces. However, he did not intend to do it now. He planned to wait until he returned to the Divine Wilderness continent and then do it. But now, these forces had taken the initiative to ambush him. Then he would get rid of these forces. Clang. The sword's roar shook the sky. A stone sword appeared in Lu Ming's hand. It was the sword of the Heavenly Emperor. Lu Ming swung the sword and slashed out a terrifying sword light. Suddenly, a series of screams sounded. In an instant, a 6-star Void Emperor, 2 4-star Void Emperors, and 3 3-star Void Emperors were slashed into 2 by the sword. The terrifying sword chi in the sword destroyed their souls. Oh no, it's the sword of the Heavenly Emperor. He can control the Heavenly Emperor's physical body. The remaining Void Emperors were almost scared to death. They screamed crazily and fled frantically. Since you're here, you must die. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with indifference. The sword of the Heavenly Emperor slashed out continuously. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Tiny sword chi entered the air and slashed towards those people. In the next moment, there were endless screams. Those who came to ambush Lu Ming were killed one after another. Void Emperors were too weak in the face of the sword of the Heavenly Emperor. They were like ants. Whether it was a 7-star Void Emperor or a 3-star Void Emperor, there was no difference under the sword of the Heavenly Emperor. They were all killed with one slash. In a few breaths, more than a dozen experts were killed by Lu Ming. The Heavenly Emperor's physical body has stored 36% of the energy. The power of the sword of the Heavenly Emperor has also increased sharply. Moreover, 36% of the energy is enough to destroy a few forces. Lu Ming's eyes flickered with a cold light. He then put away the sword of the Heavenly Emperor and began to collect the spoils of war. These people were all martial emperors and had abundant resources. Lu Ming would not miss out on them. Lu Ming kept the storage rings one by one. In addition, Lu Ming also kept the corpses of the Golden Crow clan experts in the Sky Wolf Pagoda. These were martial emperors, divine wolves, and golden crows. The value of their physical bodies was also very high. After collecting, he looked in a direction and said coldly, "Then let's start with the Golden Crow clan." After saying that, Lu Ming turned into a ray of light and flickered away. The Golden Crow clan lived in a group of volcanoes. There was abundant flame energy here and it could continuously absorb the sun's fire essence. It was a rare treasure land. From time to time, one could see 3-legged golden crows flying back and forth between the volcanoes. What is that? Suddenly, a golden crow cried out. All the golden crows looked in the same direction. Rumble! The sky shook and an incomparably huge battle sword appeared in the sky. It was a stone sword, but it was too big. It was hundreds of miles long. It fell from the sky and slashed toward the volcanoes where the Golden Crow clan lived. It was like a divine punishment from the gods. The vast and terrifying aura scared many golden crows out of their wits. Someone is attacking. Countless golden crows fled in all directions. Boom! Boom! Chapter 2148. The stone sword spanned 100 miles and covered the volcanoes as it slashed down from the sky. The earth split open as the stone sword slashed down. The volcanoes exploded and lava raged everywhere. Miserable screams resounded as the golden crows were swept by the sword energy and exploded. Their golden feathers fluttered in the air. Who is it? Who wants to kill my tribe? Run first. The golden crows were in complete chaos. The three-legged golden crows soared into the sky in an attempt to escape. However, in the sky, a figure with a stone sword in hand walked over. Sword light burst forth, killing the golden crows one after another and causing them to fall downwards. Lu Ming, it's you. A loud roar echoed in all directions. It's Lu Ming, it's him. Lu Ming, why do you want to kill our tribe? Many golden crows panicked after hearing that it was Lu Ming. The golden crow tribe shall be exterminated, Lu Ming said coldly. The stone sword didn't stop. Each slash killed a golden crow. Moreover, Lu Ming specifically targeted the powerful golden crows. True emperors were powerless before Lu Ming and were killed with a single slash. The next moment, Lu Ming fixed his eyes on a golden crow. This golden crow had an extremely powerful aura. It was a high-level true emperor and most likely a high-ranking member of the golden crow tribe. Run, run, run. The golden crow tribe leader was panicking. He didn't expect Lu Ming to be able to control the body of a heavenly emperor and wield the heavenly emperor's sword. Even someone as powerful as him felt powerless. He could only run and wait for Tian Luo and the experts from the Mu clan to kill Lu Ming. But in the next moment, he despaired. A sword ray tore through the void and approached him in an instant. The chief of the Golden Crow tribe cried out in fear. His entire body was covered with golden flames, as if he had turned into a large sun. He wanted to block Lu Ming's sword light. However, when the sword light slashed past, the flames were extinguished. A sword mark appeared on the forehead of the Golden Crow clan's chief. His soul had already been destroyed. The patriarch of the Golden Crow clan had fallen. This time, the energy stored in the Sky Emperor's body reached 36%. Even if Lu Ming only controlled the sword of the Sky Emperor alone, no one below the Great Emperor level could stop him. The patriarch is dead. Run! The golden crows roared one after another. Chaos, complete chaos. Lu Ming went on a killing spree, slashing out sword gleams continuously. He specifically targeted those true emperors and void thearchs. The sword light was too fast. It pierced through the void. Even though the golden crow had extreme speed, it was difficult for it to escape. One after another, the golden crows fell to the ground and perished. After a long while, Lu Ming finally stopped. Almost all the martial emperors of the Golden Crow clan were slaughtered. Only a few below the martial emperor realm managed to escape. After this battle, the Golden Crow clan could be considered to have declined. Lu Ming's figure flashed as he began to collect the spoils of war. He kept all the corpses of the golden crows into a storage ring. After that, Lu Ming turned around and left. As soon as Lu Ming left, many figures flashed over. They were people from the other forces of the ancient Moon Holy Ground. The battle with the Golden Crow clan had caused too much of a commotion. Sword chi filled the sky and the cries of the golden crows spread in all directions. When these people arrived, they were deeply shocked. The volcano exploded and lava flowed on the ground, covering the ground with golden feathers of the golden crows. From time to time, a few weaker corpses of the golden crows could be seen. Lu Ming did not want those corpses and did not take them away. God, the Golden Crow clan has been destroyed. Someone's voice trembled. It's Lu Ming. Someone just shouted for Lu Ming. Lu Ming killed the Golden Crow clan and destroyed them. Many people were dumbfounded. Very quickly, the news spread like wildfire across the entire ancient Moon Holy Land. This was explosive news. Everyone, including all the major powers, was shaken. Many people were dumbfounded when they heard the news. They could not believe it and felt that it was unreal. The Golden Crow clan that had been passed down for countless years in the ancient Moon Holy Ground was destroyed. The person who destroyed it was a young man, Lu Ming. Many people recalled that when the Great Pill Development Palace appeared, the Golden Crow clan, Sky Wolf Pagoda, and other forces sent out martial emperors to suppress Lu Ming. At that time, Lu Ming had said that one day, he would destroy the Golden Crow clan, Sky Wolf Pagoda, and other forces. Today, it had come true. On this day, two terrifying experts arrived at the Feng clan. The Great Emperor of Tianluo and the Great Emperor of the Mu clan with a goatee. At this moment, they received the news that the Golden Crow clan had been destroyed. Good, Lu Ming. You're very decisive. I'll take action directly. The Great Emperor of the Mu clan said coldly. Brother Mu, Lu Ming has a heavenly emperor's body in his hands. He can suppress a great emperor. We must be careful. The Great Emperor of Tianluo warned and briefly explained the matter between Lu Ming and the Great Emperor of the He clan. Old man, he is only a one-star Great Emperor. I am a two-star Great Emperor. I can suppress Lu Ming and kill him. The Great Emperor of the goatee sneered and was full of confidence. In the Great Emperor realm, the difference between each star was huge. Lu Ming could barely suppress the Great Emperor of the He clan, but he could kill the Great Emperor of the He clan. At the same time, his eyes shone with greed. The Heavenly Emperor's body. Lu Ming actually had the Heavenly Emperor's body. If Lu Ming could suppress a one-star Great Emperor by controlling the Heavenly Emperor's body, wouldn't he be able to dominate the Great Emperor realm if it fell into his hands? The Great Emperor of the goatee's heart was burning. Wait for me here. If there's any situation, immediately send me a message. The Great Emperor of the goatee said and took a step forward, heading towards the Golden Crow clan. When he arrived at the Golden Crow clan, Lu Ming was long gone. Where will this brat go next? The Great Emperor of the goatee pondered. Not long after, another explosive piece of news spread throughout the ancient moon's sacred ground. Sky Wolf Pagoda was destroyed. The terrifying Sky Wolves in Sky Wolf Pagoda were killed by Lu Ming. Blood flowed like a river. The ancient moon's sacred ground was shaken once again. In a short period of time, Lu Ming had destroyed two powerful forces. This was a magnitude 12 earthquake. The ancient moon's sacred ground was in an uproar. Everyone was discussing this matter. At the same time, they sent people to observe the developments. The Great Emperor of the goatee also received the news at the same time. He tore through the void and quickly rushed to Sky Wolf Pagoda. However, Lu Ming had already left. This brat left rather quickly. He's going to take revenge. Very well, I'll wait for him at the Wind clan. The Great Emperor of the goatee sneered. As for the Golden Crow clan, he didn't care about Sky Wolf Pagoda being destroyed. His goal was to kill Lu Ming. What did the destruction of these forces have to do with him? After he rushed back to the Wind clan, he immediately discussed with the Great Emperor of the Tianluo clan and the clan leader of the Feng clan. Not long after, the clan leader of the Feng clan sent out a message for the Wan clan and the Purple Extreme sect to retreat to the Wind clan. They would wait for Lu Ming there. Chapter 2149. After Lu Ming flattened Sky Wolf Pagoda, he immediately left. His next stop was Lu Ming's trip to the Wan clan. This time, he would not let go of the Feng clan, Wan clan, and Ziji sect. Before returning to the Divine Wilderness continent, he would flatten all of these forces and eliminate them forever. Next was the Wan clan. The Wan clan was the first to have a feud with Lu Ming. It could be said that they would not rest until one of them was dead. It was a pity that when Lu Ming arrived at the Wan family's residence, it was already empty. All the figures above the Sage realm had left. Those who were left behind were those below the Sage realm. Lu Ming could not be bothered to kill those below the Saint realm. He was not a bloodthirsty person. However, he still captured a few people and asked about the Wan clan's whereabouts. Family Head and the others should have gone to the Feng clan. An elder from the Wan clan said in horror, afraid that Lu Ming would kill them in a rage. The Feng clan? It seems that they are waiting for me in the Feng clan. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes slightly. This matter is not that simple. Since they know that I control the Heavenly Emperor's body and still dare to wait for me in the Feng clan, they must have something to rely on. Could there be a great emperor behind this? Lu Ming's mind was constantly thinking. He felt that it was very likely because the whole thing was very strange. As soon as he returned, he was ambushed by the Feng clan, Wan clan, Golden Crow clan, and other forces. Logically speaking, these people would not be so bold because Uncle Kong was there. Uncle Kong had said that before Lu Ming became an emperor, they were not allowed to send people above the martial emperor level to deal with Lu Ming. However, this time, the other party had directly sent experts to ambush him. Even if they wanted to ambush him, they should not have done it in the ancient moon's sacred ground. Or rather, they would not have sent people personally but hired assassins. That was the safest way because if Lu Ming was not dead and the news was leaked, Uncle Kong would not let them off. However, if the other party dared to do so, they most likely had something to rely on. Lu Ming did not immediately kill his way to the Feng clan. No matter who is behind this time, I'll get rid of them once and for all. Lu Ming's eyes flashed with killing intent. Currently, the Celestial Thearcha's body had 36% of the energy stored in it. Previously, when he killed the Golden Crow clan and the Sky Wolf Pagoda, the strongest of these two forces were merely high-level true emperors. Therefore, Lu Ming did not expend much energy. This was the source of his confidence. He wanted to completely destroy the Wind Clan, Wan Clan, and Ziji sect. However, if the other party had a great monarch behind him, he wouldn't be able to do it alone. Lu Ming immediately sent a message to Uncle Kong before heading towards Phoenix Palace. Lu Ming's arrival at Phoenix Palace shook the place. Lu Ming's current reputation was too resounding. Soon, Lu Ming met the Palace Lord of Phoenix Palace in the main hall of Phoenix Palace. Lu Ming, why have you come to Phoenix Palace to look for me? Phoenix Palace's Palace Master asked directly. I would like to request Phoenix Palace's assistance in annihilating the Feng clan, Wan clan, and Ziji sect. Lu Ming went straight to the point and stated his intentions. Phoenix Palace's Palace Master frowned, seemingly deep in thought. Lu Ming, are you confident? Phoenix Palace's Palace Master asked. This concerned the future of Phoenix Palace, so he had to be cautious. Even if they have a great monarch behind them, they will still die. It's hard to change anything. Lu Ming was extremely confident. Alright, I agree. I will invite the leaders of other factions to join me in annihilating the Feng clan, Wan clan, and Ziji sect. Phoenix Palace's Palace Master made her decision. The Feng clan was one of the ancient clans with deep roots and great strength. Ever since they came into being, they had been suppressing the other factions of the ancient moon sacred ground. Especially after Lu Ming's conflict with the Feng clan and his killing of Feng Wuchen, the factions that were on good terms with Lu Ming were even more oppressed by the Feng clan. They had long wanted to rebel. Thank you, Palace Master. I will make another trip to the Divine Elephant sect. Lu Ming expressed his gratitude and left Phoenix Palace, heading toward the Divine Elephant sect. The Divine Elephant sect, like the Phoenix Palace, quickly agreed. They also invited other factions to join the battle. Half a day later, Phoenix Palace's Palace Master and the Divine Elephant sect's sect master sent Lu Ming a voice transmission. The matter had been decided and a total of 10 factions would join the battle. All the factions agreed to meet at Phoenix Palace. Lu Ming also headed toward Phoenix Palace. When he arrived at Phoenix Palace, the 10 major forces had all arrived. Moreover, the leaders of the 10 factions had all come together. This time, all the factions were going all out to annihilate the Feng clan. Seniors, please wait a moment. I will start the battle first. If the situation doesn't seem right, you can retreat first. Lu Ming said. If the other side had an expert that even he couldn't defeat, then Phoenix Palace and the other factions would only be sending themselves to their deaths. He had to be on guard against that. Everyone nodded. Naturally, they wouldn't joke about the fate of the entire faction. I'll go first. With that, Lu Ming stepped into the air and headed in the direction of the Feng clan. Not long after Lu Ming left, the people of the 10 factions also set off toward the Feng clan. Lu Ming was extremely fast. Soon, several majestic mountains appeared in front of him. The Feng clan's original headquarters was in a small world. However, ever since they were born, they had built many majestic palaces in the ancient moon's sacred ground. From afar, one could see that the majestic mountains were filled with magnificent palaces. Lu Ming stepped into the air and headed toward the mountains where the Feng clan was located. Who's there? Someone noticed Lu Ming and shouted, "The person who will kill you." Lu Ming said coldly. With a punch, the person in front of him was torn apart. He was only a quasi-emperor. Naturally, Lu Ming killed him in an instant. "You're Lu Ming." Someone recognized Lu Ming and immediately shouted, "Lu Ming is attacking! Lu Ming is attacking!" Loud roars reverberated throughout the Feng clan. In a large hall, the Tianluo Great Emperor, the Goatee Great Emperor, the Feng clan leader, the Wan clan leader, the Purple Extreme Sect leader, and other higher-ups were discussing matters when they heard a loud roar from outside. "He's finally here." The Goateed Great Emperor sneered coldly. He got up and strode outside. The others all followed. Outside the Feng clan, Lu Ming stood in the void with a cold look in his eyes. "The Feng clan sent people to secretly ambush me. Do they really think that I have a good temper and can be bullied at will? Today, I'll flatten the Feng clan." Lu Ming shouted. His voice was like heavenly thunder, exploding in the sky. The sword of the heavenly emperor appeared. Lu Ming slashed out. An incomparably huge sword slashed toward the mountains of the Feng clan. Its power was earth-shattering and extremely terrifying. Many disciples of the Feng clan trembled in fear and shouted frantically, "Lu Ming, you're the one who will die today." A cold shout came from the mountains of the Feng clan. A figure rushed into the sky. Then, a giant palm appeared out of thin air. It was bigger than the mountains and covered the sky as it grabbed at the giant sword. Boom! The mountains shook and the world roared. Lu Ming's sword was blocked. The sword light dissipated and a figure appeared in the sky. Chapter 2150. "It's you?" Lu Ming squinted his eyes and a cold glint flashed across his eyes. He recognized the Great Emperor with the goatee at a glance. Back at Destiny Mountain, the Great Emperor with the goatee was the first to attack and kill Lu Ming. Lu Ming was a little surprised. He did not expect the Great Emperor of the Mu clan to be the mastermind. The Mu clan had actually sent people to Yuan Mountain. Then, Lu Ming looked behind and saw the Great Emperor of Tianluo and the rest. And the Daluo Heaven sect. The cold glint in Lu Ming's eyes intensified. The Daluo Heaven sect was within Lu Ming's expectations. He had previously guessed that the Daluo Heaven sect, the Heng clan, or the He clan were supporting them. "Lu Ming, how dare you kill the genius of the Mu clan, Mu Yang? Today, I'll bury you with him." The Great Emperor with the goatee said coldly. Then he exploded with a terrifying aura. The aura was appalling and unimaginably powerful. "He's even stronger than the Great Emperor of the He clan." Lu Ming was surprised. No wonder the Great Emperor was so confident when he knew that he could control the heaven and earth body. It turned out that his cultivation had surpassed the Great Emperor of the He clan. Lu Ming did not hesitate and took out the Heavenly Emperor's body. Lu Ming turned into a rainbow light and entered the Heavenly Emperor's body. The Sky Emperor's body grew rapidly, like a giant standing between the heavens and the earth. "It's a waste for the Heavenly Emperor's body to fall into your hands. Give it to me." The Great Emperor with the goatee's eyes were burning with passion. He took a step forward and stretched out a large hand to grab Lu Ming. "Kill!" Lu Ming roared and controlled the Heavenly Emperor's body. He held the stone sword and slashed out. The Great Emperor with the goatee's hand was cut in half by Lu Ming's sword. "You!" The Great Emperor with the goatee was shocked because the combat power that Lu Ming displayed when controlling the Heavenly Emperor's body was stronger than what the Great Emperor of Tianluo had said. So strong. Lu Ming was amazed. The stored energy had reached 36%. Although it had consumed some before, it was not much. With so much energy stored in it, the power it could unleash was simply too shocking. Lu Ming let out a battle cry and charged toward the goatee Great Emperor. With a slash of the sword, the stone sword became 100 miles long and 10 miles wide, suppressing the heavens. The stone sword slashed through space and shattered it. The stone sword slashed towards the goateed Great Emperor with boundless spatial turbulence. Boom! The goatee martial monarch unleashed his power too. His body emitted a brilliant glow. The entire place was filled with an indescribable pressure. The world was filled with the aura of the Great Path. The goateed Great Emperor was controlling the Great Tao. At the same time, 2 golden sabers appeared in his hands. He slashed out with the sabers and sliced through the void. Clang, clang. The saber and the stone sword collided violently. The saber in the goatee Great Emperor's hand buzzed as if it was under great pressure. Lu Ming was valiant and invincible. Once again he charged towards his opponent. Kill! The goateed Great Emperor controlled the Great Tao and charged at Lu Ming with 2 golden sabers. The 2 of them fought in the sky. However, the goateed Great Emperor was at a disadvantage. He was completely suppressed by Lu Ming. After every move, the goateed Great Emperor's body trembled and he was forced to retreat. How is this possible? The Tianluo Great Emperor, the Feng clan leader, and the others were in disbelief. The goateed Great Emperor was a 2-star Great Emperor. He was much stronger than the He clan Great Emperor and could even kill him. But now, he was suppressed by Lu Ming and was at a disadvantage. Back in the Celestial City, Lu Ming could barely suppress the He clan Great Emperor when he controlled the Heavenly Emperor's body. Why was he even more terrifying now? Not good. At this moment, the Feng clan leader, Wan clan leader, and the others turned pale. They were relying on the goateed Great Emperor and the Tianluo Great Emperor. But now, the goateed Great Emperor was at a disadvantage. If the goateed Great Emperor was defeated, Lu Ming wouldn't let them off. Their faces were filled with fear. Some of them were already considering if they should escape first. Boom! In the sky, there was another explosion. The goateed Great Emperor was forced to retreat as blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Damn it! The goateed Great Emperor roared. He felt that he had been cheated. The information he received didn't match the reality. I'll send you on your way. Lu Ming roared. The more he fought, the braver he became. He didn't care about his own defense and attacked the goateed Great Emperor. He had to end the battle quickly because the energy in the Heavenly Emperor's body was depleted too quickly when fighting against a Great Emperor. If the battle dragged on for too long and the energy was depleted, he would be finished. Lu Ming gave up on defense and attacked crazily. Clang! The stone sword deflected the goateed Great Emperor's battle blade. Lu Ming kicked the goateed Great Emperor's body, almost causing the goateed Great Emperor's body to explode. The goateed Great Emperor spat out a mouthful of blood and retreated. Lu Ming chased after him relentlessly. Tianluo, come and help me. The goateed Great Emperor shouted for Tianluo to help him. Tianluo Great Emperor's expression changed. In the end, he gritted his teeth and rushed to the sky. He took out a Great Emperor weapon and attacked Lu Ming. Today, he had to get rid of Lu Ming. Otherwise, if the goateed Great Emperor died, he would be finished too. But at this moment, a bright sword light lit up the sky and slashed at Tianluo Great Emperor. Old Devil Dan Kong. Tianluo Great Emperor was shocked and tried his best to defend. Boom! The sky exploded. Uncle Kong's figure appeared. His sword light was shocking as it slashed at Tianluo Great Emperor. Uncle Kong's cultivation was already at the limit of a 1-star Great Emperor. He wasn't far from becoming a 2-star Great Emperor. Moreover, Uncle Kong had cultivated for countless years. His battle strength was obviously stronger than Tianluo Great Emperor. The battle strength of a Great Emperor wasn't just a battle of cultivation. Uncle Kong was obviously stronger in other aspects. Back in Celestial City, Uncle Kong was heavily injured from the battle with the evil god tribe. That was why he was able to fight Tianluo Great Emperor to a draw. Tianluo Great Emperor was also suppressed and could only defend himself. Not good. The Feng clan leader, Wan clan leader, and the others turned pale. The 2 great emperors that they relied on were at a disadvantage. Once the 2 great emperors were defeated, they were finished. Retreat, retreat from here. The Feng clan leader roared. They had no choice but to retreat in order to protect the Feng clan. You want to leave? It's too late. A cold voice came from afar. Then, a large number of figures appeared. They were the experts from the Phoenix Palace, Divine Elephant Sect, and the other top 10 forces. It's you. How dare you attack my Feng clan? You're courting death. The Feng clan leader roared. You're the ones who will die. Today you will die. Kill. The top 10 forces attacked the Feng clan from all directions. This time, the 10 great forces virtually turned out in full force, sending out all of their powerhouses. Chapter 2151. The 10 great powers moved out in full force with too many experts. All sorts of attacks rained down on the Wind Clan's entrance. Many people from the Wind Clan, Wan Clan, and Violet Extreme sect were killed. "I'll destroy you all." The Wind Clan leader's eyes turned red as he glared at the Phoenix Palace Lord. His body soared into the sky, bringing with it endless gales as he attacked. The Wind Clan leader was a peak 7-star true emperor. He was practically invincible in the ancient moon's sacred ground. The other lords didn't have such a cultivation. "Attack together!" The Phoenix Palace Lord shouted. The cry of a phoenix resounded from her body, resounding across the firmament. A gigantic phoenix lunged at the Wind Clan leader. Roar! Then, an elephant's cry sounded. Long Chen's master had made his move. Long Chen's master was a supreme elder of the Divine Elephant sect. He was a 6-star true emperor, an existence on the same level as the Phoenix Palace Lord. He also joined the fray with a punch. A gigantic elephant stomped on the sky and charged at the Wind Clan leader. At the same time, lightning filled the air as if a heavenly tribulation was descending. A figure shrouded in lightning appeared and used a grand technique to attack the Wind Clan leader. This was the sect master of the Thunder God sect, a 6-star true emperor. On top of that, the leader of another faction made his move too. The 4 great experts fought the Wind Clan leader together. The two sides engaged in a fierce battle. It was difficult to determine the victor. The other places were embroiled in bitter battles. The patriarchs of the Wan Clan and the Ziji sect both sent out their own experts to fight against them. The Wind Clan was caught in the flames of war. Moreover, the Wind Clan, the Wan Clan, and the Ziji sect were at a complete disadvantage. People were constantly being killed. The Wind Clan was strong and was the strongest in the ancient moon's sacred ground. However, this time, the 10 major forces joined forces and sent out all their experts. They had already completely surpassed them. Experts from the Wind Clan, Wan Clan, and Violet Extreme sect were dying one after another. In the sky, the battle between Lu Ming and the Goatee Emperor had entered its final phase. Lu Ming went all out with more than 30% of his energy, surpassing that of a 2-star great emperor. Moreover, Lu Ming did not need to defend and only needed to attack. His battle prowess was undoubtedly stronger. The goateed great emperor spat out large mouthfuls of blood. Half of his body was struck by Lu Ming's sword light and exploded. He was severely injured. His hair was disheveled and his body was bathed in blood. His aura was getting weaker and weaker. He charged forward with all his might, wanting to escape. But how could Lu Ming let him escape? Lu Ming ignored his defenses and attacked with all his might. His attacks were like a torrential downpour. In the blink of an eye, he had sent out several hundred slashes, completely cutting off his opponent's path of retreat. The goatee great emperor was mad with hatred. He roared madly and was extremely unwilling to accept this. Could it be that he was going to die here today? He wasn't willing to give up. He had come here to kill Lu Ming, not to throw his life away. He was a great emperor. As long as he made it through the great calamity, his lifespan would be endless. He would dominate a region and receive the respect and reverence of countless people. He didn't want to die. He resisted with all his might. But it was useless. Bang! There was a golden saber in his hand. After the continuous battle, it had been shattered into pieces that flew in all directions. Lu Ming took advantage of the situation and chased after him. He chopped off the other arm of the goatee great emperor. The goatee great emperor roared, wanting to recover from his injuries. At the great emperor realm, as long as one's soul wasn't destroyed, even a drop of blood could be recovered and the body could be rebuilt. But this time, he couldn't do it. His body couldn't recover immediately. This was because Lu Ming's stone sword contained a terrifying destructive power that was constantly destroying his body. After being injured again and having his emperor weapon destroyed, the goatee great emperor's battle strength was even weaker. Kill! And Lu Ming's attacks were still violent. He slashed at the goatee great emperor's forehead. The forehead was the place where one's soul was stored. If it was hit, death was certain. The goatee great emperor tried his best to dodge. In the end he managed to avoid being hit. But in the end he didn't manage to dodge completely. He was split into two by Lu Ming's sword. The goatee great emperor controlled half of his body and frantically retreated. His face was filled with horror. Kill! Lu Ming continued to attack. Lu Ming, you can't kill me. I'm the great emperor of the Mu clan. If you kill me, the Mu clan won't let you go. The goatee great emperor roared. You're a great emperor. At this time, you're actually using the Mu clan to threaten me. What a joke. You're talking as if the Mu clan will let me go if I let you go. Go to hell. Lu Ming sneered. His killing intent was incomparably dense as he continued to attack. Swoosh. The battle sword slashed down. It was incomparably huge. It was as big as a mountain and crushed the void. The goatee great emperor couldn't dodge. He roared hysterically. Bang. The battle sword pressed down. Half of his body directly exploded. His soul roared and wanted to rush out. But it was mercilessly crushed by the battle sword and exploded. His soul was destroyed. A great emperor had fallen. At this moment, everyone who was fighting felt their hearts tremble violently. Stormy waves rose and they couldn't calm down. Great emperors were the pinnacle of the Yuan mountain. They were supreme and ruled over a region. With a stomp of their feet, the entire Yuan mountain would tremble. Such a figure was now dead. He was killed by Lu Ming. Moreover, he was a 2-star great emperor. Kill! The morale of the 10 major forces, including the Phoenix Palace, greatly increased. As for the Feng clan, Ziji sect, and One clan, their morale was greatly reduced. This way, they were even more vulnerable and were constantly being killed. Great Emperor Tanluo was also greatly shocked. He was originally no match for Uncle Kong. At this moment, his mind was greatly shaken. After being swept by Uncle Kong's sword, he immediately vomited a mouthful of blood. Go! Great Emperor Tianluo did not hesitate. He unleashed his full strength and madly rushed out. He successfully rushed out. He turned into a rainbow light and ran for his life. Trying to escape? Lu Ming's eyes were filled with cold light. He threw the Heavenly Emperor's sword in his hand. The Heavenly Emperor's sword turned into a rainbow light. Its speed was extremely fast as it flew towards Great Emperor Tianluo. Block it! Great Emperor Tianluo roared and unleashed his full strength to block the attack. He threw out several emperor weapons, most of which were true emperor weapons, hoping to block Lu Ming's sword. As the sword light passed through, the emperor weapons exploded one by one. In the end, the sword light swept past Great Emperor Tianluo and almost cut him in half. However, he managed to dodge it in the end and madly fled into the distance. Uncle Kong turned into a sword light and chased after Great Emperor Tianluo. Lu Ming did not chase after him. In order to kill the Great Emperor with the goatee, he had used up too much energy. Now, the energy in the Heavenly Emperor's body had dropped below 10%. With such energy, even if he chased after Great Emperor Tianluo, he might not be able to kill him. Lu Ming waved his hand and kept the Great Emperor's storage ring. At the same time, he called back the Heavenly Emperor's sword and walked towards the Feng clan leader. Lu Ming, I surrender. The Feng clan will never be your enemy. I am willing to compensate you with a large amount of treasures. Chapter 2152. Previously, Lu Ming had killed the goatee Great Emperor in one fell swoop, which made him extremely terrified. Now that Lu Ming was here, he could not resist at all. Only death awaited him. The Feng clan leader was about to admit defeat. But Lu Ming was unmoved. Treasures? Do you have more treasures than the Great Emperor? Lu Ming said indifferently. Just now, the goatee Great Emperor's storage ring had fallen into his hands. Why would he need any treasures? Don't kill me, Lu Ming. As long as you let me go, I will lead the Feng clan and pledge allegiance to you forever. The Feng clan leader screamed in horror. In order to survive, he did not care about anything else. No need, go on your way in peace. Lu Ming said coldly and then slashed out with his sword. The Feng clan leader tried his best to resist, but it was useless. Although there was not much energy left in the Heavenly Emperor's body, it was not difficult to kill a 7-star true emperor. The sword light flashed and the Feng clan leader was killed. Subsequently, Lu Ming charged toward the head of the Wan family and the sect master of the Ziji sect. There was no suspense. The leaders of the two forces were killed one after another. Then, Lu Ming killed a few more experts. These people were from the Mu clan and the Daluo Heaven sect. They were all high-level Void Emperors. After killing these people, Lu Ming did not continue to attack and kept the Heavenly Emperor's body. The energy storage of the Heavenly Emperor's body had fallen below 10%. If he wanted to control it next time, he would need to continue to replenish energy. There was no suspense in this battle. The strongest experts of the Feng clan, the Wan clan, and the Ziji sect were all killed. The rest could not resist. The result was already decided. This was a day of bloodshed. Not long after, the experts of the Feng clan, the Wan clan, and the Ziji sect were almost all killed. Those who were left were those with weaker cultivation. The people of the 10 great factions all smiled. The Feng clan was finally destroyed. Sush. At this time, a figure appeared. It was Uncle Kong. Tianluo guy escaped, but that guy suffered a fatal injury. He will not recover without 100 years. Uncle Kong said. It was a pity that he could not kill Tianluo Great Emperor. That's good too. I'll personally take Tianluo's life one day. Lu Ming said. By the way, Uncle Kong, the Mu clan lost a great emperor this time. Will they go crazy and take revenge? Lu Ming asked. He would be leaving soon. He was afraid that the Mu clan would send experts to deal with the Divine Elephant sect and Phoenix Palace. The Mu clan has sent a great sovereign to the Yuan Mountain to kill you. I will personally go to the Divine Fate Land. I have a good relationship with one of the overlords of the Divine Fate Land. I will ask them to take action and restrain the Mu clan. The Mu clan will not dare to act recklessly. Kong Bo said. Lu Ming nodded. If that was the case, he was relieved. News of the battle with the Wind tribes soon spread throughout the ancient Moon Holy Ground, shocking everyone. Not long after, it even spread throughout Yuan Mountain. In this battle, a few powerful factions had been annihilated, and even martial emperors had fallen. It was truly shocking. Most importantly, the martial monarch was killed by Lu Ming. For a time, Lu Ming's reputation reached its peak. Originally, because of the Battle of the 10 Earths, Lu Ming reached the peak, but then he was judged by the Heavenly Emperor that it would be difficult for him to become an emperor. Therefore, everyone in Yuan Mountain knew about him. And now, it was because he killed a great emperor. Countless people were horrified and extremely shocked. Before, there were still people who looked down on Lu Ming, thinking that Lu Ming could not become an emperor because his potential was limited. But now, no one dared to look down on Lu Ming anymore. So what if he couldn't become an emperor? He could still stir up the wind and clouds. Under his anger, several powerful factions were annihilated, and blood flowed like a river. Even great emperors were killed. As long as Lu Ming had the Heavenly Emperor's body in his hands, even if he couldn't become an emperor, he would still be a terrifying existence. Even great emperors would fear him. The outside world was shocked. Countless people were discussing Lu Ming's name, and Lu Ming was already preparing to return to Tsang State. Ancient Moon Holy Land, Wind Clan, Wan Clan, Golden Crow Clan, Sky Wolf Pagoda, and Purple Extreme Sect were destroyed. The resources and territories they left behind were divided by Phoenix Palace and other sections. There was a relatively large reshuffle in Ancient Moon Holy Land's forces. Lu Ming did not participate in all of this. He stayed in the Great Pill Development Hall for a few days. A few days later, Uncle Kong set off for the Divine Fate Land. Lu Ming brought Autumn Moon, Xuaningxin, and Tianchui towards Tsang State. Tsang State, Cloud State, and Emperor State. These three states were located in the Cloud Sea mountain range. They were the closest to the sea and were considered an extremely remote area. Very few people from the various holy lands of Yuan Mountain would come to these three states. Therefore, there was no public teleportation to this place. They had to fly. Lu Ming took out a puppet. This puppet looked like a goshawk. It was the same one that Chao Kai had given him back then. It could travel 100 times faster than the sky-piercing shuttle. The four of them sat on the goshawk puppet. The goshawk puppet spread its wings and flew towards Tsang State at an astonishing speed. The hundredfold piercing sky-flying shuttle was too fast. They were like bolts of lightning. Fortunately, there was a layer of light on the eagle puppet's body. Otherwise, they would have been torn apart by the astral winds. Below them, there were boundless mountains and rivers. One by one, the emperor forces flew past. Back then, when Lu Ming escaped from the Cloud Sea Mountain range, he flew for several months and only flew past a few emperor-level forces. But now, they only took a few days to arrive at the border of the Cloud Sea Mountain range from the ancient Moon Holy Land. After entering the Cloud Sea Mountain range, the four of them used their divine breathing technique to disguise themselves and conceal their auras. Now, they did not know the current situation of the three states. Cloud Dragon Valley Master and the others had fallen into the enemy's hands. Naturally, they could not expose their identities. Although Lu Ming was not afraid of the enemy at all with his current combat strength, it was better to hide their identities and rescue them first. After another 2 days, they had passed through the Cloud Sea Mountain range and arrived at the border of Cloud State. Senior brother, senior sister, hide your identities first and wait in Cloud State. Autumn Moon and I will go back to Tsang State first and see if we can rescue Master and the others. Lu Ming said to Tian Chui and Xuanixin. Okay, junior brother, be careful. Tian Chui and Xuanixin nodded. They also understood that they were not strong enough. Even if they went with Lu Ming, they would not be of much help. They planned to gather information in Cloud State first. The four of them split up. Lu Ming and Autumn Moon went to Tsang State, while Tian Qi and Xuanixin stayed in Cloud State to gather information. Although they did not ride on puppets, Lu Ming and Autumn Moon's current speed allowed them to cross the entire Cloud State in an hour. They crossed most of Tsang State's territory and arrived near Dragon God Valley. The two of them stood in the sky and looked at Dragon God Valley. Dragon God Valley was not the same as before. Back then, Dragon God Valley was filled with snow all year round. That was because Ice Dragon Ancestor lived in the depths of Dragon God Valley. Ice Dragon Ancestor was cultivating and the temperature was too low, causing snow to fill the sky. But now, the snow had melted and the vegetation was flourishing. Dragon God Valley was full of vitality. Occasionally, there would be people coming in and out. People from Emperor's Sky Divine Palace. Chapter 2153. The people from Emperor's Sky Divine Palace were easy to recognize as they were all dressed like emperors. It seemed that although many things had happened in Yuan Mountain, Song, Cloud, and Emperor regions were not affected as they were too remote. At this moment, in the Dragon God Valley, two figures were running towards the Cloud Dragon Valley. These two people were Lu Ming's two senior brothers. Second senior brother Long Yuanshan and third senior brother Yang Tianzong. The two of them arrived at the Cloud Dragon Valley, entered a cave, and closed the stone door. Senior brother, we're lucky this time. We obtained 2 mystical pattern stones. After refining them, our cultivation will definitely improve. Let's take one each. Yang Tianzong took out 2 pieces of silver stone. There were strange patterns on the stone and it was very mysterious. Junior brother, you should use these 2 mystical pattern stones. You're more talented than me. It would be a waste for me to use them to improve my cultivation. Long Yuanshan said. Senior brother, how can we do that? The two of us obtained the mystical pattern stones together. We should have one each. Senior brother, take it. Yang Tianzong handed one of the mystical pattern stones to Long Yuanshan. At that moment, boom, the stone door of the cave let out a loud boom. Someone was attacking the stone door. Yang Tianzong and Long Yuanshan's expressions changed. Yang Tianzong kept the mystical pattern stones. Boom, boom. The stone door trembled and then exploded with a bang. A few figures walked in from outside. There were 3 of them. 2 were middle-aged and 1 was an old man. The 3 of them looked at Long Yuanshan and Yang Tianzong coldly. The 2 of you, hand over the mystical pattern stones. What mystical pattern stones? Elder, did you make a mistake? Long Yuanshan's expression changed slightly before he smiled apologetically. You're still trying to quibble. The 2 of you weren't the only ones who went to the bottom of the sea. Someone saw you obtain the mystical pattern stones. Hand them over quickly. Otherwise, you know the consequences. The old man sneered. Damn it. Long Yuanshan and Yang Tianzong roared in their hearts. Ever since they were controlled by the evil spirit sect, all their resources had been taken away. Even if they obtained any resources later on, as long as the evil spirit sect knew about it, they would take it away. This caused their cultivation to become extremely slow. Over the years, their cultivation had not improved by much, mainly because their resources had been taken away. They had to rely on the origin energy of the heavens and earth to cultivate slowly, which was extremely slow. Some time ago, they had been sent to the sea to carry out a mission. By chance, they had obtained 2 mystical pattern stones. The mystical pattern stone was a rare treasure of heaven and earth. After refining it, it could greatly increase one's cultivation. It was also of great help to one's comprehension of the laws. As soon as they returned, they immediately planned to refine it. They were afraid that the people from the evil spirit sect would find out and snatch it away. Unexpectedly, as soon as they returned, the other party caught wind of the news and rushed over. Still not handing it over? Do you want to die? Seeing the 2 of them hesitate, the old man's face darkened. Elder, we are working for the evil spirit sect, but we are not their slaves. We have the right to obtain our own treasures to cultivate. What you are doing is too much. Long Yuanshan said. Too much? Let me tell you, you are the slaves of the evil spirit sect. You have to contribute wholeheartedly to the evil spirit sect. You still want to obtain your own resources to cultivate? Don't even think about it, understand? The old man laughed loudly. The other 2 middle-aged men also laughed maniacally. Damn it! Yang Tianzong roared, his eyes flashing fiercely. What are you doing? Are you trying to rebel? As long as I report this, you will suffer a fate worse than death. Don't forget, there are restrictions in your soul. The old man was fearless. Junior brother, don't act rashly. Long Yuanshan held Yang Tianzong down, telling him not to act rashly. Their souls had been restricted by the evil spirit sect's experts. Their lives were completely under the other party's control. If they acted rashly, only death would await them. Yang Tianzong had no choice but to endure. A slave is a slave. You have to do your duty as a slave. Now, hand over the mystical pattern stone and kneel down to admit your mistakes. I can let bygones be bygones. Hurry up. The old man said. What? You want us to kneel? Yang Tianzong was furious. Even Long Yuanshan was the same. This was too much. Kneeling down is already giving you a way out. Hurry up, I don't have that much time to waste on you. The old man shouted. Since you're in such a hurry, I'll send you on your way. At that moment, a voice rang out. It came from outside the cave. When they heard that voice, Long Yuanshan and Yang Tianzong trembled. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. That was because they were all too familiar with that voice. Meanwhile, the old man's eyes turned cold. Cold, murderous intent filled the air. He turned around and shouted coldly, "Who's the blind fool? You're courting death." Then, everyone saw a young man and a young woman walk in from outside the cave. The man looked to be in his 20s. He was tall and straight, and his eyes were like stars. He had an indescribable aura. The woman looked to be in her 20s. She wore a snow-white dress and looked like a fairy from a painting. "Junior brother, it's really you?" Long Yuanshan and Yang Tianzong exclaimed at the same time. The ones who had entered were naturally Lu Ming and Qiu Autumn Moon. Just now, the 2 of them had checked the surroundings outside before they entered Dragon God Valley and headed towards Cloud Dragon Valley. With Lu Ming's sharp hearing, he heard the commotion the moment he entered Cloud Dragon Valley. He was instantly enraged. "Junior brother? You're from Dragon God Valley too? I've never seen you before." The old man said in a deep voice. Lu Ming ignored him and walked towards Long Yuanshan and Yang Tianzong. He cupped his fists and said, "Senior brothers, long time no see. Junior brother, why you back?" When Long Yuanshan and Yang Tianzong saw Lu Ming, they were happy but worried at the same time. They did not know if Lu Ming had any backup. If he did not have any backup, they would be in trouble. They had heard from the Cloud Dragon Valley Master that Lu Ming had escaped and he would seek help. They wondered if he had managed to get help from any experts. Kid, it seems like you're the fish that escaped the net back then. Ha, you still dare to show yourself. You're courting death. The old man thought about it and knew that Lu Ming had not been caught back then. But since he had escaped, he still dared to show himself like this. How foolish. Lu Ming turned around and looked at the old man and the two burly men. Kneel down and commit suicide. What did you say? The old man and the two burly men thought that they had heard wrongly. This kid actually told them to kneel down and commit suicide? Was he crazy? This was the territory of the evil spirit sect. Moreover, their cultivation levels were extremely high. This kid did not look very old, but he actually told them to kneel down and commit suicide. His arrogance made them want to laugh. They felt that it was the biggest joke in the world. But in the next moment, they could not laugh anymore. Because a terrifying aura suddenly erupted from Lu Ming's body. The terrifying pressure was like hundreds of mountains pressing down on them. Plop, plop, plop. Chapter 2154. That old man was at the great sage Greater Mastery. The two burly men were at the bright sage realm. They were no different from ants in Lu Ming's eyes. He only released a trace of his aura, and the three of them were forced to kneel on the ground. Ah, who are you? The old man struggled with all his might, but it was useless. The space seemed to have frozen, and the terrifying pressure seemed to be about to crush his body. He was terrified. He realized that this young man's cultivation was unbelievable. Just his aura alone could make him kneel on the ground. What kind of cultivation did he have? In his impression, even an ordinary great sage lesser mastery couldn't do that, unless he was stronger. Could this young man be at the great sage lesser mastery? Thinking of this, he broke out in cold sweat. Disciple of the Dragon God Valley, Lu Ming. Lu Ming said calmly, let us go. The entire Dragon God Valley is under our control. If you don't let us go, you're courting death. Not only will you die, but everyone in the Dragon God Valley will die. The old man shouted. He deliberately raised his voice to alert the others. Unfortunately, Lu Ming had already set up an energy barrier at the entrance of the cave. The commotion here couldn't be heard at all. This time, the evil spirit sect will be completely destroyed. Lu Ming sneered, and his killing intent was like a knife. Help! The old man and the two burly men screamed in horror. But Lu Ming's eyes were filled with the light of death, and the three of them were instantly enveloped by the light of death. Then, they turned into ashes and dissipated. Long Yuanshan and Yang Tianzong sighed. They hadn't seen their junior brother for many years. It seemed that their junior brother had become stronger, reaching a height that they couldn't reach. That old man was at the great sage Greater Mastery, but he couldn't resist Lu Ming at all and was directly killed. And Lu Ming didn't even make a move from the beginning to the end. This kind of method made them feel that it was somewhat inconceivable. Junior brother, hurry up and leave. If you kill them, the evil spirit sect will soon find out. When they send experts, it will be troublesome. At this moment, Long Yuanshan thought of something and said with a solemn expression, Second senior brother, third senior brother, I've come back to save you. Lu Ming said, Save us. Long Yuanshan and Yang Tianzong were stunned for a moment before their faces lit up with joy. Little junior brother, did you manage to get reinforcements from the ancient Moon Holy Land? They thought that since Lu Ming was so confident, he must have invited reinforcements. Reinforcements? You can say that. Lu Ming rubbed his nose and said, Right, where is Master? And where are the others from Dragon God Valley? Little junior brother, Master is in the original Sky Universe Demon sect. In fact, more than half of the people from Dragon God Valley are there. Most of the people from the other sects in the Tsang state are also there. They are working as coolies to refine a kind of demonic pill for the evil spirit sect. Long Yuanshan said, I heard that those demonic pills can help the evil spirit sect's disciples increase their cultivation. That damned evil spirit sect, they're treating us like slaves. Yang Tianzong said unhappily, They're all in the Sky Universe Demon sect. Lu Ming's eyes flashed with killing intent as he continued, Second senior brother, third senior brother, I'll break the restrictions in your souls first. With Lu Ming's current cultivation, it wouldn't be too difficult to break the restrictions in their souls. Break the restrictions? No, as long as you break our restrictions, the person who set the restrictions will immediately discover it. At that time, the others will be in danger. Long Yuanshan hurriedly said. Lu Ming frowned. This was indeed very troublesome. Everyone's souls had restrictions placed on them, and their lives were in the hands of the other party. He had to solve this problem. Otherwise, no matter how strong Lu Ming's cultivation was, he wouldn't be able to do anything. Then he asked, Senior brother, do you know how many people from the evil spirit sect set up the restrictions and where they are? As far as I know, there's only one person from the evil spirit sect who set up the restrictions, and this person is also in the Sky Universe Demon sect. Long Yuanshan said. There's only one person. Lu Ming was delighted. If there was only one person, then it would be easy. Senior brother, let's set off and head to the Sky Universe Demon sect to kill the person who set up the restrictions. Lu Ming said. Wait a minute, junior brother, don't act rashly. The person who set up the restrictions is a quasi-emperor. Moreover, there's a law king from the evil spirit sect in the Sky Universe Demon sect. Long Yuanshan hurriedly said. The law kings of the evil spirit sect were all martial emperors. Wouldn't they be courting death if they went over like this? It's fine. It's just a law king. There's nothing to worry about. Lu Ming smiled. Junior brother, did you really invite reinforcements from the ancient moon sacred ground that can suppress a martial emperor? Long Yuanshan and Yang Tianzong were overjoyed. It's enough to kill a martial emperor. Senior brothers, don't worry. You just have to bring me to the person who set up the restrictions. Lu Ming said. Alright, in that case, let's go. Long Yuanshan made up his mind. Senior brothers, wait for me for a moment. Lu Ming's figure flashed and left the cave abode. In less than a minute, Lu Ming returned. Just now, he had already circled around the Dragon God Valley and killed all the evil spirit sect cultivators at the sage stage and above who were guarding the Dragon God Valley silently. In this way, after the person who set up the restrictions was killed, the people of the Dragon God Valley would be able to break the restrictions and take advantage of the situation to defeat the people of the evil spirit sect. Let's go! Lu Ming waved his hand and a force swept Long Yuanshan and Yang Tianzong out of the cave abode and flew toward the Sky Universe Demon sect at an extremely fast speed. This speed, Long Yuanshan and Yang Tianzong were shocked. Lu Ming's speed was too shocking and beyond their imagination. He was much faster than many of the absolute saints they had seen. Not long after, a large area of the Demon Mountain was in sight. Figures could be seen flashing from time to time in the Sky Universe Demon sect. Junior brother, where's the reinforcements you invited? Long Yuanshan asked. Yang Tianzong was also curious. They had already arrived at the Sky Universe Demon sect, but they did not see anyone else. There were only a few of them. Autumn Moon, do it? At this moment, Lu Ming said to Autumn Moon. Autumn Moon nodded. Junior brother, you can't do that. The king of the evil spirit sect is guarding this place. He is a martial emperor. If you ask this young lady to do it, you will be harming her. Long Yuanshan quickly stopped him. Before Autumn Moon, she had been following Lu Ming obediently. Moreover, she was so young. They had not thought about how strong Autumn Moon's cultivation was before. Now, Lu Ming had asked Autumn Moon to do it. Wasn't this asking Autumn Moon to die? Don't worry. Qiu Yu smiled and stepped forth, appearing in the air above the numerous Devil Mountains. Boom. Then, a terrifying aura erupted from Autumn Moon's body. That was the Emperor's aura. It was vast and unfathomable like the vast ocean. Chapter 2155. Autumn Moon unleashed the aura of a martial emperor and a terrifying pressure pressed down on the demon mountains of the Sky Universe Demon sect. Feeling the terrifying aura from Autumn Moon, Long Yuanshan and Yang Tianzong were completely stunned. Then, their bodies started to tremble. Martial Emperor. Autumn Moon was actually a martial emperor. The beautiful lady beside Lu Ming was actually a martial emperor. Gosh, such a young martial emperor. What did a martial emperor represent? In Song's state, It was the ruler, the supreme existence. The people of Tsang state basically did not know the specific classification of martial emperors. In their eyes, as long as one reached the martial emperor level, one was an invincible figure. In fact, many people even addressed ordinary void emperors as great emperors. At this moment, the Sky Universe demon sect was in complete chaos. Martial emperor, it's a martial emperor. A martial emperor has appeared. Someone shouted. In the demon mountains of the Sky Universe demon sect, figures flashed and some were frightened. This was because this was an unfamiliar martial emperor, not a martial emperor from the evil spirit sect. Swoosh! A beam of light shot out from one of the demon mountains. In the sky, a figure appeared, emitting a terrifying aura. Martial Emperor's aura. This was also a martial emperor. It's the Soul Destroyer King, it's him. This guy is indeed not dead. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. The person who had appeared was actually the Soul Destroyer King. When Lu Ming first came to the Yuan continent, he had entered the Tsang Emperor's secret realm. In the secret realm, he had seen the Soul Destroyer King and the Tsang Emperor. The two of them had fought for 60,000 years inside. Later, the Tsang Emperor's corpse appeared, but the Soul Destroyer King had disappeared. Then, there was news that Lu Ming had obtained the Tsang Emperor's storage ring and inheritance. This news had almost forced Lu Ming into a desperate situation. At that time, Lu Ming suspected that the Soul Destroyer King was not dead and that he was the one who had leaked the news. Now, it seemed that it was true. Moreover, the injuries of the Soul Destroyer King had already healed. It's just a one-star Void Emperor. Lu Ming sensed and discovered that the Soul Annihilation Master King was only a one-star Void Emperor. He felt relieved. An ordinary one-star Void Emperor would not be a match for Autumn Moon. For you, the Soul Destroyer Shakyamuni said solemnly. Chiyo Autumn Moon looked so young, but she had already broken through to the Martial Emperor realm. This shocked him. The person who will kill you, Autumn Moon said coldly. She waved her hand and sent a palm strike towards the Soul Destroyer Shakyamuni. The Soul Destroyer Shakyamuni had no choice but to fight with Autumn Moon. The two of them fought in the sky, causing the void to tremble. Junior brother, is Miss Autumn Moon the reinforcements you invited? Long Yuanshan asked. Lu Ming smiled and didn't answer. He said, Senior Martial Brothers, take me to the Empyrean Demon Sect and find the person who placed the restriction. Alright. Long Yuanshan and Yang Tianzong nodded. They knew that it was a crucial moment and they could only choose to believe in Lu Ming. The three of them rushed into the Sky Universe Demon Sect. Long Yuanshan and Yang Tianzong were also controlled, so the evil spirit sect members would not stop them. Lu Ming restrained his aura and followed the two of them. The others also thought that Lu Ming was one of them and naturally did not stop them. They shuttled through the demon mountains, looking for the person who had placed the restriction. Moreover, everyone was attracted by the battle in the sky. Not many people were paying attention to Lu Ming and the others. I see it. Suddenly, Yang Tianzong's face lit up. A group of people stood on a demon mountain in front of them. One of them was a skinny old woman. Lu Ming recognized her at a glance because he had seen this old woman place a restriction for others with his own eyes. The three of them flew toward the mountain. What are you doing? Someone looked at the three of them. My lord, we have something to report. It's about the Martial Emperor. Long Yuanshan bowed. Oh, come over here. The skinny old woman looked at Long Yuanshan and the other two. The three of them flew toward the demon mountain and slowly approached the skinny old woman. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes. He had to kill this old woman in an instant. Otherwise, Long Yuanshan and Yang Tianzong would be in danger. She could control the restriction with a thought and destroy Long Yuanshan and Yang Tianzong's souls. Do you know who the Martial Emperor is? What news do you have? Tell me everything. The skinny old woman said. Beside him, there were a few elders. Each of them had a profound cultivation base. They were all quasi-emperors. My lord, I accidentally received a piece of news. It's like this. Lu Ming took a few steps forward and pretended to reply as he moved closer to the old woman. What is it? Say it. No, wait a minute, you. At this moment, the old woman realized that something was wrong. She did not sense the fluctuation of her restriction on Lu Ming. In other words, Lu Ming was not controlled by her restriction. Other than the D family, the Sky Universe Demon Sect, and the Evil Spirit Sect's disciples who were not controlled by her restriction, the other forces who had surrendered were all controlled by her restriction. Could it be that this kid is from the Evil Spirit Sect or the D family? In an instant, many thoughts flashed through the old woman's mind. Boom! At this moment, Lu Ming exploded and charged toward the old woman. To Lu Ming, the distance of dozens of meters was covered in an instant. It was even faster than a human's reaction time. Before the old woman could even react, Lu Ming had rushed in front of her and struck her head with his palm. The old woman's head exploded like a watermelon. She was killed in one move. At this moment, the others finally reacted. "You're courting death." The other boundary thearchs beside the old woman were enraged and charged toward Lu Ming. The old woman was able to place restrictions in other people's souls. This required talent, and not everyone in the Evil Spirit Sect knew how to do it. It was extremely rare. Now, the only person in the entire Evil Spirit Sect who could do it was the old woman. The old woman had a disciple. Although he also had such talent, his cultivation was too weak and could not be of much use. Therefore, the old woman's death was definitely a great loss to the Evil Spirit Sect. "You're the ones who will die," Lu Ming said coldly as he struck out with his palm. The terrifying palm force surged out like an avalanche. Several boundary thearchs' bodies exploded and died on the spot. At this moment, Long Yuanshan and Yang Tianzong reacted and were dumbfounded. Those were boundary thearchs. Several boundary thearchs were actually unable to resist Lu Ming and were killed with a single palm strike. What cultivation level had Lu Ming reached now? "Senior brother, have your restrictions been broken?" Lu Ming asked. "It's broken." Once the old woman died, the restrictions were automatically broken. The two of them reacted and revealed joyful expressions. "The restriction has been broken. Our restriction has been broken." At this moment, the entire Sky Universe Demon Sect was in an uproar. At least half of all the sects that had surrendered in the Tsang state had gathered here to help the Evil Spirit Sect refine pills. At this moment, everyone felt that their restrictions had been broken. "Everyone, let's kill our way out." At this moment, there was a loud roar. Then, a sword light soared into the sky and killed several Evil Spirit Sect disciples. Master! Chapter 2156. In the Sky Universe Demon Sect, an old man was slaughtering. Wherever his sword light passed, several Evil Spirit Sect disciples were killed. This old man was Lu Ming's master, the Cloud Dragon Valley Master. "Kill all these bastards!" With a roar, a ferocious tiger roared and soared into the sky. With a slap, it killed a few Evil Spirit Sect disciples. This was also an absolute saint, a powerhouse of the demon castle. Then more people rioted. All these years, they had been controlled by the restrictions and had been bullied. Now that the restrictions had disappeared, everyone immediately rioted and wanted to rush out. "You're courting death." Within the many demonic mountains, terrifying auras rose up one after another. The Evil Spirit Sect and the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace had arranged for many experts to be here. Apart from the old lady and the rest, there were more than 10 absolute sage experts. However, there were no quasi-thearchs. They had all been killed by Lu Ming. More than 10 absolute saints stepped into the air and charged toward the Cloud Dragon Valley Master and the tiger. Lu Ming waved his hand, and more than 10 spears condensed in the air. Swoosh, swoosh. These spears turned into streaks of light and stabbed toward those absolute saints. Oh no, no! These absolute saints sensed a terrifying danger and wanted to dodge, but it was too late. More than 10 absolute saints were all pierced by the spears and died on the spot. Their bodies fell to the ground. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master and the tiger were shocked as they looked toward Lu Ming and the others. Upon seeing Lu Ming, the Cloud Dragon Valley Master's eyes widened in joy. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master was truly ecstatic. Just now, those spears had been shot out by Lu Ming. They had instantly killed more than 10 absolute saints, leaving him stunned. He understood that after not seeing him for so many years, his disciple's cultivation had completely surpassed his. Master. Lu Ming also smiled. At this moment, the Sky Universe Demon sect was in complete chaos. The others saw that the Evil Spirit sect and D family's absolute saints were killed instantly. At this time, there were no more experts left. The people of the major sects took the opportunity to counterattack and attacked the people of the Evil Spirit sect and D family. The scene was in chaos. Let's talk later. Kill the enemy first, the Cloud Dragon Valley Master said. Then, he turned into a beam of sword light and charged towards the people from the Evil Spirit sect and D family. The absolute saints of the Evil Spirit sect and D family were no match for the Valley Master and the others. The situation was one-sided. The Sky Universe Demon sect had gathered more than half of the people in the Tsang state. In terms of numbers, they had far more people than the Evil Spirit sect and the D family. In the past, because he had taken control of everyone's souls, he didn't need many people to manage them. Now that the soul restriction had been broken, and all of the Paragon Saints had been killed, the situation was completely one-sided. Lu Ming sect, Sex King sect, Master, Autumn. At that moment, Lu Ming transmitted his voice to Qiuyu. Earlier, Qiuyu hadn't used her full strength at all. Boom. God Emperor sect Master's sect. The law of yin and yang turned into a terrifying destructive force and blasted towards the soul-destroying Shakyamuni. The laws of yin and yang. You have a king body. Shakyamuni's soul extinguisher screamed in horror. Boom. King sect Master God was sent flying by Autumn Moon. He spat out a large mouthful of blood and almost exploded. Run. King sect Master God turned around and ran. Ordinary martial emperors were no match for kings. His talent was limited. Although he had been a martial emperor for many years, he was only a one-star Void the Arch. His battle prowess was not strong and he was no match for Autumn Moon. Die! Autumn Moon shouted. She waved her hands, and two scimitars appeared. They turned into a yin-yang wheel and charged toward King sect Master God. King sect Master God roared and tried his best to block, but he couldn't block it at all. His body was pierced through by the yin-yang wheel. King sect Master God dragged his broken body and fled frantically. However, the yin-yang wheel caught up and crushed down. Bang! King sect Master God's body exploded. His soul let out a shrill scream that resounded throughout the demon sect. Then, his soul was also destroyed and turned into ashes. King sect Master God is dead. A martial emperor has been killed. Everyone was shocked. A martial emperor was killed just like that. Everyone was shocked. After that, the morale of the various sects in Tsang state increased greatly. On the other hand, the morale of the Evil Spirit sect and the D family was greatly reduced. They began to flee. Junior brother, let's go and kill the enemies too. Long Yuanshan and Yang Tianzong also charged toward the crowd. Lu Ming stepped into the air. Many long spears condensed around his body. From time to time, a long spear would fly out. Every time a long spear flew out, it would kill a powerful figure on the other side. There was no suspense in this battle. Not long after, almost all the people of the Evil Spirit sect and the D family were killed. Basically, no one escaped. At this moment, Autumn Moon stepped into the air and walked toward Lu Ming. Everyone's gaze fell on Autumn Moon. She was a martial emperor. Such a young and beautiful martial emperor was amazing. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master, the Tiger, and a few others were all sages. At this moment, they were flying toward Autumn Moon. Thank you for your help, Martial Emperor. Thank you, Martial Emperor. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master and the others bowed respectfully to Autumn Moon. In their eyes, a martial emperor was a supreme existence. They guessed that Autumn Moon must be from the ancient moon's sacred ground. They were amazed. The ancient moon's sacred ground was indeed a sacred ground. It was amazing that they had such a young martial emperor. Autumn Moon's beautiful face blushed slightly. She was a little embarrassed and said softly, "You don't have to thank me. Young Master asked me to do it. Moreover, you are his family and friends. I should help." What? Young Master? Everyone was stunned. Autumn moon, such a peerless beauty, was actually someone's maid? Such a young martial emperor was a maid? Then what kind of person was the young master that Autumn moon mentioned? Many people began to look around, looking for the young master that Autumn moon mentioned. At this moment, Autumn moon silently came to Lu Ming's side. Young master! Autumn moon called out softly. What? Nest? What did I just hear? There was a sudden silence at the scene. Everyone was petrified. All of them stared at Lu Ming in a daze. Their eyeballs were about to pop out. The young master that Autumn moon mentioned was actually Lu Ming? Long Yuanshan and Yang Tianzong were also petrified. Previously, they thought that Autumn moon was an expert that Lu Ming had invited from the ancient moon's sacred ground. Never in their wildest dreams would they have thought that Autumn moon was actually Lu Ming's maid. A young martial emperor as a maid. Everyone felt that their minds were frozen and their faces were filled with confusion. Lu Ming. He is Lu Ming. It's really Lu Ming. Many people exclaimed. They finally recognized Lu Ming. Lu Ming's name had shaken the Tsang state. He was the #1 genius in the Tsang state. Everyone knew about him. Now that many people realized it, they were even more shocked. Master, second senior brother, third senior brother, although Autumn moon is my maid, I have always treated her as my family. Lu Ming held Autumn moon's hand and smiled. Chapter 2157. Autumn moon blushed slightly as she stood obediently beside Lu Ming. Everyone was envious. She was a martial emperor, but she was so obedient. This was simply the dream of all men. However, many people immediately thought of Lu Ming's battle prowess. Just now, many people had seen Lu Ming's attack. The absolute saint couldn't withstand a single blow from Lu Ming and was instantly killed. Lu Ming's battle prowess was also incomparably terrifying. Could it be that Lu Ming had also broken through to the sage realm or even the quasi-thearch realm? Many people sighed. When Lu Ming was in Tsang state, he had already displayed terrifying talent and suppressed the younger generation. Later on, when he became a sage, he could even kill enemies one level higher. Now, if Lu Ming had already broken through to the absolute saint realm, it would naturally be easy for him to kill an absolute saint of the same level. Many people looked at Lu Ming with awe and respect in their eyes. Lu Ming's current strength was undoubtedly at the peak of Tsang state. Master, where is the headquarters of the evil spirit sect? Lu Ming looked at the Cloud Dragon Valley Master and asked. He didn't see the Heavenly Universe Demon Sect Master and the others in the Heavenly Universe Demon Sect. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master still had a smile on his face. When he heard this, he said, the headquarters of the evil spirit sect is in the D clan. Many people of the evil spirit sect are there. The D clan? Lu Ming whispered as killing intent flashed in his eyes. Master, are all the people from the sects in the Tsang state here? Lu Ming asked again. No, most of them are gathered here. There are also some scattered in the original sections. However, there aren't many experts of the evil spirit sect in those sections. This time, the soul restriction has been broken. I believe many people will take the opportunity to escape. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master said. Lu Ming nodded. Just like the Dragon God Valley, there were also some people, but not many. Master, everyone, can you please spread the news and ask everyone to gather here? Lu Ming said. All right, I'll spread the news now and get everyone to gather here. The evil spirit sect has suffered heavy losses in this battle, so they will definitely take action. Cloud Dragon Valley Master nodded. Immediately, everyone spread the news. Lu Ming smiled. The reason he had sent out the news and gathered everyone was not because he wanted to gather strength for defense, but because he wanted to attack. He wanted to attack the D family. If news of this spread out, the D family and the evil spirit sect would definitely be shaken. In that case, they would gather all their experts and wipe them out in one fell swoop. This was Lu Ming's plan, to wipe them out in one fell swoop. If they split up, Lu Ming would have to run from place to place, which would be too troublesome. The others naturally didn't know what he was thinking. They thought that he was gathering his strength to defend himself. The news spread very quickly. Tsang Continent, Cloud Continent, and Emperor Continent were shaken. Lu Ming, the prodigy of Tsang continent, had returned with a martial emperor. As soon as he returned, he killed a Dharma king of the evil spirit sect. The fall of a martial emperor shocked everyone in the 3 continents. In Tsang continent, most of the people who had surrendered to the evil spirit sect and were controlled by them had escaped from the evil spirit sect's control and rushed toward the Sky Universe Demon sect. In the next 10 days, more and more people gathered at the Sky Universe Demon sect. Back then, there were 13 overlord sects in Tsang continent, countless small sects, and many experts. For a time, the Sky Universe Demon sect was filled with people. Of course, sects like the Sky Universe Demon sect, the Poison sect, and the Blood Demon House that had long surrendered to the Evil Spirit sect were already considered members of the Evil Spirit sect. However, they didn't see anyone from the Heavenly Divine sect. In these 10 days, the 3 continents couldn't calm down. It could be said that the wind and clouds were surging. Everyone felt a stifling aura. Everyone knew that a great battle was about to erupt. The Evil Spirit sect had suffered such great losses, so they wouldn't let it go just like that. They would definitely take action. These 10 days seemed calm on the surface, but it was actually the calm before the storm. It was very stifling. The D clan was located in the best area of the Emperor region. The origin energy here was rich, and there were many outstanding people. Numerous palaces were located in this area. The palaces were everywhere, just like the heavenly palaces in the legends. During this period of time, the palace was not peaceful. Many people were discussing one thing, which was Lu Ming's domineering return with a martial emperor. In one of the palaces, a few people were discussing something. It was the Heavenly Divine Sect's sect master and a few elders. Over the years, the Heavenly Divine Sect had almost completely surrendered to the Evil Spirit Sect. They were loyal to the Evil Spirit Sect, so they had obtained a lot of resources and their cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds. Sect Master, now that Lu Ming has returned with a martial emperor from the outside world, it looks like he wants to destroy the Evil Spirit Sect. Now that our soul restriction has been broken, should we take the opportunity to leave the Evil Spirit Sect and leave this place? An elder asked. Fool! The Heavenly Divine Sect's sect master scolded. I heard that Lu Ming only brought a martial emperor back. What use can a martial emperor be? Also, let me tell you, the Evil Spirit Sect's waters are deep. Do you think that the Evil Spirit Sect only has a few law kings? Could it be that the Evil Spirit Sect has other martial emperors in secret? The expressions of the Heavenly Divine Sect's elders changed. That's right. So that Lu Ming is just courting death. Now, not only can we not leave the Evil Spirit Sect, but we also have to express our loyalty to the Evil Spirit Sect. This way, the Evil Spirit Sect will think even more highly of us. The Heavenly Divine Sect's sect master looked confident. Sect master is wise. Several elders began to flatter him. In another palace, the Sky Universe Demon Sect's sect master, the Poison Sect's sect master, and the others were also discussing something. Lu Ming, I didn't expect you to really bring back a powerhouse. But so what? Only death awaits you. The Sky Universe Demon Sect's sect master sneered. The atmosphere in the 3 states became more and more solemn. At this time, Xuanixin and Tian Chui had also arrived at the Sky Universe Demon Sect. When they saw the Cloud Dragon Valley Master, they were naturally happy. Xuanixin and Tianchui also brought news that the Evil Spirit Sect and D Family's experts in the Cloud State had all gathered at the D Family's headquarters. Good. Lu Ming revealed a smile. He then gathered everyone and started the discussion. Everyone, now that everyone from the Evil Spirit Sect and D Family has gathered at the D Family, I have decided to attack the D Family and destroy the Evil Spirit Sect and D Family in one fell swoop. Lu Ming said loudly. What? Attack the D Family? That's courting death. Everyone was shocked and looked at Lu Ming in disbelief. Lu Ming, is what you said true? The Cloud Dragon Valley Master was also in disbelief. Lu Ming actually wanted to attack the D Family. Now, the D Family and Evil Spirit Sect's experts had gathered. Unlike the Sky Universe Demon Sect, there was definitely more than one martial emperor expert. Wouldn't they be courting death if they went to attack? That's right, I'm waiting for them to gather before attacking. It's just nice to wipe them out in one fell swoop. Lu Ming said. Many people were speechless. Chapter 2158. Many people looked at each other. They had thought that Lu Ming had gathered the people of the various sects to defend against the attack of the evil spirit sect. It turned out that he was waiting for the experts of the evil spirit sect and the D family to gather and then wipe them out. This idea was too crazy. Ming, did you invite other experts, such as other martial emperors? The Cloud Dragon Valley Master asked. No, it's just us. Lu Ming said. The scene was silent. Many people were a little stunned. Young hero Lu Ming, it's not that I look down on you, but the evil spirit sect has at least 2 guardian kings. Moreover, the head of the D family, Di Shirtian, is a terrifying martial emperor. If we go there, it's no doubt that we will be throwing eggs at a rock. That's right. Our current plan is to gather together and then break out of the 3 states and go to other states. A few old men spoke. They were the grand elders of several sects, and their cultivation was at the sage stage. I'm naturally confident in doing so. Why would I joke about my own life? Moreover, my master and senior brothers are all together. Lu Ming said. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. That was indeed the case. Lu Ming was a prodigy. How could he be so reckless and send himself to death when he knew that he was no match for them? Did Lu Ming have any trump cards? All right, Ming, I'll go with you to the D family. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master said first. I'll go too. Long Yuanshan and Yang Tianzong also spoke. I'll go too. Then, the tiger from the demon castle also spoke. Then, many people agreed to go with Lu Ming to the D family. However, some people still didn't speak. What about you? What do you plan to do if you don't go? Lu Ming looked at those who didn't speak. We plan to enter the Cloud Sea Mountain Range and go to other states. An old man with a hooked nose said. This old man with a hooked nose was a grand elder of the 9 Heaven Sword sect. He was also a sage stage cultivator. Oh, that's good. If you don't go and the D family and evil spirit sect are destroyed by me, there will be no share of the 3 states. Lu Ming said coldly. The expressions of the hook-nosed old man and the others changed slightly. Lu Ming's meaning was very clear. If the evil spirit sect and the D family were destroyed, then those who had not participated in it would not have the right to stay in the 3 states. Those who were unwilling to go had gloomy expressions as their gazes shifted. All right, we've made up our mind. Let's go. Lu Ming leaped into the air. With a wave of his hand, 3 puppets appeared in the sky. One of them was the eagle puppet that Lu Ming often used. The other 2 were also bird-type puppets that Lu Ming had bought in the Divine Golem sect. Their speed was not the slightest bit inferior to the eagle puppet. The 3 puppets rapidly grew in size. When they spread their wings, they were at least 1,000 meters long. They were like 3 small mountains that filled the sky. Master, all of you come up. Lu Ming shouted. Those who were willing to follow Lu Ming to the D family all leaped into the air and flew onto the puppets. A layer of light spread out from the puppets and enveloped everyone. Then, with a thought from Lu Ming, the 3 puppets flew into the sky and disappeared without a trace. So fast. The rest of the people were tongue-tied. Brother Wang, what are we going to do next? Someone asked the hook-nosed old man of the 9 Heaven Sword sect. That Lu Ming is too arrogant. The strength of the evil spirit sect and the D family is definitely beyond imagination. They will only die if they go. The hook-nosed old man sneered. But I think that Lu Ming is full of confidence. Maybe he has some trump cards. He is a peerless prodigy. If he really has some trump cards, then maybe. Someone else said. The hook-nosed old man's eyes flashed as he thought of all kinds of possibilities. Why don't we do this? We'll head to the D clan and hide in the dark to observe. If Lu Ming is defeated and killed, we'll escape to the Cloud Sea Mountain Range from Emperor District and head to other places. If Lu Ming defeats the D clan and the evil spirit sect, we'll take the opportunity to strike and obtain some benefits. The hook-nosed old man said. Brother Wang is wise. Senior Wang is wise. The others all started to flatter Qin Wenyin. Immediately, they too moved, heading towards the D clan. Lu Ming controlled the 3 puppets at an astonishing speed. It didn't take long for them to enter the Emperor District. What a fast speed! The others were shocked. It didn't take long for them to pass through the Tsang State and enter the Emperor District. This speed was shocking. Ordinary flying shuttles couldn't compare at all. Many people looked at Lu Ming. This top prodigy of the Tsang State must have been extraordinary in these years. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master stroked his beard and smiled. He was very satisfied with this disciple. Not long after, mountain peaks appeared in front of them. There were many palaces built on the mountain peaks. They had arrived at the D family. D family? There was a glint in Lu Ming's eyes. Clang, clang. The D family had naturally noticed Lu Ming and the others' arrival. A deafening bell rang. Then, figures flashed in all the palaces. It's Lu Ming. A voice sounded. The people of the D family and the evil spirit sect were shocked. They never expected that Lu Ming would dare to take the initiative to attack. Originally, they were going to send out an army in 2 days to annihilate Lu Ming in one fell swoop. They didn't expect Lu Ming to take the initiative to attack. A large number of figures appeared on the mountain in front of the D family. They were all experts of the D family and the evil spirit sect. Lu Ming waved his hand and put away the puppets. He stood in the air. He saw the Heavenly Universe Demon Sect, Heavenly God Sect Master, and the others in the crowd. Young Master, I'll make the first move. Chiu Moon said to Lu Ming. Be careful. Lu Ming said. Chiu Moon nodded and stepped into the air, heading toward the D family. His martial emperor cultivations suddenly erupted. The vast martial emperor's aura pressed down on the D family like raging waves. Many people's faces changed drastically as they felt the terrifying pressure. Boom, boom. At this moment, 2 terrifying auras also erupted from the Emperor Divine Palace. 2 beams of light shot into the sky and defeated Chiu Moon's aura in one fell swoop. In the next moment, 2 figures appeared in the air. They were 2 old men. Their bodies were skinny like 2 dried corpses, and their bodies were wrapped in black robes. Spirit-devouring king. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Lu Ming had seen one of them before. It was the spirit-devouring king who was suppressed in the Heavenly Wind Plains, one of the 6 great forbidden lands in the Tsang State. When the spirit-devouring king had escaped, Lu Ming had obtained the Tai Chi array disc from him. As for the other person, Lu Ming had never seen him before. He guessed that he was the other guardian king of the evil spirit sect. Kiki, such a young martial emperor. Your blood chi must be very strong. Let me devour you. Maybe it will help me break through my cultivation. The spirit-devouring king let out a strange laugh. His body moved, and he pounced toward Chiu Moon. Chiu Moon struck out with his palm. The laws of yin and yang moved with his palm and blasted toward the spirit-devouring king.